Introduction of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 0. Introduction. Narrator read by Michele Eaton.
Landor read by P.J. Morgan. Landor will always be a great figure in English literature. His is an Olympian form, like Milton's, solitary, it is true, but he stands on the far eastern uplands, fairly beyond the ebb and flow of time. Born into the midst of the second flowering time of our national literary energy. Footnote: Wordsworth, Scott, Coleridge, Southey, Lamb, Hazlitt, Leigh Hunt, and De Quincey were all born during the years between 1770 and 1785. During the same period, Chatterton, Gray, Goldsmith, and Johnson died. Byron, Shelley, Carlyle, and Keats were born a few years later. End footnote. Landor was isolated from the first by the necessity of his own proud and imperious temperament. During a period of literary activity extending over 70 years, he slowly built up the life-work that now finds a more or less inaccessible home in the stately volumes of Forster's final edition. He was a poet embodying revolutionary aspirations in classic and concrete language. He was a critic in the largest sense, a critic of life and of the human spirit as it is expressed in literature, a patient and unwearied critic of language. Above all, he was what we may for the moment, for want of a better term, consent to call him, with Browning, a great dramatic poet. His examination of William Shakespeare for deer-stealing is marked by its individual power and solemn, deliberate humor. In the Pentameron, Boccaccio and Petrarca discourse together in delightful old-world fashion. Pericles and Aspasia is full of glimpses of Greek life mingled with Landorian wisdom. But it is in the imaginary conversations, elaborated during the 30 most mature years of his life, that Landor has given us most of himself. As was said many years ago, a well-edited selection of the Conversations would be one of the most beautiful books in the language, that is to say, in the world. In these conversations, a great procession of noble and gracious forms, of olden times and of a later day, pass sweetly or sadly before us. Hannibal supports the dying body of his enemy Marcellus and exclaims, "What else has the world in it?" Chaucer and Boccaccio dine together at the house of Messer Francesco Petrarca, and tell each other stories in the manner of old time. Large, wise sayings mixed with kisses fall from the lips of Epicurus as he talks philosophy with his girl pupils in the garden outside Athens. Garibaldi and Mazzini laugh sadly together over French honor, French veracity. The dignified Bossuet respectfully advances to hear the confession of his king's volatile young mistress. Cicero and his brother discourse together in lofty Ciceronian ways of life and death and fame. Leonora d'Este implores her imprisoned lover Tasso to forget her, and dies with a happy smile, receiving the assurance that he can never forget. Montaigne, in his wise and genial way, laughs quietly at the stiff and learned Scaliger. Ascham warns his young pupil Lady Jane Grey of the perils of greatness. Pericles leads Sophocles through the Athens that he has adorned, and delights more than all in the voices that praise him for his friend's sake. Leofric rides into Coventry with his young bride Godiva, so resolute to save the city. Joan of Arc strives to stir Agnes Sorel's weak heart to heroism. Washington and Franklin discourse of the free spirit of New England. The Empress Kathrine stands outside the door, hears the dogs lapping her murdered husband's blood, and seeks to justify herself. Sir Philip Sidney and Greville talk of poetry amid the woods of Penshurst. Beatrice receives her lover's last kiss, with "Dante, Dante, they make the heart sad after." Such are the forms, and how many more, that Landor, with his unfailing instinct for what is heroic or tender, has brought before us in these imaginary conversations. It is only in the shorter dialogues that Landor can be called a great dramatic poet. In these he sometimes brings before us some group wrought of molten musical language at its highest tension, on some height of passionate emotion, which has the concentrated energy of bronze cast in the fire. This is static drama, observe, not dynamic. That is to say, there is no progress, no development. To appreciate these dramatic dialogues the reader must be in the same emotional attitude at the beginning as at the end. It has been acutely said by an American critic of Landor's short poems that they are cameos, addressing themselves no less to the eye than to the ear, and the same must be said of these dramatic groups. It will be seen that there are narrow limits to Landor's dramatic method, and even his dramatic vision seems to be of not very wide extent. It has often been said that he rises with the dignity of his subject, and this is certainly true. He is of the gods and dwells on the top of Olympus. It is only when mortals have ascended far up the slopes, at the rarest moments of tragic passion, that Landor appears to look on them eye to eye. Of ordinary humanity he knows little. Mr. Colvin, indeed distinctly his best critic, has attempted to vindicate for Landor a large field. He considers that only Shakespeare, and scarcely he, has surpassed Landor in the delineation of women. This surely is an extravagant judgment. Tender and noble figures they often are, but even at the best seldom more than the personification of boundless resignation or self-sacrifice. He looks at them generally from the outside and as a painter, not dramatically from the inside. He describes them as objects of love, but they possess scarcely the most elementary capacity of response to love. Even Beatrice says to Dante, whose head rests against her bosom, "I will never be fond of you again if you are so violent." In ordinary human relationships they generally comport themselves, as Mr. Colvin admits, in a manner giggly, missish, and disconcerting. Surely a terrible indictment. Landor belongs indeed as a dramatist, not to the school of Shakespeare, in his most characteristic aspects, but rather to that of Beaumont and Fletcher or Ford. That is to say, the loveliness or pity of the scene lies not so much in the make of the character as in the tragic height to which the character is lifted. In the best works of the greatest dramatic artists, those who have possessed what Mr. Theodore Watts calls absolute vision, Shakespeare, Flaubert, George Eliot, Bale, Charlotte and Emily Bronte, we are conscious of solid, vital, complex personalities, thrilling with warm blood, recognizable in their least words and acts, and we are conscious of nothing of this in Landor's sublime or pathetic images. Few indeed are the real organic personalities outside himself, whom Landor has revealed. His Filippo Lippi is a far less vivid and powerful portrait than that which Browning has produced under more difficult conditions. His Mary of Scotland, in what is, however, an excellent dialogue, saying to Bothwell during the memorable ride, "But you really are a very, very wicked man indeed," is a colourless schoolgirl beside that brilliant Mary whom Swinburne has discovered or created. When we turn to the longer conversations, which are of a more reflective or argumentative character, the dramatic element becomes still fainter. Landor has infused into his heroes his own large nature, and notwithstanding all warning to the contrary, we hear throughout these conversations, from beneath some thin mask, Cicero, Epicurus, Diogenes, Lucian, and the marvel is that the masks should suit the voice so well, the great voice, solemn, flexible, harmonious, of that deep-mouthed Boeotian savage Landor. If this is so, if the inner individuality of the writer is here revealed, if in these sculptured groups, peach blossom marble all, the rare, the ripe, as fresh-poured red wine of a mighty pulse, the red wine is of Landor's own heart, we cannot better prepare ourselves for reading the conversations than by trying to realize what manner of man he was. Born in 1775 at Warwick in the heart of England in the county of Shakespeare and George Eliot, he came of two old English families long settled in that land, and he was always proud of being an Englishman, very proud of being an English gentleman. Footnote: the best general account of Landor's life and work is Mr. Colvin's admirable little book in the Men of Letters series. No one who cares for Landor can refer without gratitude to the same writer's anthology from Landor's works in the Golden Treasury series. It is attempted in the present volume to approach Landor in another way, by presenting a representative selection of conversations, excluding a minority not yet out of copyright, either in an unmutilated form or with omissions which are for the most part unimportant. End footnote. His father, who had at one time practised as a physician, belonged to a family that could be traced back, as Landor thought, for 700 years, and he flattered both his republican and aristocratic prejudices by thinking that on his mother's side he was descended from a certain savage who had resisted the royal prerogatives of Henry IV. Landor entered life with the gifts of good fortune, a fine physical constitution, and an ample estate. As a boy he was fond both of books and of games, though now and ever he was awkward. At an early age he was among the best Latin scholars. We see in him the legitimate but rare outcome of that merely classical and literary education which, until a very recent period, when a breath of new life stirred it, ruled in England from medieval times. In these pale olive grounds all voices cease, and from afar dust fills the paths of Greece. But this imaginative Rugby boy had genius. He himself brought life which made the old classic times alive, and he wandered along the brookside and dreamed old heroic dreams. At the same time his audacity, his fierce independence and impetuosity also developed. He was skilful in fishing with a net, and one day caught and held captive a farmer who dared to interfere with his pastime. In after days he related that he had been accustomed as a boy to walk in the rain with his hat off, but when he read that Bacon had done so he immediately dropped the habit. At his father's table once, when a bishop had remarked, "We do not think much of Porson's scholarship at Cambridge," young Landor said contemptuously, "We, my lord." At the age of 16 his Rugby career suddenly ended in consequence of a fierce quarrel with the headmaster, in which Landor was originally right, over a Latin quantity. A year or two later he went into residence at Trinity College, Oxford. But one day, by way of practical joke, he sent a charge of shot into the shutters of a Tory undergraduate, and therewith his university career terminated. In the meanwhile he was attaining a deeper insight into Greek and Roman literature, and had also fallen under the influence of some of the moderns, especially Milton, whom he then and ever after reverenced both as a great poet and a great republican. At this time also began the long series of tender friendships which he formed with girls, at this time girls of his own age. Ianthe, as he called her, was one of the earliest, and she conceived an ardent affection for this lovable, untamed youth. 50 years later it was one of Landor's greatest consolations to live near the Countess de Molanday, as Ianthe had become. Many of his finest song cameos are addressed to her. "And much she cared for them," he growled once in the last days. "Well, I remember how you smiled to see me write your name upon the soft sea sand. Oh, what a child you think you're writing upon stone! I have since written what no tide shall ever wash away, what men unborn shall read o'er ocean wide, and find Ianthe's name again." His best-known lines, carved as it were in ivory or in gems, were written on another of these girl-friends who had died suddenly in India. "Ah, what avails the scepted race? Ah, what the form divine? What every virtue, every grace? Rose Aylmer, all were thine. Rose Aylmer, whom these wakeful eyes may weep but never see, a night of memories and of sighs I consecrate to thee." At the age of 23, in 1798, Landor published Gebir, his first and most important long poem, in which we already find in full measure Landor's peculiar qualities, to use Mr. Colvin's accurate words, of haughty splendour and massive concentration. But it is sad to see how the energy which produced at the centre creations so calm and lofty spent itself wildly at the periphery against the trivial details of daily life. At Llanthony, where he had bought an estate, Landor was engaged in constant lawsuits and quarrels with neighbours, tenants, and labourers. He was forever flaming out into fierce indignation because his fellow men failed to behave after the ideal fashion of ancient Romans. At last he was provoked to deal physical chastisement to an insolent attorney, following it up, as was his fashion, by a discharge of Latin lampoons. At this point, and having also sunk all his money in the estate, he had to beat a retreat to the continent. At Como, however, shortly afterwards we find him threatening to thrash a magistrate. At Leghorn he is said to have challenged a secretary of legation for whistling in the street when Mrs. Landor passed, and he wrote a formal complaint to the Foreign Office concerning the character of the wretches they employed abroad. He was on terms of chronic misunderstanding with the police. When in 1821, in the maturity of his power, he began to produce the imaginary conversations, it is amid the same dust and heat. He hears nothing of his manuscript, concludes, of course, that it is lost or rejected. "This disappointment," he writes, "has brought back my old bilious complaint, together with the sad reflection on that fatality which has followed me through life, of doing everything in vain. I have, however, had the resolution to tear in pieces all my sketches and projects, and to forswear all future undertakings. I try to sleep away my time, and pass 2/3 of the 24 hours in bed. I may speak of myself as of a dead man. I will say, then, that these conversations contained as forcible writing as exists on earth. The contrast between Landor's marriage and his views concerning marriage has often been pointed out. "Death itself," he writes, "to the reflecting mind is less serious than marriage. Death is not even a blow, is not even a pulsation, it is a pause. But marriage unrolls the awful lot of numberless generations." At the age of 36 he saw a young lady at a ball at Bath. "By heavens!" he exclaimed, "that's the nicest girl in the room, and I'll marry her." A few weeks later he did so. She was a commonplace provincial beauty, many years younger than himself, lively in her own way, totally unfitted to be a companion for Landor. On his retreat from Llanthony, he stopped at Jersey to join his wife. Here they quarrelled as often before, and she taunted him with their inequality of age before her sister. The next morning Landor set sail for France in an oyster boat alone. But the rupture was not on this occasion final. Landor was accustomed to relate how Hazlitt, in his deep, gruff voice, had described Wordsworth to him. "Well, sir, did you ever see a horse, sir? Then, sir, you have seen Wordsworth, sir, and a very long-faced horse at that, sir." Landor himself resembled a lion. Few persons who met him in mature or later life failed to speak of his leonine appearance. Thus Crabbe Robinson, who knew him at Florence in 1830, writes, "He was a man of florid complexion, with large full eyes, altogether a leonine man, and with a fierceness of tone well suited to his name, his decisions being confident, and on all subjects, whether of taste or life, unqualified, each standing for itself, not caring whether it was in harmony with what had gone before, or would follow from the same oracular lips." The same writer records the sentence in which an Italian summed up the feelings of mingled awe and amusement that Landor inspired. "All Englishmen are mad, but this one?" His laughter also is frequently mentioned. "A laughter so pantomimic yet so genial," says Lord Houghton, "rising out of a momentary silence into peals so cumulative and sonorous that all contradiction and possible affront were merged for ever." Here and all through there was something Olympian in Landor. "His very words are thunder and lightning," said his friend Southey. "Such is the power and splendor with which they burst out, but all is perfectly natural, there is no trick about him." Notwithstanding all his impetuosity, Landor's Achillean wrath represents a part only of the man's nature. A very keen observer, Charles Dickens, has recorded that at the height of his indignation, and when his hands were clenched, there was "a noticeable tendency to relaxation on the part of the thumb." Leigh Hunt, who knew him about 1820, writes, "He is like a stormy mountain pine that should produce lilies. After indulging the partialities of his friendships and enmities, and trampling on kings and ministers, he shall cool himself like a Spartan worshipping a moonbeam, in the patient meekness of Lady Jane Grey." He was charming towards boys, he loved the ways and the companionship of children. His affection for animals is described in Boythorn of Bleak House, taken from Landor with the genius and much else left out, who would declaim with unimaginable energy while his canary was perched on his thumb, Landor's favourite animal being, however, a dog. His tenderness, as it may be called, for flowers has left many traces on his work, especially his poems, and a story told of him by the Italians round Fiesole, where he lived for many years, is at least ben trovato. One day, it is said, in a fit of anger, he threw his cook out of the window. Immediately after he was seen at the window beneath which the injured man lay. "Good God, I forgot the violets!" To women he has always been gentle, regarding them, it appears, as a very superior sort of flower, and always attractive. Lady Blessington, a competent authority, thought him the most genuinely polite man in Europe. "He was chivalry incarnate," said Miss Kate Field. Mrs. Lynn Linton describes her first accidental meeting with him when he was over 70. "A noble-looking old man, badly dressed in shabby snuff-coloured clothes, a dirty old blue necktie, unstarched cotton shirt, with a front more like a nightgown than a shirt, and nubbly apple-pie boots. But underneath the rusty old hat-brim gleamed a pair of quiet and penetrating grey-blue eyes. The voice was sweet and masterly, the manner that of a man of rare distinction. I was taken by surprise. Here stood in the flesh one of my great spiritual masters, one of my most revered intellectual guides. I remember how the blood came into my face as I dashed up to him with both hands held out and said, "Mr. Landor! Oh, is this Mr. Landor?" as if he had been a god suddenly revealed. And I remembered the amused smile with which he took both my hands in his and said, "And who is this little girl, I wonder?" He stood aloof, for the most part, from his great contemporaries. For Southey he cherished always a devoted and chivalrous affection, which led him to overestimate Southey's position. As a critic, Landor belonged to a school that flourished before Sainte-Beuve and Taine had recreated criticism. His is the criticism of words and sentences, like Leigh Hunt's, less sensitive and sympathetic, more pungent and incisive. He had nothing of the deeper insight of Coleridge, De Quincey, or Lamb at their best. For Wordsworth's poetry he had an enthusiastic but very imperfect appreciation, preferring poems like Laodamia. At a later period he finds in Wordsworth a sad deficiency of vital heat. Scott he called a great alehouse writer, but at the latter part of his life fell back on his novels with much enjoyment. He always admired Lamb, and wrote some of his finest elegiac verses on his death. For Coleridge he cared very moderately. Of Keats, on the other hand, he wrote that he already far surpassed all his contemporaries in this country in the poet's most noble attributes. Of Byron he spoke contemptuously, though he could not fail to perceive his poetic energy. Byron belonged to a younger generation, and his turbulent spirit struck across the measured antique decorum within whose boundaries Landor sought to restrain the tumult of the soul. He only saw Byron once. On going into a perfumer's shop to buy a pot of ottar of roses, he found Byron buying soap. When, however, Byron died on a mission in the cause of freedom, Landor wrote a noble eulogy of him. Shelley lived at Pisa at the same time as Landor. They never met, though each ardently admired the other's poetry, because Landor was held back by the wild rumors that circulated concerning Shelley. Later on he deeply regretted the misunderstanding that had kept them apart, and while assigning to Shelley almost the first place both as a poet and a prose writer, wrote that his generosity and charity went far beyond those of any man, I believe, at present in existence. Of Browning he wrote, "Since Chaucer was alive and hale, no man hath walked along our roads with steps so active, so inquiring eye or tongue, so varied in discourse." Shortly before Landor's death, Swinburne went over to Florence to see him, and the writer whose ingenious wit Samuel Parr had once distinguished received the homage of a young poet who belonged to an altogether different world. Landor continued till near the last to produce work which grew more vivid and brilliant rather than dimmer. "Do you think the grand old pagan wrote that piece just now?" asks Carlyle of a conversation published when Landor was over 80. "The sound of it is like the ring of Roman swords on the helmets of barbarians, the unsubduable old Roman." His life closes with sadness that has in it, as it has been said, a touch of Lear's tragedy. Still as reckless and untamable as ever, the Olympian schoolboy had engaged in a violent quarrel at Bath. It was necessary to take legal proceedings against him, and he was compelled to leave England. His wife and children, to whom he had made over all his property, and whom he had not seen for many years, still lived at Florence. Unwisely he was induced to rejoin them. Here, in what had been his old home at Fiesole, his own family not only made life intolerable to him, an easy thing to do perhaps, but refused to make any allowance which would permit him to live by himself. One day he presented himself before Mr. Browning, almost penniless, declaring that nothing would induce him to return. It appears to have been largely owing to Browning's considerate kindness, as during many previous years to Forster's, that the old lion was enabled to spend the last few years of his life in peace. At this time he had become more leonine and majestic than ever, the very type of that race of splendid and savage old men announced by Whitman. He still wrote with the old mastery. He still had a dog, Giallo, who shared all his opinions. He taught Latin to a young American friend, Miss Kate Field, who has written of him affectionately. But the end was approaching. His 2 youngest sons came to him during the last weeks, and he died on the 17th of September, 1864, in his 90th year. Some years earlier he had said in noble lines that are Greek both in spirit and in form, "I strove with none, for none was worth my strife. Nature I loved, and next to nature art. I warmed both hands before the fire of life. It sinks, and I am ready to depart." At the outset I coupled Landor's name with Milton's. There is for this classification a reason which lies not merely in the similarity of their temperament and haughty isolation, or in their austere republicanism. In Landor's prose, as in Milton's verse, we see the essentially romantic northern genius dominated by a plastic force which we may call classic. These 2 words indicate the 2 great and opposing tendencies, rarely united, which run through all literature. The classic tendency is towards simplicity and calm, towards clear and definite outline, as of sculpture, and the classic artist has wrought the substance of his work to the measure of his ideal. The romantic artist, on the other hand, is a painter rather than a sculptor. He cares more for vivid color than for definite outline. He delights in picturesque profusion. The classic artist lives in a temple. The romantic artist dwells in the forest. Spenser is the most romantic of romantic poets, and the English genius is essentially romantic. All our poets of the first rank, with a single exception of Wordsworth, are on the romantic side. Wordsworth, whenever he is great as an artist, has the easy self-control, the clear outline and sane simplicity of classic art. He knows that, in the words he has put into the mouth of Protesilaus, when he attempts to soothe Laodomia's passion, "The gods approve the depth and not the tumult of the soul." And Wordsworth as an artist is perhaps the least understood of our great poets. In prose also we are predominantly and characteristically romantic. Even in the period of our classic prose, the period of Dryden and Swift, there is a tendency towards a barren frigidity. It is too often pseudo-classic, having the same relation to the true classic as those strange and hideous church facades that still linger among us have to a genuine antique temple. After that long and steadying period of retrenchment, our characteristic romantic prose burst out with renewed vigor. Landor has all the luxuriant energy of the native character, but perhaps out of the very turbulence of his nature he had learnt to approve the depth, and not the tumult, of the soul. It was because in him there was this tumult to subdue, and not that foundation of bovine passivity on which Wordsworth's art rests, that he is not a purely classic artist. Landor's position may best be shown by illustration. This is how Ruskin, unsurpassable in romantic prose, describes the Alps as seen from the plain of Piedmont. A wilderness of jagged peaks, cast in passionate and fierce profusion along the circumference of heaven, precipice behind precipice and gulf beyond gulf, filled with the flowing of the sunset, and forming mighty channels for the flowings of the clouds, which roll up against them out of the vast Italian plain, forced together by the narrowing crescent, and breaking up at last against the Alpine wall in towers of spectral spray, or sweeping up its ravines with long moans of complaining thunder. In Landor's pages, natural sights and sounds have been subjected to the plastic imagination, and come before us, not as molten lava, but moulded into concrete images, massive or pungent. When our conversation paused a while in the stillness of midnight, we heard the distant waves break heavily. Their sound, as you remarked, was such as you could imagine the sound of a giant might be, who, coming back from travel into some smooth and level and still and solitary place, with all his armour and all his spoils about him, casts himself slumberously down to rest. And he describes the internal world in the same fashion. There is a gloom in deep love as in deep water. There is a silence in it which suspends the foot, and the folded arms and the dejected head are the images it reflects. No voice shakes its surface. The muses themselves approach it with a tardy and a timid step, and with a low and tremulous and melancholy song. And again, of a poet for whom he had little love. Spenser's is a spacious but somewhat low chamber, heavy with rich tapestry, on which the figures are mostly disproportioned, but some of the faces are lively and beautiful. The furniture is part creaking and worm-eaten, part fragrant with cedar and sandalwood and aromatic gums and balsams. Every table and mantelpiece and cabinet is covered with gorgeous vases, and birds and dragons and houses in the air. He proceeds always by a series of clear and definite concrete images, vivified by intellect and emotion. Realizing that all language is metaphor, he is determined that his shall be distinct metaphor, and while he ranges to remote antiquity in search of images, he is best pleased when they are simplest and most familiar. At the finest, Landor's is not only the most substantial, but also the most musical of styles. No one has written prose so like poetry, and yet so unfailingly true to the laws of prose. To realize this, we need only turn to the conversation between Leofric and Godiva. Newman's style is among the most musical, but its exquisite melody is thin beside the masculine harmony of this deep-chested music. Landor's affinities are indicated by his tastes. Among the ancients, his favorite poet was Catullus, in whom the color and passion that we should term romantic are restrained, and only just restrained, by classic form. Among the moderns, after Shakespeare, he loved above all Milton. Among later poets he has spoken perhaps most enthusiastically of Keats, in whom also we find the same harmony of opposing traditions as in Milton. Outside English and ancient literature, there was no writer for whom he had so much affection as Boccaccio, and of Boccaccio we may say, in the words of a fine critic, Emile Montagu, as of Landor, "If his form is classic, his matter, his prime substance, is romantic, so that at the same moment that he recalls Livy, Sallust, and Cicero, he carries the imagination towards Shakespeare, Spenser, and Chaucer." It is necessary to state clearly Landor's position in English prose, because there appears to be some confusion in the matter, and while Mr. Colvin unhesitatingly places Landor on the classic side, Mr. Saintsbury classes him with the writers of romantic prose. But indeed a writer's style is his most deep-rooted and inalienable possession. We cannot too carefully ascertain its form and quality. Landor's organ voice is determined by the whole structure of the man's tumultuous nature enamoured of calm, the strength and the tenderness of the pine that produced lilies. Landor is, as M. Sarrazin, one of his best critics, remarks, a great and typical Englishman, the representative of an aristocratic republic. Emerson, who came to Europe attracted by the desire to see 3 or 4 men, among whom was Landor, has recorded a similar opinion. "He has a wonderful brain," he writes, after a visit to the villa at Fiesole, "despotic, violent, and inexhaustible, meant for a soldier, by what chance converted to letters, in which there is not a style nor a tint not known to him, yet with an English appetite for actions and heroes." He showed this appetite when, on Napoleon's invasion of Spain, he went over and with his own energy and money raised a body of men with whom he marched across the country to the seat of war, and a little later he was only hindered from going to Spain again by the state of his own affairs. Landor is above all an artist and a man of letters, but there is an heroic temper in his work. He desired to walk with Epicurus on the right hand and Epictetus on the left. His general philosophical attitude is indicated in the 3 conversations with which this volume concludes. He belonged to what is called the English school, and attached himself not so much to any later writer as to Bacon, to whom, he somewhere says, Shakespeare and Milton might look up reverently. "I meddle not at present with infinity or eternity," he makes Diogenes say to Plato. "When I can comprehend them, I will talk about them. You metaphysicians kill the flower-bearing and fruit-bearing glebe with delving and turning over and sifting, and never bring any solid and malleable mass from the dark profundity in which you labour. This is philosophy. To make remote things tangible, common things extensively useful, useful things extensively common, and to leave the least necessary for the last." In religion he insisted chiefly on love to humanity and the widest toleration. In politics he was a republican of the school of Plutarch, with a lively hatred of kings. His republicanism was aristocratic, a government by the fittest, and he never reconciled this with modern democracy, which, he thought, must lead to despotism. He had a strenuous love of freedom. "If it is better to have one master than many," Petrarch says in the Pentameron, "let a man's self be that one master." The practical political measures which Landor supported were such as those in favour of the removal of Catholic disabilities, of mitigated penal laws, of land legislation for the relief of Ireland, and the Factory Acts. He followed with passionate interest the movement of Italian emancipation. Footnote: It is interesting to note that Landor, with his intense individualism, was in favour of what would be called socialistic legislation, and with evident approval he puts the following words in the mouth of William Penn: "Every government should provide for every subject the means of living both honestly and at ease. We should bring out of every man and every creature as much utility as we may. Now much utility will never be produced, unless we render life easy and comfortable. If all men and women would labour 6 hours in the 24, some mentally, some corporeally, setting apart one day in the 7, all the work would be completed that is requisite for our innocent and rational desires. I tell thee the thing is possible, and is done." End footnote. There are many deductions to be made in the estimate of Landor's life-work. He is a great artist, but within narrow limits. He can be colossal in a sentence, or within a few pages, but beyond these limits he is wanting in architectonic power, the power of duly proportioning a great whole, and sprawls about in as purely romantic fashion as Spenser. He can rarely describe vivacity or progression. Action in his pages always stands still. One must never, in reading Landor, hasten towards any climax or focus of interest, for none such exists. The reader must accompany Landor in an open-eyed and leisurely fashion if he is to receive all the enjoyment and exhilaration of this companionship. Landor is not always in touch with his reader. He can never be described as light reading. Even his humour is generally elephantine. Sometimes he spends too much time on uninteresting or merely scholarly excursions. Sometimes, notwithstanding the series of clear-cut concrete images by which he proceeds, his effort after concentration results in apparent obscurity. But when all deductions are made, we must return to Landor again and again, to adopt Emerson's words, for wisdom, wit, and indignation which are unforgettable. With his sound fibre and sinewy strength, his massive energy, which bears in its bosom tenderness so exquisite, this gigantic and Olympian schoolboy seems to be the younger brother of an elder race, of Chaucer and Rabelais and Bacon. He has little of the subtle and supple skill that belongs to the children of a more sublimated civilization, to Heine, or Emerson, or Renan. I hate both poetry and wine without body. Look at Shakespeare, Bacon, and Milton. Were these your pure imagination men? The least of them, whichever it was, carried a jewel of poetry about him, worth all his tribe that came after. They stood among substantial men and sang upon recorded actions. Landor, too, stands among substantial men. He is of the same virile tribe as Burns, and as Browning, and as Whitman. To say great things greatly is an achievement which, like the noblest outcomes of the art instinct, like a play by Shakespeare or a Venus by Titian, is on the level of a deed of heroism or devotion. It stirs the pulses of our blood, and lifts the common lives of men into a larger and sweeter air.
End of section 0. Section 1 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 1. Marcellus and Hannibal. Narrator read by Michele Eaton.
Hannibal, read by Lambda.
Marcellus, read by Paul French.
Gaulish Chieftain, read by Todd.
Surgeon, read by Charlie Oldfield.
Marcellus, the commander of the Roman army, lies before Hannibal, mortally wounded.
Could a Numidian horseman ride no faster? Marcellus, oh Marcellus, he moves not, he is dead. Did he not stir his fingers? Stand wide, soldiers, wide, 40 paces, give him air, bring water, halt. gather those broad leaves, and all the rest, growing under the brushwood, and raise his armour. Loose the helmet first. His breast rises. I fancied his eyes were fixed on me. They have rolled back again. Who presumed to touch my shoulder? This horse? It was surely the horse of Marcellus. Let no man mount him. Ha ha! The Romans too sink into luxury. Here is the gold aboard the charger.
Execrable thief! The golden chain of our king under a beast's grinders, the vengeance of the gods, hath overtaken the impure.
We will talk about vengeance when we have entered Rome, and about purity among the priests, if they will hear us. Sound for the surgeon. That arrow may be extracted from the side, deep as it is. The conqueror of Syracuse lies before me. Send a vessel off to Carthage. Say Hannibal is at the gates of Rome. Marcellus, who stood alone between us, fallen. Brave man! I would rejoice, and cannot. How awfully serene a countenance! Such as we here are in the islands of the blessed. And how glorious a form and stature! Such too was theirs. They also once lay thus upon the earth, wet with their blood. Few other enter there. And what plain armour!
My party slew him. Indeed, I think I slew him myself. I claim the chain. It belongs to my king. The glory of Gaul requires it. Never will she endure to see another take it.
My friend, the glory of Marcellus did not require him to wear it. When he suspended the arms of your brave king in the temple, he thought such a trinket unworthy of himself and of Jupiter. The shield he battered down, the breastplate he pierced with his sword, these he showed to the people and to the gods. Hardly his wife and little children saw this, ere his horse wore it.
Hear me, O Hannibal!
What? When Marcellus lies before me? When his life may perhaps be recalled? When I may lead him into the triumph of Carthage? When Italy, Sicily, Greece, Asia wait to obey me? Content thee, I will give thee mine own bridle, worth 10 such.
For myself?
For thyself.
And these rubies, and emeralds, and that scarlet?
Yes, yes.
Oh, glorious Hannibal! Unconquerable hero! Oh, my happy country, to have such an ally and defender! I swear eternal gratitude, yes, gratitude, love, devotion, beyond eternity.
In all the treaties we fixed the time. I could hardly ask a longer. Go back to thy station. I would see what the surgeon is about, and hear what he thinks. The life of Marcellus, the triumph of Hannibal, what else has the world in it? Only Rome and Carthage, these follow.
I must die then? The gods be praised. The commander of a Roman army is no captive.
Hannibal to the surgeon.
Could not he bear a sea voyage? Extract the arrow.
He expires that moment.
It pains me. Extract it.
Marcellus, I see no expression of pain on your countenance, and never will I consent to hasten the death of an enemy in my power. Since your recovery is hopeless, you say truly you are no captive.
To the surgeon.
Is there nothing, man, that can assuage the mortal pain? For, suppress the signs of it as he may, he must feel it. Is there nothing to elevate and allay it?
Hannibal, give me thy hand. Thou hast found it and brought it me compassion.
Marcellus to the surgeon.
Go, friend, others want thy aid, several fall around me.
Recommend to your country, O Marcellus, while time permits it, reconciliation and peace with me, informing the Senate of my superiority in force and the impossibility of resistance. The tablet is ready. Let me take off this ring. Try to write, to sign it, at least. Oh, what satisfaction I feel at seeing you able to rest upon the elbow, and even to smile.
Within an hour or less, with how severe a brow would Minos say to me, Marcellus, is this thy writing? Rome loses one man, she hath lost many such, and she still hath many left.
Afraid as you are of falsehood, say you this? I confess in shame the ferocity of my countrymen. Unfortunately, too, the nearer posts are occupied by Gauls, infinitely more cruel. The Numidians are so in revenge, the Gauls both in revenge and in sport. My presence is required at a distance, and I apprehend the barbarity of one or other, learning, as they must do, your refusal to execute my wishes for the common good, and feeling that by this refusal you deprive them of their country after so long an absence.
Hannibal, thou art not dying.
What, then? What mean you?
That thou mayest and very justly have many things yet to apprehend, I can have none. The barbarity of thy soldiers is nothing to me. Mine would not dare be cruel. Hannibal is forced to be absent, and his authority goes away with his horse. On this turf lies defaced the semblance of a general. But Marcellus is yet the regulatory of his army. Dost thou abdicate a power conferred on thee by thy nation, or wouldst thou acknowledge it to have become by thy own sole fate less plenary than thy adversaries'? I have spoken too much. Let me rest. This mantle oppresses me.
I placed my mantle on your head when the helmet was first removed, and while you were lying in the sun. Let me fold it under, and then replace the ring.
Take it, Hannibal. It was given me by a poor woman who flew to me at Syracuse, and who covered it with her hair, torn off in desperation, that she had no other gift to offer. Little thought I that her gift and her words should be mine. How suddenly may the most powerful be in the situation of the most helpless! Let that ring and the mantle under my head be the exchange of guests at a parting. The time may come, Hannibal, when thou, and the gods alone know whether as conqueror or conquered, mayest sit under the roof of my children, and in either case it shall serve thee. In thy adverse fortune they will remember on whose pillow their father breathed his last. In thy prosperous, heaven grant it may shine upon thee in some other country, it will rejoice thee to protect them. We feel ourselves the most exempt from affliction when we relieve it, although we are then the most conscious that it may befall us. There is one more thing here, which is not at the disposal of either.
What?
This body.
Whither would you be lifted? Men are ready.
I meant not so. My strength is failing. I seem to hear rather what is within than what is without. My sight and my other senses are in confusion. I would have said, this body, when a few bubbles of air shall have left it, is no more worthy of thy notice than a mine. But thy glory will not let thee refuse it to the piety of my family.
You would ask something else. I perceive an inquietude not visible till now.
Duty and death make us think of home sometimes.
Thitherward the thoughts of the conqueror and the conquered fly together.
Hast thou any prisoners for my escort?
A few dying lie about, and let them lie. They are Tuscans. The remainder I saw at a distance, flying. And but one brave man among them. He appeared a Roman, a youth who turned back, though wounded. They surrounded and dragged him away, spurring his horse with their swords. These Etrurians measure their courage carefully, and tack it well together before they put it on, but throw it off again with lordly ease. Marcellus, why think about them? Or does aught else disquiet your thoughts?
I have suppressed it long enough. My son, my beloved son.
Where is he? Can it be? Was he with you?
He would have shared my fate, and has not. Gods of my country, beneficent throughout life to me, in death surpassingly beneficent, I render you, for the last time, thanks.
End of section 1. Section 2 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 2. Queen Elizabeth and Cecil.
Queen Elizabeth, read by P.J. Morgan.
Cecil, read by Martin Geeson.
Narrator, read by Michele Eaton.
I advise thee again, churlish Cecil, how that our Edmund Spenser, whom thou callest most uncourteously a whining whelp, hath good and solid reason for his complaint. God's blood, so the lady that tieth my garter and shuffles the smock over my head, or the lord that steadieth my chair's back while I eat, or the other that looketh to my buckhounds lest they be mangy, be holden by me in higher esteem and estate than he who hath placed me among the bravest of past times, and will as safely and surely set me down among the loveliest in the future.
Your Highness must remember he carouseth fully for such deserts. £50 a year of undipped moneys, and a butt of Canary wine, not to mention 3,000 acres in Ireland, worth barely another 50, and another butt in seasonable and quiet years.
The moneys are not enough to sustain a pair of grooms and a pair of palfreys, and more wine hath been drunken in my presence at a feast. The moneys are given to such men that they may not incline or be obligated to any vile or lowly occupation, and the canary that they may entertain such promising wits as court their company and converse, and that in such manner there may be alway in our land a succession of these heirs unto fame. He hath written, not indeed with his wonted fancifulness, nor in learned and majestical language, but in homely and rustic wise, some verses which have moved me, and haply the more inasmuch as they demonstrate to me that his genius hath been dampened by his adversities. Read them.
How much is lost when neither heart nor eye rose-winged desire or fabling hope deceives, when boyhood with quick throb hath ceased to spy the dubious apple in the yellow leaves, when rising from the turf where youth reposed, we find but deserts in the far-sought shore, when the huge book of fairyland lies closed, and those strong brazen clasps will yield no more.
The said Edmund hath also furnished unto the weaver at Arras, John Blanquieres, on my account, a description for some of his cunningest wenches to work at, supplied by mine own self, indeed, as far as the subject matter goes, but set forth by him with figures and fancies and daintily enough bedecked. I could have wished he had thereunto joined a fair comparison between Dion. No matter, he might perhaps have fared the better for it. But poets' wits, God help them, when did they ever sit close about them? Read the poesy, not over-rich, and concluding very awkwardly and meanly.
Where forms the lotus, with its level leaves and solid blossoms, many floating isles? What heavenly radiance, swift descending, cleaves the darksome wave? Unwonted beauty smiles on its pure bosom, on each bright-eyed flower, on every nymph, and 20 sate around. Lo, 'twas Diana! From the sultry hour hither she fled, nor feared she sight or sound. Unhappy youth, whom thirst and quiver-reeds drew to these haunts, whom awe forbid to fly! 3 faithful dogs before him raised their heads, and watched and wondered at that fixed eye. Forth sprang his favourite, with her arrow hand, too late the goddess hid what hand may hide. Of every nymph and every reed complained, and dashed upon the bank the waters wide. On the prone head and sandalled feet they flew. Lo, slender hoofs and branching horns appear. The last marred voice not e'en the favourite knew, but bayed and fastened on the upbraiding deer. Far be, chaste goddess, far from me and mine the stream that tempts thee in the summer noon. Alas, that vengeance dwells with charms divine.
Pshaw, give me the paper. I forewarned thee how it ended, pitifully, pitifully.
I cannot think otherwise than that the undertaker of the aforecited poesy hath chosen your highness, for I have seen painted, I know not where, but I think no farther off than Putney, the identically same Dian, with full as many nymphs, as he calls them, and more dogs. So small a matter as a page of poesy shall never stir my choler, nor twitch my purse string.
I have read in Plinius and Mela of a runlet near Dodona, which kindled by approximation an unlighted torch, and extinguished a lighted one. Now, Cecil, I desire no such a jetty to be celebrated as the decoration of my court. In simpler words, which your gravity may more easily understand, I would not from the fountain of honour give lustre to the dull and ignorant, deadening and leaving in its tomb the lamp of literature and genius. I ardently wish my reign to be remembered. If my actions were different from what they are, I should as ardently wish it to be forgotten. Those are the worst of suicides, who voluntarily and propensely stab or suffocate their fame, when God hath commanded them to stand on high for an example. We call him parasite who destroys the author of his existence. Tell me, what shall we call him who casts forth to the dogs and birds of prey its most faithful propagator and most firm support? Mark me, I do not speak of that existence which the proudest must close in a ditch, the narrowest too of ditches, and the soonest filled and fouled, and whereunto a pinch of ratsbane or a poppy-head may bend him, but of that which reposes on our own good deeds, carefully picked up, skilfully put together, and decorously laid out for us by another's kind understanding. I speak of an existence such as no father is author of, or provides for. The parent gives us few days and sorrowful, the poet many and glorious. The one, supposing him discreet and kindly, best reproves our faults, the other best remunerates our virtues. A page of poesy is a little matter. Be it so, but of a truth I do tell thee, Cecil, it shall master full many a bold heart that the Spaniard cannot trouble. It shall win to it full many a proud and flighty one that even chivalry and manly comeliness cannot touch. I may shake titles and dignities by the dozen from my breakfast board, but I may not save those upon whose heads I shake them from rottenness and oblivion. This year they and their sovereign dwell together, next year they and their beagle. Both have names, but names perishable. The keeper of my privy seal is an earl. What then? The keeper of my poultry yard is a Caesar. In honest truth, a name given to a man is no better than a skin given to him. What is not natively his own falls off and comes to nothing. I desire in future to hear no contempt of penmen, unless a depraved use of the pen shall have so cramped them as to incapacitate them for the sword and for the council chamber. If Alexander was the great, what was Aristoteles, who made him so, and taught him every art and science he knew, except three, those of drinking, of blaspheming, and of murdering his bosom friends? Come along, I will bring thee back again nearer home. Thou mightest toss and tumble in thy bed many nights, and never eke out the substance of a stanza. But Edmund, if perchance I should call upon him for his counsel, would give me as wholesome and prudent as any of you. We should indemnify such men for the injustice we do unto them in not calling them about us, and for the mortification they must suffer at seeing their inferiors set before them. Edmund is grave and gentle. He complains of fortune, not of Elizabeth. Of courts, not of Cecil. I am resolved, so help me God, he shall have no further cause for his repining. Go, convey unto him these 12 silver spoons, with the apostles on them, gloriously gilded, and deliver into his hand these 12 large golden pieces, sufficing for the yearly maintenance of another horse and groom. Beside which, set open before him with due reverence this Bible, wherein he may read the mercies of God toward those who waited in patience for his blessing. And this pair of crimson silk hose, which thou knowest I have worn only 13 months, taking heed that the heel-piece be put into good and sufficient restoration, at my sole charges by the Italian woman nigh the Pollard Elm at Charing Cross.
End of section 2. Section 3 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 3. Tiberius and Vipsania.
Vipsania, read by Libby Gone.
Tiberius, read by Joseph Tabler.
Narrator, read by Michele Eaton. Vipsania, the daughter of Agrippa, was divorced from Tiberius by Augustus and Livia, in order that he might marry Julia and hold the empire by inheritance. He retained such an affection for her, and showed it so intensely when he once met her afterward, that every precaution was taken lest they should meet again.
Vipsania, my Vipsania, whither art thou walking?
Whom do I see? My Tiberius?
Ah, no, but thou seest the father of thy little Drusus. Press him to thy heart the more closely for this meeting, and give him—
Tiberius! The altars, the gods, the destinies are all between us. I will take it from this hand. Thus he shall receive it.
Raise up thy face, my beloved. I must not shed tears. Augustus, Livia, ye shall not extort them from me. Vipsania, I may kiss thy head, for I have saved it. Thou sayest nothing. I have wronged thee, I?
Ambition does not see the earth she treads on. The rock and the herbage are of one substance to her. Let me excuse you to my heart, O Tiberius. It has many wants. This is the first and greatest.
My ambition, I swear by the immortal gods, places not the bar of severance between us. A stronger hand, the hand that composes Rome and sways the world.
Overawed Tiberius. I know it. Augustus willed and commanded it.
And overawed Tiberius, power-bent, death-terrified, a Nero. What is our race, that any should look down on us and spurn us? Augustus, my benefactor, I have wronged thee. Livia, my mother, this one cruel deed was thine. To reign, forsooth, is a lovely thing, O womanly appetite! Who would have been before me, though the palace of Caesar cracked and split with emperors, while I, sitting in idleness on a cliff of Rhodes, eyed the sun as he swung his golden censer athwart the heavens, or his image as it overstrode the sea? I have it before me, and though it seems falling on me, I can smile on it, just as I did from my little favorite skiff, painted round with the marriage of Thetis, when the sailors drew their long shaggy hair across their eyes many a stadium away from it, to mitigate its effulgence. These too were happy days, days of happiness like these I could recall and look back upon with unaching brow. O land of Greece, Tiberius blesses thee, bidding thee rejoice and flourish. Why cannot 1 hour of Vipsania, beauteous and light as we have led, return?
Tiberius, is it to me that you were speaking? I would not interrupt you, but I thought I heard my name as you walked away and looked up toward the east. So silent.
Who dared call thee? Thou wert mine before the gods. Do they deny it? Was it my fault?
Since we are separated and forever, O Tiberius, let us think no more on the cause of it. Let neither of us believe that the other was to blame. So shall separation be less painful.
O mother, and did I not tell thee what she was? Patient in injury, proud in innocence, serene in grief.
Did you say that too? But I think it was so. I had felt little. One vast wave has washed away the impression of a smaller from my memory. Could Livia, could your mother, could she who was so kind to me?
The wife of Caesar did it. But hear me now, hear me, be calm as I am. No weaknesses are such as those of a mother who loves her only son immoderately, and none are so easily worked upon from without. Who knows what impulses she received? She is very, very kind, but she regards me only, and that which at her bidding is to encompass and adorn me. All the weak look after power, protectress of weakness. Thou art a woman, O Vipsania. Is there nothing in thee to excuse my mother? So good she ever was to me, so loving.
I quite forgive her. Be tranquil, O Tiberius.
Never can I know peace, never can I pardon any one. Threaten me with exile, thy separation, thy seclusion. Remind me that another climate might endanger thy health. There death met me and turned me round. Threaten me to take our son from us, our one boy, our helpless little one, him whom we made cry because we kissed him both together. Rememberest thou, or dost thou not hear, turning thus away from me?
I hear, I hear. Oh, cease, my sweet Tiberius. Stamp not upon that stone, my heart lies under it.
Ay, there again death, and more than death stood before me. Oh, she maddened me, my mother did. She maddened me, she threw me to where I am at one breath. The gods cannot replace me where I was, nor atone to me, nor console me, nor restore my senses. To whom can I fly? To whom can I open my heart? To whom speak plainly? There was upon the earth a man I could converse with and fear nothing. There was a woman, too, I could love and fear nothing. What a soldier, what a Roman was thy father, O my young bride! How could those who never saw him have discoursed so rightly upon virtue?
These words cool my breast like pressing his urn against it. He was brave. Shall Tiberius want courage?
My enemies scorn me. I am a garland dropped from a triumphal car and taken up and looked on for the place I occupied, and tossed away and laughed at. Senators, laugh, laugh! Your merits may yet be rewarded. Be of good cheer. Counsel me in your wisdom what services I can render you, conscript fathers.
This seems mockery. Tiberius did not smile so once.
They had not then congratulated me.
On what?
And it was not because she was beautiful as they thought her, and virtuous as I know she is, but because the flowers on the altar would be tied together by my heartstring. On this they congratulated me. Their day will come. Their sons and daughters are what I would wish them to be, worthy to succeed them.
Where is that quietude, that resignation, that sanctity, that heart of true tenderness?
Where is my love, my love?
Cry not thus aloud, Tiberius. There is an echo in the place. Soldiers and slaves may burst in upon us.
And see my tears. There is no echo of Vipsania. Why alarm and shake me so? We are too high here for the echoes. The city is below us. Methinks it trembles and totters. Would it did. From the marble quays of the Tiber to this rock, there is a strange buzz and murmur in my brain. But I should listen so intensely, I should hear the rattle of its roofs, and shout with joy.
Calm, O my life, calm this horrible transport.
Spake I so loud? Did I indeed then send my voice after a lost sound to bring it back, and thou fanciedst it an echo? Wilt not thou laugh with me as thou wert wont to do at such an error? What was I saying to thee, my tender love, when I commanded, I know not whom, to stand back on pain of death? Why starest thou on me in such agony? Have I hurt thy fingers, child? I loose them. Now let me look. Thou turnest thine eyes away from me. Oh, oh, I hear my crime. Immortal gods, I curse them audibly and before the sun, my mother.
End of section 3. Section 4 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 4. Epictetus and Seneca.
Seneca, read by MaryAnn.
Epictetus, read by Joseph Tabler.
Narrator, read by Michele Eaton.
Epictetus, I desired your master, Epaphroditus, to send you hither, having been much pleased with his report of your conduct, and much surprised at the ingenuity of your writings.
Then I am afraid, my friend.
My friend? Are these the expressions? Well, let it pass. Philosophers must bear bravely. The people expect it.
Are philosophers, then, only philosophers for the people? And instead of instructing them, must they play tricks before them? give me rather the gravity of dancing dogs. Their motions are for the rabble. Their reverential eyes and pendant paws are under the pressure of awe at a master, but they are dogs, and not below their destinies.
Epictetus, I will give you 3 talents to let me take that sentiment for my own.
I would give thee 20 if I had them to make it thine.
You mean by lending to it the graces of my language?
I mean by lending it to thy conduct. And now let me console and comfort thee under the calamity I brought on thee by calling thee my friend. If thou art not my friend, why send for me? Enemy I can have none. Being a slave, fortune has now done with me.
Continue, then, your former observations. What were you saying?
That which thou interruptest.
What was it?
I should have remarked that if thou foundest ingenuity in my writings, thou must have discovered in them some deviation from the plain, homely truths of Zeno and Cleanthes.
We all swerve a little from them.
In practice, too?
Yes, even in practice, I am afraid.
Often?
Too often.
Strange. I have been attentive, and yet have remarked but one difference among you great personages at Rome.
What difference fell under your observation?
Crates and Zeno and Cleanthes taught us that our desires were to be subdued by philosophy alone. In this city their acute and inventive scholars take us aside and show us that there is not only one way, but 2.
2 ways?
They whisper in our ear, these 2 ways are philosophy and enjoyment. The wiser man will take the readier, or not finding it, the alternative. Thou reddenest.
Monstrous degeneracy!
What magnificent rings! I did not notice them until thou liftest up thy hands to heaven in detestation of such effeminacy and impudence.
The rings are not amiss. My rank rivets them upon my fingers. I am forced to wear them. Our emperor gave me one, Epaphroditus another, Tigellinus the 3rd. I cannot lay them aside a single day, for fear of offending the gods, and those whom they love the most worthily.
Although they make thee stretch out thy fingers like the arms and legs of one of us slaves upon a cross.
Oh, horrible! Find some other resemblance.
The extremities of a fig leaf?
Ignoble.
The claws of a toad trodden on or stoned?
You have great need, Epictetus, of an instructor in eloquence and rhetoric. You want topics, and tropes, and figures.
I have no room for them. They make such a buzz in the house, a man's own wife cannot understand what he says to her.
Let us reason a little upon style. I would set you right, and remove from before you the prejudices of a somewhat rustic education. We may adorn the simplicity of the wisest.
Thou canst not adorn simplicity. What is naked or defective is susceptible of decoration. What is decorated is simplicity no longer. Thou mayest give another thing in exchange for it, but if thou wert master of it, thou wouldst preserve it inviolate. It is no wonder that we mortals, little able as we are to see truth, should be less able to express it.
You have formed at present no idea of style.
I never think about it. First I consider whether what I am about to say is true, then whether I can say it with brevity in such a manner as that others shall see it as clearly as I do in the light of truth. For if they survey it as an ingenuity, my desire is ungratified, my duty unfulfilled. I go not with those who dance round the image of truth, less out of honor to her than to display their agility and address.
We must attract the attention of readers by novelty and force and grandeur of expression.
We must. Nothing is so grand as truth, nothing so forcible, nothing so novel.
Sonorous sentences are wanted to awaken the lethargy of indolence.
Awaken it to what? Here lies the question, and a weighty one it is. If thou awakenest men where they can see nothing and do no work, it is better to let them rest. But will not they, thinkest thou, look up at a rainbow, unless they are called to it by a clap of thunder?
Your early youth, Epictetus, has been, I will not say neglected, but cultivated with rude instruments and unskilful hands.
I thank God for it. Those rude instruments have left the turf lying yet toward the sun, and those unskilful hands have plucked out the docks.
We hope and believe that we have attained a vein of eloquence, brighter and more varied than has been hitherto laid open to the world.
Than any in the Greek?
We trust so.
Than your Cicero's?
If the declaration may be made without an offence to modesty, surely you cannot estimate or value the eloquence of that noble pleader.
Imperfectly, not being born in Italy, and the noble pleader is a much less man with me than the noble philosopher. I regret that, having farms and villas, he would not keep his distance from the pumping up of foul words against thieves, cutthroats, and other rogues, and that he lied, sweated, and thumped his head and thighs in behalf of those who were no better.
Senators must have clients, and must protect them.
Innocent or guilty?
Doubtless.
If I regret what is and might not be, I may regret more what both is and must be. However, it is an amiable thing, and no small merit in the wealthy, even to trifle and play at their leisure hours with philosophy. It cannot be expected that such a personage should espouse her, or should recommend her as an inseparable mate to his heir.
I would.
Yes, Seneca, but thou hast no son to make the match for, and thy recommendation, I suspect, would be given him before he could consummate the marriage. Every man wishes his sons to be philosophers while they are young, but takes especial care as they grow older to teach them its insufficiency and unfitness for their intercourse with mankind. The paternal voice says, "You must not be particular. You are about to have a profession to live by. Follow those who have thriven the best in it." Now among these, whatever be the profession, canst thou point out to me one single philosopher?
Not just now, nor, upon reflection, do I think it feasible.
Thou indeed mayest live much to thy ease and satisfaction with philosophy, having, they say, 2,000 talents.
And a trifle to spare, pressed upon me by that godlike youth, my pupil Nero.
Seneca, where God hath placed a mine, he hath placed the materials of an earthquake.
A true philosopher is beyond the reach of fortune.
The false one thinks himself so. Fortune cares little about philosophers, but she remembers where she hath set a rich man, and she laughs to see the destinies at his door.
End of section 4. Section 5 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 5. Peter the Great and Alexis.
Peter the Great, read by Todd.
Alexis, read by Asher Garabi.
Chancellor, by Charles Oldfield.
Narrator, read by Michele Eaton. In this tremendous satire, founded, like most of the conversations of this class, on the bare historical fact, Landor concentrates his never-failing hatred of kings. We may compare with it the Empress Kathrine and Princess Dashkoff.
And so, after flying from thy father's house, thou hast returned again from Vienna. After this affront in the face of Europe, thou darest to appear before me?
My emperor and father, I am brought before your majesty not at my own desire.
I believe it well.
I would not anger you.
What hope hadst thou, rebel, in thy flight to Vienna?
The hope of peace and privacy, the hope of security, and, above all things, of never more offending you.
That hope thou hast accomplished. Thou imaginest, then, that my brother of Austria would maintain thee at his court? Speak!
Sir, I imagined that he would have afforded me a place of refuge.
Didst thou, then, take money with thee?
A few gold pieces.
How many?
About 60.
He would have given thee promises for half the money, but the double of it does not purchase a house, ignorant wretch.
I knew as much as that, although my birth did not appear to destine me to purchase a house anywhere, and hitherto your liberality, my father, has supplied my wants of every kind.
Not of wisdom, not of duty, not of spirit, not of courage, not of ambition. I have educated thee among my guards and horses, among my drums and trumpets, amongst my flags and masts. When thou wert a child, and couldst hardly walk, I have taken thee into the arsenal, although children should not enter according to regulations. I have there rolled cannonballs before thee over iron plates, and I have shown thee bright new arms, bayonets, and sabres. And I have pricked the back of my hands until the blood came out in many places, and I have made thee lick it. And I have then done the same to thine. Afterward, from thy 10th year, I have mixed gunpowder in thy grog, I have peppered thy peaches, I have poured bilge water, with a little good wholesome tar in it, upon thy melons. I have brought out girls to mock thee, and cocker thee, and talk like mariners, to make thee braver. Nothing would do. Nay, recollect these. I have myself led thee forth to the window, when fellows were hanged and shot. And I have shown thee every day the halves and quarters of bodies, and I have sent an orderly or chamberlain for the heads, and I have pulled the cap up from over the eyes, and I have made thee, in spite of thee, look steadfastly upon them, incorrigible coward. And now another word with thee about thy scandalous flight from the palace, in time of quiet, too. To the point, did my brother of Austria invite thee? Did he or did he not?
May I answer without doing an injury or disservice to his Imperial Majesty?
Thou mayest. What injury canst thou or anyone do by the tongue to such as he is?
At the moment, no, he did not. Nor indeed can I assert that he at any time invited me, but he said he pitied me.
About what? Hold thy tongue, let that pass. Princes never pity but when they would make traitors, then their hearts grow tenderer than tripe. He pitied thee, kind soul, when he would throw thee at thy father's head, but finding thy father too strong for him, he now commiserates the parent, laments the son's rashness and disobedience, and would not make God angry for the world? At first, however, there must have been some overture on his part, otherwise thou art too shamefaced for intrusion. Come, thou hast never had wit enough to lie. Tell me the truth, the whole truth.
He said that if I ever wanted an asylum, his court was open to me.
Open? So is the tavern, but folks pay for what they get there. Open truly. And didst thou find it so?
He received me kindly.
I see he did.
Derision, my father, is not the fate I merit.
True, true. It was not intended.
Kind father, punish me then as you will.
Villain, wouldst thou kiss my hand too? Art thou ignorant that the Austrian threw thee away from him with the same indifference as he would the outermost leaf of a sandy, sunburnt lettuce?
Alas, I am not ignorant of this.
He dismissed thee at my order. If I had demanded from him his daughter, to be the bedfellow of a Kalmuck, he would have given her, and praised God.
O father, is his baseness my crime?
No, thine is greater. Thy intention, I know, is to subvert the institutions it has been the labor of my lifetime to establish. Thou hast never rejoiced at my victories.
I have rejoiced at your happiness and your safety.
Liar, coward, traitor! When the Polanders and Swedes fell before me, didst thou from thy soul congratulate me? Didst thou get drunk at home or abroad, or praise the Lord of hosts and St. Nicholas? Wert thou not silent, and civil, and low-spirited?
I lamented the irretrievable loss of human life. I lamented that the bravest and noblest were swept away the first. The gentlest and most domestic were the earliest mourners. That frugality was supplanted by intemperance. That order was succeeded by confusion. That your majesty was destroying the glorious plans you alone were capable of devising.
I destroy them? How? Of what plans art thou speaking?
Civilizing the Muscovites. Hollanders, in part, were civilized, the Swedes more than any other nation on the continent. So excellently versed were they in military science, and so courageous that every man you killed cost you 7 or 8.
Thou liest, nor 6. And civilized, forsooth! Why, the robes of the Metropolitan, him at Upsal, are not worth 3 ducats between Jew and Livornese. I have no notion that Poland and Sweden shall be the only countries that produce great princes. What right have they to such as Gustavus and Sobieski? Europe ought to look to this before discontents become general, and the people do to us what we have the privilege of doing to the people. I am wasting my words. There is no arguing with positive fools like these. So thou wouldst have desired me to let the Polanders and Swedes lie still and quiet, 2 such powerful nations.
For that reason and others I would gladly have seen them rest, until our own people had increased in numbers and prosperity.
And thus thou disputest my right before my face to the exercise of the supreme power?
Sir, God forbid.
God forbid, indeed. What care such villains as thou art what God forbids? He forbids the son to be disobedient to the father. He forbids 20 things. I do not wish and will not have a successor who dreams of dead people.
My father, I have dreamed of none such.
Thou hast, and hast talked about them. Scythians, I think they call them. Now, who told thee, Mr. Professor, that the Scythians were a happier people than we are? That they were inoffensive, that they were free, that they wandered with their carts from pasture to pasture, from river to river, that they traded with good faith, that they fought with good courage, that they injured none, invaded none, and feared none. At this rate I have effected nothing. The great founder of Rome, I heard in Holland, slew his brother for despiting the weakness of his walls. And shall the founder of this better place spare a degenerate son, who prefers a vagabond life to a civilized one, a cart to a city, a Scythian to a Muscovite? Have I not shaved my people and breeched them? Have I not formed them into regular armies with bands of music and haversacks? Are bows better than cannon? Shepherds than dragoons? Mare's milk than brandy? Raw steaks than broiled? Thine are tenets that strike at the root of politeness and sound government. Every prince in Europe is interested in rooting them out by fire and sword. There is no other way with false doctrines. Breath against breath does little.
Sire, I have never attempted to disseminate my opinions.
How couldst thou? The seed would fall only on granite. Those, however, who caught it, brought it to me.
Never have I undervalued civilization. On the contrary, I regretted whatever impeded it. My opinion, the evils that have been attributed to it sprang from its imperfections and voids, and no nation has yet acquired it more than very scantily.
How so? Give me thy reasons, thy fancies rather, for reasons thou hast none.
When I find the first of men, in rank and genius hating one another, becoming slanderers and liars in order to lower and vilify an opponent. When I hear the God of mercy invoked to massacres, thanked for furthering what he reprobates and commands. Look back in vain on any barbarous people for worse barbarism. I have expressed my admiration of our forefathers, who, not being Christians, were yet more virtuous than those who are, more temperate, more just, more sincere, more chaste, more peaceable.
Malignant atheist!
Indeed, my father, were I reliant, I must be an atheist, for malignity is contrary to the command, and inconsistent with the belief of God.
Am I Tsar of Muscovy, and hear discourses on reason and religion from my own son too? No, by the Holy Trinity, thou art no son of mine. If thou touchest my knee again, I crack thy knuckles with this tobacco stopper. I wish it were a sledge-hammer for thy sake. Off, sycophant! Off, runaway slave!
Father, father, my heart is broken. If I have offended, forgive me.
The state requires thy signal punishment.
If the state requires it, be it so, but let my father's anger cease.
The world shall judge between us. I will brand thee with infamy.
Until now, father, I had never a proper sense of glory. Hear me, O Tsar. Let not a thing so vile as I am stand between you and the world. Let none accuse you.
Accuse me, rebel? Accuse me, traitor?
Let none speak ill of you, my father. The public voice shakes the palace. The public voice penetrates the grave. It precedes the chariot of Almighty God. It is heard at the judgment seat.
Let it go to the devil. I will have none of it here in Petersburg. Our church says nothing about it. Our laws forbid it. As for thee, unnatural brute, I have no more to do with thee, neither. Ho there, Chancellor! What, come at last? Wert mapping or counting thy ducats?
Your Majesty's will and pleasure.
Is the Senate assembled in that room?
Every member, sire.
Conduct this youth with thee, and let them judge him. Thou understandest me.
Your Majesty's commands are the breath of our nostrils.
If these rascals are amiss, I will try my new cargo of Livernian hemp upon 'em.
Chancellor, returning.
Sire! Sire!
Speak, fellow. Surely they have not condemned him to death without giving themselves time to read the accusation, that thou comest back so quickly?
No, sire, nor hast either been done.
Then thy head quits thy shoulders.
Oh, sire!
Curse thy silly sires! What art thou about?
Alas, he fell.
Tie him up to thy chair, then. Cowardly beast, what made him fall?
The hand of death, the name of father.
Thou puzzlest me. Prithee speak plainlier.
We told him that his crime was proven and manifest, that his life was forfeited.
So far well enough.
He smiled.
He did he? Impudence shall do him little good. Who could have expected it from that smock face? Go on, what then?
He said, calmly, but not without sighing twice or thrice, Lead me to the scaffold. I am weary of life. Nobody loves me. I condoned with him, and wept upon his hand, holding the paper against my bosom. He took the corner of it between his fingers, and said, Read me this paper, read my death warrant. Your silence and tears have signified it, yet the law has its forms. Do not keep me in suspense. My father says too, truly, I am not courageous, but the death that leads me to my God shall never terrify me.
I have seen these white-livered knaves die resolutely. I have seen them quietly fierce like white ferrets with their watery eyes and tiny teeth. You read it?
In part, sire. When we heard your Majesty's name accusing him of treason and attempts at rebellion and parricide, he fell speechless. We raised him up. He was motionless. He was dead.
Inconsiderate and barbarous varlet as thou art, dost thou recite this ill accident to a father, and to one who has not dined? Bring me a glass of brandy.
And it please your Majesty, might I call
Away and bring it! Scamper! All equally and alike shall obey and serve me. Hark ye, bring the bottle with it. I must cool myself. And hark ye, a rasher of bacon on thy life. And some pickled sturgeon. And some Crown caviar. And good, strong cheese.
End of section 5. Section 6 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 6. Louis XIV and Father Le Chaise. Narrator read by Michele Eaton.
Louis XIV. Read by Todd.
Father Le Chaise, read by Larry Wilson.
Father, there is one thing which I never have confessed, sometimes considering it almost as a light matter, and sometimes seeing it in its true colours. In my wars against the Dutch, I committed an action.
Sire, the ears of the Lord are always open to those who confess their sins to their confessor. Cruelties and many other bad deeds are perpetrated in war, and at which we should shudder in our houses at Paris.
The people who were then in their houses did shudder, poor devils. It was ludicrous to see how such clumsy figures skipped when the bombs fell amongst their villages, in which the lower part of the habitations was under water, and children looked from the upper windows between the legs of calves and lambs, and of the old household dog, struggling to free himself as less ignorant of his danger. Loud shrieks were sometimes heard, when the artillery and other implements of war were silent, for fevers raged within their insulated walls, and wives execrated their husbands, with whom they had lived in concord and tenderness many years, when the father enforced the necessity of throwing their dead infant into the lake below. Our young soldiers on such occasions exercised their dexterity, and took their choice, for the whole family was assembled at the casement, and prayers were read over the defunct, accompanied with some firm and with some faltering responses. By these terrible examples God punished their heresy.
The Lord of hosts is merciful. He protected your majesty in the midst of these horrors.
He sustained my strength, kept up my spirits, and afforded me every day some fresh amusement in the country of this rebellious and blasphemous people, who regularly, a quarter before 12 o'clock, knowing that Mass was then performed among us, sang their psalms.
I cannot blame a certain degree of severity on such occasions. On much slighter, we read in the Old Testament nations were smitten with the edge of the sword.
I have wanted to find that place, but my testament was not an old one. It was printed at the Louvre in my own time. As for the edge of the sword, it was not always convenient to use that. They are stout fellows, but our numbers enabled us to starve them out, and we had more engineers and better. Besides which, I took peculiar vengeance on some of the principal families, and on some among the most learned of their professors. For if any had a dissolute son, who, as dissolute sons usually are, was the darling of the house, I bribed him, made him drunk, and converted him. This occasionally broke the father's heart, God's judgment of stubbornness.
Without the especial grace of the Holy Spirit, such conversions are transitory. It is requisite to secure the soul while we have it, by the exertion of a little loving kindness. I would deliver the poor stray creatures up to their Maker straightway, lest he should call me to account for their backsliding. Heresy is a leprosy, which the whiter it is, the worse it is. Those who appear the most innocent and godly are the very men who do the most mischief and hold the fewest observances. They hardly treat God Almighty like a gentleman, grudge him a clean napkin at his own table, and spend less upon him than upon a Christmas dinner.
Oh, Father La Chaise, you have searched my heart. You have brought to light my hidden offences. Nothing is concealed from your penetration. I come forth like a criminal in his chains.
Confess, sire, confess. I will pour the oil into your wounded spirit, taking due care that the vengeance of heaven be satisfied by your atonement.
Intelligence was brought to me that the cook of the English general had prepared a superb supper, in consequence of what that insolent and vainglorious people are in the habit of calling a success. "We shall soon see," exclaimed I, "who is successful. God protects France." The whole army shouted, and I verily believe at that moment would have conquered the world. I deferred it. My designs lie in my own breast. Father, I never heard such a shout in my life. It reminded me of cherubim and seraphim and archangels. The infantry cried with joy. The horses capered and neighed and ventriloquized right and left from an excess of animation. Leopard skins, bear skins, Genova velvet, Melkin ruffles, Brussels cravats, feathers and fringes and golden bands up in the air at once. Pawings and snortings, threats and abjurations, beginnings and ends of songs. I was Henry and Caesar, Alexander and David, Charlemagne and Agamemnon. I had only to give the word, and they would swim across the channel and bring the tyrant of proud Albion back in chains. All my prudence was requisite to repress their ardour. A letter had been intercepted by my scouts. addressed by the wife of the English general to her husband. She was at Gorcum. She informed him that she would send him a glorious mince pie for his dinner the following day in celebration of his victory. "Devil incarnate," said I, on reading the dispatch, "I will disappoint thy malice." I was so enraged that I went within a mile or two of cannon shot, and I should have gone within half a mile if my dignity had prevented me, or if my resentment had lasted. I liberated the messenger, detaining as hostage his son who accompanied him, and promising that, if the mince pie was secured, I would make him a chevalier on the spot. Providence favoured our arms, but unfortunately there were among my staff officers some who had fought under Turenne, and who, I suspect, retained the infection of heresy. They presented the mince pie to me on their knees, and I ate. It was Friday. I did not remember the day when I began to eat, but the sharpness of the weather, the odour of the pie, and something of vengeance springing up again at the sight of it, made me continue after I had recollected. And, to my greater condemnation, I had inquired that very morning of what materials it was composed. God sent his face against me, and hid from me the light of his countenance. I lost victory after victory. Nobody knows how, for my generals were better than the enemy's, my soldiers more numerous, more brave, more disciplined. And extraordinary and awful, even those who swore to conquer or die ran back again like whelps just gelt, crying, "It is the first duty of a soldier to see his king in safety." I never heard so many fine sentiments or fewer songs. My stomach was out of order by the visitation of the Lord. I took the sacrament on Sunday.
The sacrament on a Friday's Grath. I should have recommended first a De Profundis a Miserere, eructivit cor meum, and lastly a little oil of Resina, which, administered by the holy and taken by the faithful, is almost as efficacious in its way as that of Rheims. Penance is to be done. Your Majesty must fast. Your Majesty must wear sackcloth next your skin, and carry ashes upon your head before the people.
Father, I cannot consent to this humiliation. The people must fear me. What are you doing with those scissors in that bill? I am sound. Give it Villeroy or Richelieu.
Sire, no impiety, no levity, I pray. In this pill, as your Majesty calls it, are some flakes of ashes from the incense, which seldom is pure gum. Break it between your fingers, and scatter it upon your peruke. Well done. Now take this.
Faith, I have no sore on groin or limb. A black plaster? What is that for?
This is sackcloth. It is the sack in which Madame de Maintenon put her knitting until the pins frayed it.
I should have believed that sackcloth means...
No interpretations of Scriptures, I charge you, from authority, sire. Put it on your back or bosom.
God forgive me, sinner. It has dropped down into my pantaloon. Will that do?
Did it, in descending, touch your back, belly, ribs, breast, or shoulder, or any parts that needs mortification, and can be mortified without scandal?
I placed it between my frills.
In such a manner as to touch the skin sensibly.
It tickled me by stirring a hair or two.
Be comforted, then, for people have been tickled to death.
But, Father, you remit the standing in presence of the people?
Indeed I do not. Stand at the window, son of St. Louis.
And perform the same ceremonies? No, upon my conscience, my almoner.
They are performed.
But the people will never know what is on my head or in my pantaloon.
Penance is performed so far. Tomorrow is Friday. One more rigid must be enforced. 6 dishes alone shall come upon the table, and although fasting does not extend to wines or liqueurs, I order that 3 kinds only of wine be presented, and 3 of liqueur.
In the 6 dishes is soup included?
Soup is not served in a dish, but I forbid more than 3 kinds of soup.
Oysters of Cancale?
Those come in barrels. Take care they be not dished. Your Majesty must either eat them raw from the barrel, or dressed in scallop, or both. But beware, I say again, of dishing this article, as your soul shall answer for it at the last day. There are those who would prohibit them wholly. I have experienced, I mean in others, strange uncouth effects therefrom, which, unless they shadow forth something mystical, it were better not to provoke.
Pray, father, why is that frightful day which you mentioned just now, and which I think I have heard mentioned on other occasions, called the last, when the last in this life is over before it comes, and when the first in the next is not begun?
It is called the last day by the Church, because after that day the Church can do nothing for the sinner. Her saints, martyrs, and confessors can plead at the bar for him the whole of that day until sunset, some say until after Angelus. Then the books are closed, the candles put out, the doors shut, and the key turned. The flames of purgatory then sink into the floor, and would not wither a cistus leaf full blown and shed. There is nothing left but heaven and hell, songs and lamentations.
Permit me to ask another question of no less importance, and connected with my penance. The Bishop of Aix in Provence has sent me 30 fine quails.
There are naturalists who assert that quails have fallen from heaven like manna. Externally they bear the appearance of birds, and I have eaten them in that persuasion. If, however, one from grave authority is convinced of the contrary, or propends to believe so, and eats thereof, the fault is venial. I conferred with Tamburini on this momentous point. He distinguishes between quails taken in the field, or in the air as they descend, and tame quails bred within coops and enclosures, which are begotten in the ordinary way of generation, and of which the substance in that case must be different. I cannot believe that the Bishop of Aix would be the conservator of creatures so given to fighting and wantonness, but rather opine that his quails alighted somewhere in his diocese, and perhaps as a mark of divine favour to so worthy a member of the Church. It is safer to eat them after 12 o'clock at night. But where there is purity and humility of spirit, I see not that they are greatly to be dreaded.
The fiction of the quails will appear extravagant to those only who are in ignorance that such opinions have prevailed among casuists. The Carthusians, to whom animal food is forbidden, whereby they mean solely the flesh of quadrupeds and of birds, may nevertheless eat the otter and the gull. It may be eaten by Catholics even in Lent. From this permission in regard to the gull do we derive the English verb and noun. We often lay most stress on our slightest faults, and have more apprehension from things unessential than from things essential. When Lord Tilney was on his deathbed, and had not been shaved for 2 days, he burst suddenly into tears, and cried to his valet, "Are not you ashamed to abandon me? Would you let me go this figure into the presence of my Maker?" He was shaved, and, I hope, presented. End of section 6. Section 7 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 7. Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn.
Henry VIII by Charles Oldfield.
Anne Boleyn. Read by Availle.
Narrator read by Michele Eaton. The king comes disguised to his wife, who has just been condemned to death. Landor's treatment of Anne is very characteristic.
Dost thou know me, Nanny, in this yeoman's dress? S'blood, does it require so long and vacant a stare to recollect a husband after a week or two? No tragedy tricks with me. A scream, a sob, or thy kerchief a trifle the wetter were enough. Why, verily, the little fool faints in earnest. These way faces, like their kinsfolk the ghosts, give us no warning. Had water enough upon thee. Take that then. Art thyself again.
Father of mercies, do I meet again my husband, as was my last prayer on earth? Do I behold my beloved Lord, in peace, and pardoned my partner in eternal bliss? It was his voice. I cannot see him. Why cannot I? Oh, why do these pangs interrupt the transports of the blessed?
Thou openest thy arms, faith! I came for that. Nanny, thou art a sweet slut. Thou groanest, wench, art in labour, faith! Among the mistakes of the night, I am ready to think almost that thou hast been drinking, and that I have not.
God preserve your highness. Grant me your forgiveness for one slight offence. My eyes were heavy, I fell asleep while I was reading. I did not know of your presence at first, and when I did, I could not speak. I strove for utterance. I wanted no respect for my liege and husband.
My pretty warm nestling, thou wilt then lie. Thou wert reading, and aloud too, with thy saintly cup of water by thee, and what? Thou art still girlishly fond of those dried cherries?
I had no other fruit to offer your highness the first time I saw you, and you were then pleased to invent for me some reason why they should be acceptable. I did not dry these. May I present them such as they are? We shall have fresh next month.
Thou art always driving away from the discourse. One moment it suits thee to know me, another not.
Remember, it is hardly 3 months since I miscarried. I am weak and liable to swoons.
Thou hast, however, thy bridal cheeks, with lustre upon them when there is none elsewhere, and obstinate lips resisting all impression. But now, thou talkest about miscarrying. Who is the father of that boy?
Yours and mine. He who hath taken him to his own home, before, like me, he could struggle or cry for it.
Pagan or worse, to talk so. He did not come into the world alive. There was no baptism.
I thought only of our loss. My senses are confounded. I did not give him my milk, and yet I loved him tenderly, for I often fancied, had he lived, how contented and joyful he would have made you and England.
No subterfuges and escapes, I warrant. Thou canst not say whether at my entrance thou wert waking or wondering.
Faintness and drowsiness come upon me suddenly.
Well, since thou really and truly sleepest, what didst dream of?
I begin to doubt whether I did indeed sleep.
Ha! False one! Never 2 sentences of truth together. But come, what didst think about, asleep or awake?
I thought that God had pardoned me my offences, and had received me unto him.
And nothing more?
That my prayers had been heard, and my wishes were accomplishing. The angels alone can enjoy more beatitude than this.
Vexatious little devil! She says nothing now about me, merely from perverseness. Hast thou never thought about me, nor about thy falsehood and adultery?
If I had committed any kind of falsehood in regard to you or not, I should never have rested until I had thrown myself at your feet and obtained your pardon. But if ever I had been guilty of that other crime, I know not whether I should have dared to implore it, even of God's mercy.
Thou hast heretofore cast some soft glances upon some Eaton, hast thou not?
He taught me to play on the virginals, as you know, when I was little, and thereby to please your highness.
And Brereton and Norris, what have they taught thee?
They are your servants, and trusty ones.
Has not Weston told thee plainly that he loved thee?
Yes, and...
What didst thou?
I defied him.
Is that all?
I could have done no more if he had told me that he hated me. Then indeed I should have incurred more justly the reproaches of your highness. I should have smiled.
We have proofs abundant. The fellows shall one and all confront thee. Aye, clap thy hands and kiss thy sleeve, harlot!
Oh, that so great a favour is vouchsafed me. My honour is secure, my husband will be happy again, he will see my innocence.
Give me now an account of the moneys thou hast received from me within these 9 months. I want them not back. They are letters of gold in record of thy guilt. Thou hast had no fewer than £15,000 in that period, without even thy asking. What hast done with it, wanton?
I have regularly placed it out to interest.
Where, I demand of thee?
Among the needy and ailing. My Lord Archbishop has the account of it, sealed by him weekly. I also had a copy myself. Those who took away my papers may easily find it, for there are few others, and they lie open.
Think on my munificence to thee. Recollect who made thee. Dost sigh for what thou hast lost?
I do indeed.
I never thought thee ambitious, but thy vices creep out one by one.
I do not regret that I have been a queen and am no longer one, nor that my innocence is called in question by those who never knew me. But I lament that the good people who loved me so cordially hate and curse me, that those who pointed me out to their daughters for imitation check them when they speak about me, and that he whom next to God I have served with most devotion is my accuser.
Wast thou conning over something in that dingy book for thy defence? Come, tell me, what wast thou reading?
This ancient chronicle. I was looking for someone in my own condition, and must have missed a page. Surely in so many 100 years there shall have been other young maidens, first too happy for exaltation, and after too exalted for happiness, not perchance doomed to die upon a scaffold by those they ever honoured and served faithfully. That, indeed, I did not look for nor think of, but my heart was bounding for any one I could love and pity. She would be unto me as a sister dead and gone, but hearing me, seeing me, consoling me, and being consoled. Oh, my husband, it is so heavenly a thing.
To whine and whimper, no doubt, is vastly heavenly.
I said not so. But those, if there be any such, who never weep, have nothing in them of heavenly or of earthly. The plants, the trees, the very rocks and unsunned clouds, show us at least the semblances of weeping, and there is not an aspect of the globe we live on, nor of the waters and skies around it, without a reference and a similitude to our joys or sorrows.
I do not remember that notion anywhere. Take care no enemy rake out of it something of materialism. Guard well thy empty hot brain. It may hatch more evil. As for those odd words, I myself have feigned to see no great harm in them, knowing that grief and frenzy strike out many things which would else lie still, and neither spit nor sparkle. I also know that thou hast never read anything but Bible and history, the two worst books in the world for young people, and the most certain to lead astray both prince and subject. For which reason I have interdicted and entirely put down the one, and will, by the blessing of the Virgin and the holy Paul, commit the other to a rigid censor. If it behooves us kings to enact what our people shall eat and drink, of which the most unruly and rebellious spirit can entertain no doubt, greatly more doth it behoove us to examine what they read and think. The body is moved according to the mind and will. We must take care that the moment be a right one, on pain of God's anger in this life and the next.
Oh, my dear husband, it must be a naughty thing indeed that makes him angry beyond remission. Did you ever try how pleasant it is to forgive anyone? There is nothing else wherein we can resemble God perfectly and easily.
Resemble God perfectly and easily? Do vile creatures talk thus of the Creator?
No, Henry. When his creatures talk thus of him, they are no longer vile creatures. When they know that he is good, they love him, and when they love him, they are good themselves. O Henry, my husband and king, the judgments of our heavenly Father are righteous. On this, surely, we must think alike.
And what then? Speak out. Again I command thee, speak plainly. Thy tongue was not so torpid, but this moment. Art ready? Must I wait?
If any doubt remains upon your royal mind of your equity in this business, should it haply seem possible to you that passion or prejudice, in yourself or another, may have warped so strong an understanding, do but supplicate the Almighty to strengthen and enlighten it, and he will hear you.
What? Thou wouldst fain changes thy quarters, aye?
My spirit is detached and ready, and I shall change them shortly, whatever your highness may determine.
Yet thou appearest hale and resolute, and, they tell me, smirkest and smilest to everybody.
The withered leaf catches the sun sometimes, little as it can profit by it, and I have heard stories of the breeze in other climates that sets in when daylight is about to close, and how constant it is, and how refreshing. My heart, indeed, is now sustained strangely. It became the more sensibly so from that time forward, when power and grandeur and all things terrestrial were sunk from sight. Every act of kindness in those about me gives me satisfaction and pleasure, such as I did not feel formerly. I was worse before God chastened me, yet I was never an ingrate. What pains have I taken to find out the village girls who placed their posies in my chamber ere I arose in the morning? How gladly would I have recompensed the forester who lit up a break on my birthnight, which else had warmed him half the winter. But these are times past. I was not Queen of England.
Nor adulterous, nor heretical.
God be praised.
Learned saint, thou knowest nothing of the lighter, but perhaps canst inform me about the graver of them.
Which may it be, my liege?
Which may it be? Pestilence! I marvel that the walls of this tower do not crack around thee at such impiety.
I would be instructed by the wisest of theologians. Such is your highness.
Are the sins of the body, foul as they are, comparable to those of the soul?
When they are united, they must be worse.
Go on, go on. Thou pushest thine own breast against the sword. God hath deprived thee of thy reason for thy punishment. I must hear more. Proceed, I charge thee.
An aptitude to believe one thing rather than another, from ignorance or weakness, or from the more persuasive manner of the teacher, or from his purity of life, or from the strong impression of a particular text at a particular time, and various things beside, may influence and decide our opinion, and the hand of the Almighty, let us hope, will fall gently on human fallibility.
Opinion in the matters of faith, rare wisdom, rare religion. Troth, Anne, thou hast well sobered me. I came rather warmly and lovingly, but these light ringlets, by the holy rood, shall not shade this shoulder much longer. Nay, do not start. I tap it for the last time, my sweetest. If the church permitted it, thou shouldst set forth on thy long journey with the Eucharist between thy teeth, however loath.
Love your Elizabeth, my honoured lord, and God bless you. She will soon forget to call me. Do not chide her. Think how young she is. Could I kiss her but once again, it would comfort my heart, or break it.
End of section 7. Section 8 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 8. Joseph Scaliger and Montaigne. Narrator read by Michele Eaton.
Montaigne, read by Alan Weyman.
Joseph Scaliger, read by Ismail User, 55.
Old Woman, read by Michele Eaton.
What could have brought you, Monsieur de l'Escale, to visit the old man of the mountain, other than a good heart? Oh, how delighted and charmed I am to hear you speak such excellent Gascon. You rise early, I see. You must have risen with the sun to be here at this hour. It is a stout half-hour's walk from the brook. I have capital white wine and the best cheese in Auvergne. You saw the goats and the 2 cows before the castle. Pierre, thou hast done well. Set it upon the table, and tell Master Matthew to split a couple of chickens and broil them, and to pepper but one. Do you like pepper, Monsieur de l'Escale?
Not much.
Hold hard, let the pepper alone. I hate it. Tell him to broil plenty of ham, only 2 slices at a time upon his salvation.
This, I perceive, is the antechamber to your library. Here are your everyday books.
Faith, I have no other. These are plenty, methinks. Is not that your opinion?
You have great resources within yourself, and therefore can do with fewer.
Why, how many now do you think here may be?
I did not believe at first that there could be above 80.
Well, are 80 few? Are we talking of peas and beans?
I and my father, put together, have written well nigh as many.
Ah, to write them is quite another thing, but one reads books without a spur or even a pat from Our Lady Vanity. How do you like my wine? It comes from the little knoll yonder. You cannot see the vines, those chestnut trees are between.
The wine is excellent, light, odoriferous, with a smartness like a sharp child's prattle.
It never goes to the head, nor pulls the nerves, which many do, as if they were guitar strings. I drink a couple of bottles a day, winter and summer, and never am the worse for it. You gentlemen of the Agenois have better in your province, and indeed the very best under the sun. I do not wonder that the Parliament of Bordeaux should be jealous of their privileges and call it Bordeaux. Now, if you prefer your own country wine, only say it. I have several bottles in my cellar, with corks as long as rapiers, and as polished. I do not know, Monsieur de l'Escale, whether you are particular in these matters. Not quite, I should imagine, so great a judge in them as in others.
I know 3 things: wine, poetry, and the world.
You know one too many, then? I hardly know whether I know anything about poetry, for I like Clem Marrow better than Ronsard. Ronsard is so plaguily stiff and stately where there is no occasion for it. I verily do think the man must have slept with his wife in a cuirass.
It pleases me greatly that you like Marot. His version of the Psalms is lately set to music and added to the New Testament of Geneva.
It is putting a slice of honeycomb into a barrel of vinegar, which will never grow the sweeter for it.
Surely you do not think in this fashion of the New Testament?
Who supposes it? Whatever is mild and kindly is there. But Jack Calvin has thrown birdlime and vitriol upon it, and whoever but touches the cover dirties his fingers or burns them.
Calvin is a very great man, I do assure you, Monsieur de Montaigne.
I do not like your great men who beckon me to them, call me their begotten, their dear child, and their entrails, and if I happen to say on any occasion, I beg leave, sir, to dissent a little from you, stamp and cry, the devil you do, and whistle to the executioner.
You exaggerate, my worthy friend.
Exaggerate, do I, Monsieur de l'Escale? What was it he did the other day to the poor devil there with an odd name? Melanchthon, I think it is.
I do not know. I have received no intelligence so late from Geneva.
It was but last night that our curate rode over from Lyons, he made 2 days of it, as you may suppose, and supped with me. He told me that Jack had got his old friend hanged and burned. I could not join him in the joke, for I find none such in the New Testament on which he would have founded it, and if it is one, it is not in my manner or to my taste.
I cannot well believe the report, my dear sir. He was rather urgent, indeed, on the combustion of the heretic Michael Servetus some years past.
1,000 to 1, my spiritual guide mistook the name. He has heard of both, I warrant him, and thinks in his conscience that either is as good a roast as the other.
Theologians are proud and intolerant, and truly the farthest of all men from theology, if theology means the rational sense of religion, or indeed has anything to do with it in any way. Melanchthon was the very best of the reformers, quiet, sedate, charitable, intrepid, firm in friendship, ardent in faith, acute in argument and profound in learning.
Who cares about his argumentation or his learning if he was the rest?
I hope you will suspend your judgment on this affair until you receive some more certain and positive information.
I can believe it of the Sieur Calvin.
I cannot. John Calvin is a grave man, orderly and reasonable.
In my opinion, he has not the order nor the reason of my cook. Matt never took a man for a sucking pig, cleaning and scraping and buttering and roasting him, nor ever twitched God by the sleeve and swore he should not have his own way.
Monsieur de Montaigne, have you ever studied the doctrine of predestination?
I should not understand it if I had, and I would not break through an old fence merely to get into a cavern. I would not give a fig or a fig leaf to know the truth of it as far as any man can teach it me. Would it make me honester or happier, or, in other things, wiser?
I do not know whether it would materially.
I should be an egregious fool, then, to care about it. Our disputes on controverted points have filled the country with missionaries and cutthroats. Both parties have shown a disposition to turn this comfortable old house of mine into a fortress. If I had inclined to either, the other would have done it. Come, walk about it with me. After a ride, you can do nothing better to take off fatigue.
A most spacious kitchen.
Look up.
You have 20 or more flitches of bacon hanging there.
And if I had been a doctor or a captain, I should have had a cobweb and predestination in the place of them. Your soldiers of the religion on the one side, and of the good old faith on the other, would not have left unto me safe and sound even that good old woman there.
Oh, yes, they would, I hope.
Why dost giggle, Matt? What should he know about the business? He speaks mighty bad French, and is as spiteful as the devil. Praised be God, we have a kind master, who thinks about us, and feels for us.
Upon my word, Monsieur de Montaigne, this gallery is an interesting one.
I can show you nothing but my house and my dairy. We have no chase in the month of May, you know. Unless you would like to bait the badger in the stable, this is rare sport on rainy days.
Are you in earnest, Monsieur de Montaigne?
No, I cannot afford to worry him outright. Only a little for pastime. A morning's merriment for the dogs and wenches.
You really are, then, of so happy a temperament that, at your time of life, you can be amused by baiting a badger.
Why not? Your father, a wiser and graver and older man than I am, was amused by baiting a professor or critic. I have not a dog in the kennel that would treat the badger worse than brave Julius treated Cardan and Erasmus and some dozens more. We are all childish, old as well as young, and our very last tooth would fain stick Monsieur de l'Escale in some tender place of a neighbour. Boys laugh at a person who falls in the dirt. Men laugh rather when they make him fall, and most when the dirt is of their own laying. Is not the gallery rather cold after the kitchen? We must go through it to get into the court where I keep my tame rabbits. The stable is hard by. Come along, come along.
Permit me to look a little at those banners. Some of them are old indeed.
Upon my word, I blush to think I never took notice how they are tattered. I have no fewer than 3 women in the house, and in a summer's evening, only 2 hours long, the worst of these rags might have been darned across.
You would not have done it, surely?
I am not over-thrifty. The women might have been better employed. It is as well as it is, then. I
think so.
So be it.
They remind me of my own family, we being descended from the great Cain della Scala, Prince of Verona, and from the house of Habsburg, as you must have heard from my father.
What signifies it to the world whether the great Cane was tied to his grandmother or not? As for the house of Habsburg, if you could put together as many such houses as would make up a city larger than Cairo, they would not be worth his study, or a sheet of paper on the table of it.
End of section 8. Section 9 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 9. Boccaccio, Petrarca and Amadeo. Narrator read by Michele Eaton.
Boccaccio, read by Ismail Oser, 55.
Petrarca, read by Michele Eaton.
Amadeo, sung by Alan Weyman.
Remaining among us, I doubt not that you would soon receive the same distinctions in your native country as others have conferred upon you. Indeed, in confidence I may promise it. For greatly are the Florentines ashamed that the most elegant of their writers and the most independent of their citizens lives in exile, by the injustice he had suffered in the detriment done to his property through the intemperate administration of their laws.
Let them recall me soon and honourably, then perhaps I may assist them to remove their ignominy, which I carry about with me wherever I go, and which is pointed out by my exotic laurel.
There is, and ever will be, in all countries and under all governments, an ostracism for their greatest men.
At present, we will talk no more about it. Tomorrow I pursue my journey towards Padua, where I am expected, where some few value and esteem me, honest and learned and ingenious men, although neither those Transpardane regions, nor whatever extends beyond them, have yet produced an equal to Boccaccio.
Then, in the name of friendship, do not go thither. Form such rather from your fellow citizens. I love my equals heartily, and shall love them the better when I see them raised up here from our own Mother Earth by you.
Let us continue our walk.
If you have been delighted, and you say you have been, at seeing again, after so long an absence, the house and garden wherein I have placed the relators of my stories, as reported in the Decameron, Come a little way farther up the ascent, and we will pass through the vineyard on the west of the villa. You will see presently another on the right, lying in its warm little garden close to the roadside. The scene lately of somewhat that would have looked well as illustration in the midst of your Latin reflections. It shows us that people the most serious and determined may act at last contrariwise to the line of conduct they have laid down.
Relate it to me, Messer Giovanni, for you are able to give reality the merits and charms of fiction just as easily as you give fiction the semblance, the stature, and the movement of reality.
I must here forego such powers, if in good truth I possess them.
This long green alley, defended by box and cypresses, is very pleasant. The smell of box, although not sweet, is more agreeable to me than many that are. I cannot say from what resuscitation of early and tender feeling. The cypress too seems to strengthen the nerves of the brain. Indeed, I delight in the odour of most trees and plants. Will not that dog hurt us? He comes closer.
Dog, thou hast the colours of a magpie and the tongue of one. Prithee, be quiet. Art thou not ashamed?
Verily he trots off, comforting his angry belly with his plenteous tail, flattened and bestrewn under it. He looks back, going on, and puffs out his upper lip without a bark.
These creatures are more accessible to temperate and just rebuke than the creatures of our species, usually angry with less reason, and from no sense, as dogs are, of duty. Look into that white arcade. Surely it was white the other day, and now I perceive it is still so. The setting sun tinges it with yellow.
The house has nothing of either the rustic or the magnificent about it, nothing quite regular, nothing much varied. If there is anything at all affecting, as I fear there is, in the story you are about to tell me, I could wish the edifice itself bore externally some little of the interesting, that I might hereafter turn my mind toward it, looking out of the catastrophe, though not away from it. But I do not even find the peculiar and uncostly decoration of our Tuscan villas, the central turret, round which the kite perpetually circles in search of pigeons or smaller prey, borne onward, like the Flemish skater, by effortless will in motionless progression. The view of Fiesole must be lovely from that window, but I fancy to myself it loses the cascade under the single high arch of the Mugnon.
I think so. In this villa, come rather farther off, the inhabitants of it may hear us if they should happen to be in the harbour, as most people are at the present hour of day. In this villa, Messer Francesco, lives Monotita Monalda, who tenderly loved Amadeo degli Orsellari. She, however, was reserved and coy, and Father Pietro de Pucci, an enemy to the family of Amadeo, told her never more to think of him, for that, just before he knew her, he had thrown his arm round the neck of Nunziata Righi, his mother's maid, calling her most immodestly a sweet creature, and of a whiteness that marble would split with envy at. Monotita trembled and turned pale. "Father, is the girl really so very fair?" said she anxiously. "Madonna," replied the father, "after confession she is not much amiss. White she is, with a certain tint of pink, not belonging to her, but coming over her as through the wing of an angel please at the holy function, and her breath is such, the very ear smells it. Poor, innocent, sinful soul! Hey! The wretch Amadeo would have endangered her salvation." "She must be a wicked girl to let him," said Monotita. "A young man of good parentage and education would not dare to do such a thing of his own accord. I will see him no more, however, but it was before he knew me, and it may not be true. I cannot think any young woman would let a young man do so, even in the last hour before Lent. Now, in what month was it supposed to be?" "Supposed to be!" cried the father indignantly. "In June. I say in June." "Oh, that now is quite impossible, for on the 2nd of July, 41 days from this, and at this very hour of it, he swore to me eternal love and constancy. I will inquire of him whether it is true. I will charge him with it." She did, Amadeo confessed his fault, and thinking it a venial one, would have taken and kissed her hand as he asked forgiveness.
Children, children, I will go into the house, and if their relatives, as I suppose, have approved of the marriage, I will endeavour to persuade the young lady that a fault like this, on the repentance of her lover, is not unpardonable. But first, is Amadeo a young man of loose habits?
Less than our others. In fact, I never heard of any deviation excepting this.
Come then with me.
Wait a little.
I hope the modest Titer, after a trial, will not be too severe with him.
Severity is far from her nature, but such is her purity and innocence, she shed many and bitter tears at his confession, and declared her unalterable determination of taking the veil among the nuns of Fiesole. Amadeo fell at her feet and wept upon them. She pushed him from her gently, and told him she would still love him if he would follow her example, leave the world, and become a friar of San Marco. Amadeo was speechless, and if he had not been so, he never would have made a promise he intended to violate. She retired from him. After a time he arose, less wounded than benumbed by the sharp uncovered stones in the garden walk, and as a man who fears to fall from a precipice goes farther from it than is necessary, so did Amadeo shun the quarter where the gate is, and, oppressed by his agony and despair, throw his arms across the sundial and rest his brow upon it, hot as it must have been on a cloudless day in August. When the evening was about to close, he was aroused by the cries of rooks overhead. They flew towards Florence, and beyond. He too went back into the city. Tita fell sick from her inquietude. Every morning ere sunrise did Amadeo return, but could hear only from the labourers in the field that Monna Tita was ill, because she had promised to take the veil and had not taken it, knowing, as she must do, that the heavenly bridegroom is a bridegroom never to be trifled with, let the spouse be young and beautiful as she may be. Amadeo had often conversed with the peasant of the farm, who much pitied so worthy and loving a gentleman, and finding him one evening fixing some thick and high stakes in the ground, offered to help him. After due thanks, "It is time," said the peasant, "to rebuild the hovel and watch the grapes." "This is my house," cried he. "Could I never, in my stupidity, think about rebuilding it before? Bring me another mat or two. I will sleep here tonight, tomorrow night, every night, all autumn, all winter." He slept there, and was consoled at last by hearing that Monna Tita was out of danger, and recovering from her illness by spiritual means. His heart grew lighter day after day. Every evening did he observe the rooks, in the same order, pass along the same track in the heavens, just over San Marco. And it now occurred to him, after 3 weeks indeed, that Monna Tita had perhaps some strange idea in choosing his monastery, not unconnected with the passage of these birds. He grew calmer upon it, until he asked himself whether he might hope. In the midst of this half-meditation, half-dream, his whole frame was shaken by the voices, however low and gentle, of 2 monks coming from the villa and approaching him. He would have concealed himself under this bank whereon we are standing, but they saw him, and called him by name. He now perceived that the younger of them was Ghiberto Odi, with whom he had been at school about 6 or 7 years ago, and who admired him for his courage and frankness when he was almost a child. "Do not let us mortify poor Amadeo," said Ghiberto to his companion. "Return to the road. I will speak a few words to him, and engage him, I trust, to comply with reason and yield to necessity." The elder monk, who saw he should have to climb the hill again, assented to the proposal, and went into the road. After the first embraces and a few words, "Amadeo, Amadeo," said Ghiberto, "it was love that made me a friar. Let anything else make you one." "Kind heart," replied Amadeo, "if death or religion, or hatred of me, deprives me of Tita Monalda, I will die, where she commanded me, in the coal. It is you who prepare her, then, to throw away her life and mine." "Hold, Amadeo," said Ghiberto. "I officiate together with good Father Fontesecco, who invariably falls asleep amid our holy function. Now, Messer Francesco, I must inform you that Father Fontesecco has the heart of a flower. It feels nothing, it wants nothing, it is pure and simple and full of its own little light. Innocent as a child, as an angel, nothing ever troubled him but how to devise what he should confess. A confession costs him more trouble to invent than any giornata in my Decameron cost me. He was once overheard to say on this occasion, 'God forgive me in his infinite mercy for making it appear that I am a little worse than he had chosen I should be. He is temperate, for he never drinks more than exactly half the wine and water set before him. In fact, he drinks the wine and leaves the water, saying, "We have the same water up at San Domenico. We send it hither. It would be uncivil to take back our own gift, and still more to leave a suspicion that we thought other people's wine poor beverage." Being afflicted by the gravel, the physician of his convent advised him, as he never was fond of wine, to leave it off entirely, on which he said, "I know few things, but this I know well. In water there is often gravel, in wine never. It hath pleased God to afflict me, and even to go a little out of his way in order to do it, for the greater warning to other sinners. I will drink wine, brother Anselmini, and help his work. I have led you away from the younger monk. While Father Fontesecco is in the first stage of beatitude, chanting through his nose the Benedicite, I will attempt," said Ghiberto, "to comfort Monna Tita." "God bless Ghiberto!" exclaimed Amadeo in a transport of gratitude, at which Ghiberto smiled with his usual grace and suavity. "Oh, Ghiberto, Ghiberto, my heart is breaking. Why should she want you to comfort her? But comfort her then," and he covered his face within his hands. "Remember," said Ghiberto placidly, "her uncle is bedridden. Her aunt never leaves him. The servants are old and sullen and will stir for nobody. Finding her resolved, as they believe, to become a nun, they are a little assiduous in their services. Humour her, if none else does, Amadeo. Let her fancy that you intend to be a friar, and for the present walk not on these grounds." "Are you true, or are you traitorous?" cried Amadeo, grasping his friend's hand most fiercely. "Follow your own counsel, if you think mine insincere," said the young friar, not withdrawing his hand, but placing the other on Amadeo's. "Let me, however, advise you to conceal yourself, and I will direct Silvestrina to bring you such accounts of her mistress as may at least make you easy in regard to her health. Adieu." Amadeo was now rather tranquil, more than he had ever been, not only since the displeasure of Monna Tita, but since the first sight of her. Profuse at all times in his gratitude to Silvestrina, whenever she brought him good news better than usual, he pressed her to his bosom. Silvestrina Pioppi is about 15, slender, fresh, intelligent, lively, good-humoured, sensitive, and anyone but Amadeo might call her very pretty.
"Ah, Giovanni, here I find your heart obtaining the mastery over your vivid and volatile imagination. Well have you said, the maiden being really pretty, any one but Amadeo might think her so. On the banks of the Sorga there are beautiful maids. The woods and the rocks have 1,000 times repeated it. I heard but one echo, I heard but one name. I would have fled from them for ever at another."
"Francesco, do not beat your breast just now. Wait a little. Monna Tita would take the wheel." The fatal certainty was announced to Amadeo by his true Ghiberto, who had earnestly and repeatedly prayed her to consider the thing a few months longer. "I will see her first. By all the saints of heaven, I will see her!" cried the desperate Amadeo, and ran into the house toward the still apartment of his beloved. Fortunately, Ghiberto was neither less active nor less strong than he, and overtaking him at the moment, drew him into the room opposite. "If you will be quiet and reasonable, there is yet a possibility left you," said Ghiberto in his ear, although perhaps he did not think it. "But if you utter a voice, or are seen by anyone, you ruin the fame of her you love, and obstruct your own prospects forever. It being known that you have not slept in Florence these several nights, it will be suspected by the malicious that you have slept in the villa with the connivance of Monna Tita. Compose yourself, answer nothing, rest where you are, do not add a worse imprudence to a very bad one. I promise you my assistance, my speedy return and best counsel. You shall be released at daybreak." He ordered Sylvestrina to supply the unfortunate youth with the cordials usually administered to the uncle, or with the rich old wine they were made of, and she performed the order with such promptitude and attention that he was soon in some sort refreshed.
I pity him from my innermost heart. Poor young man! Alas, we are none of us, by original sin, free from infirmities or from vices.
If we could find a man exempt by nature from vices and infirmities, we should find one not worth knowing. He would also be void of tenderness and compassion. What allowances then could his best friends expect from him in their frailties? What help, consolation, and assistance in their misfortunes? We are in the midst of a workshop well stored with sharp instruments. We may do ill with many unless we take heed, and good with all, if we will but learn how to employ them.
There is somewhat of reason in this. You strengthen me to proceed with you. I can bear the rest.
Ghiberto had taken leave of his friend, and had advanced a quarter of a mile, which, as you perceive, is nearly the whole way, on his return to the monastery, when he was overtaken by some peasants who were hastening homeward from Florence. The information he collected from them made him determine to retrace his steps. He entered the room again, and from the intelligence he had just acquired, gave Amedeo the assurance that Monna Tita must delay her entrance into the convent, for that the abbess had that moment gone down the hill on her way towards Siena, to venerate some holy relics, carrying with her 3 candles, each 5 feet long, to burn before them, which candles contained many particles of the myrrh presented at the nativity of our Saviour by the wise men of the East. Amadeo breathed freely, and was persuaded by Ghiberto to take another cup of old wine, and to eat with him some cold roast kid, which had been offered him for merenda. After the agitation of his mind, a heavy sleep fell upon the lover, coming almost before Ghiberto departed. So heavy indeed that Sylvestrina was alarmed. It was her apartment, and she performed the honours of it as well as any lady in Florence could have done.
I easily believe it. The poor are more attentive than the rich, and the young are more compassionate than the old.
Oh, Francesco, what inconsistent creatures are we!
True, indeed. I now foresee the end. He might have done worse.
I think so.
He almost deserved it.
I think that too.
Wretched mortals, our passions for ever lead us into this, or worse.
Ay, truly, much worse generally.
The very twig on which the flowers grew lately scourges us to the bone in its maturity.
Incredible will it be to you, and, by my faith, to me, it was hardly credible. Certain, however, is it that Ghiberto, on his return by sunrise, found Amedeo in the arms of sleep.
Not at all, not at all. The truest lover might suffer and act as he did.
But, Francesco, there was another pair of arms about him, worth 20 such, divinity as he is. A loud burst of laughter from Ghiberto did not arouse either of the parties, but Monna Tita heard it, and rushed into the room, tearing her hair and invoking the saints of heaven against the perfidy of men. She seized Sylvestrina by that arm which appeared the most offending. The girl opened her eyes, turned on her face, rolled out of bed, and threw himself at the feet of her mistress, shedding tears, and wiping them away with the only piece of linen about her. Monna Tita too shed tears. Amedeo still slept profoundly, a flush almost of crimson overspreading his cheeks. Monna Tita led away after some pause poor Silvestrina, and made her confess the whole. She then wept more and more, and made the girl confess it again, and explain her confession. "I cannot believe such wickedness," she cried. "He could not be so hardened. O sinful Silvestrina! How will you ever tell Father Doni 1/2, 1/4? He never can absolve you."
Giovanni, I am glad I did not enter the house. You were prudent in restraining me. I have no pity for the youth at all. Never did one so deserve to lose a mistress.
"Say rather to gain a wife."
Absurdity. Impossibility.
He won her fairly, strangely, and on a strange table as he played his game. Listen, that guitar is Monna Tita's. Listen, what a fine voice. Do not you think it is Amadeus?
Oh, I have heard. I laid my hand upon the nest. Tita, I sigh to sing the rest of the wrong bird.
She laughs too at it. Ah, Monna Tita was made by nature to live on this side of Fiesole. End of section 9. Section 10 of Imaginary Conversations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 10. Metellus and Marius. Narrator read by Michele Eaton.
Marius, read by Alan Weyman.
Metellus, read by Brett Hirsch.
At the siege of Numantia, the Roman tribune Metellus commands the centurion Marius to mount the walls and describe what he sees.
Well met, Caius Marius. My orders are to find instantly a centurion who shall mount the walls, one capable of observation, acute in remark, prompt, calm, active, intrepid. The Numantians are sacrificing to the gods in secrecy. They have sounded the horn once only, and hoarsely, and low, and mournfully.
Was that ladder I see yonder among the caper bushes and purple lilies, under where the fig tree grows out of the rampart, left for me?
Even so, wert thou willing. Wouldst thou mount it?
Rejoicingly. If none are below or near, may I explore the state of things by entering the city?
Use thy discretion in that. What seest thou? Wouldst thou leap down? Lift the ladder.
Are there spikes in it where it sticks in the turf? I should slip else.
How, bravest of our centurions, art even thou afraid? Seest thou any one by?
Aye, some hundreds close beneath me.
Retire then. Hasten back. I will protect thy descent.
May I speak, O Metellus, without an offence to discipline?
Say.
Listen. Dost thou not hear?
Shame on thee! A light, a light! My shield shall cover thee.
There is a murmur like the hum of bees in the bean field of Cereate. For the sun is hot, and the ground is thirsty. When will it have drunk up for me the blood that has run and is yet oozing on it from those fresh bodies?
How? We have not fought for many days. What bodies then are fresh ones?
Close beneath the wall are those of infants and of girls. In the middle of the road are youths, emaciated, some either unwounded or wounded months ago, some on their spears, others on their swords. No few have received in mutual death the last interchange of friendship. Their daggers unite them, hilt to hilt, bosom to bosom.
Mark rather the living. What are they about?
About the sacrifice, which portends them, I conjecture, but little good. It burns sullenly and slowly. The victim will lie upon the pyre till morning and still be unconsumed, unless they bring more fuel. I will leap down and walk on cautiously, and return with tidings, if death should spare me. Never was any race of mortals so unmilitary as these Numantians. No watch, no stations, no palisades across the streets.
Did they want, then, all the wood for the altar?
It appears so. I will return anon.
The gods speed thee, my brave, honest Marius.
Marius returned.
The ladder should have been better spiked for that slippery ground. I am down again safe, however. Here a man may walk securely and without picking his steps.
Tell me, Caius, what thou sawest.
The streets of Numantia.
Doubtless. But what else?
The temples and markets and places of exercise and fountains.
Art thou crazed, centurion? What more? Speak plainly, at once, and briefly.
I beheld, then, all Numantia.
Has terror maddened thee? Hast thou descried nothing of the inhabitants, but those carcasses under the ramparts?
Those, O Metellus, lie scattered, although not indeed far asunder. The greater part of the soldiers and citizens, of the fathers, husbands, widows, wives, espoused, were assembled together.
About the altar?
Upon it.
So busy and earnest in devotion. But how all upon it?
It blazed under them, and over them, and round about them.
Immortal gods! Art thou sane, Caius Marius? Thy visage is scorched. Thy speech may wander after such an enterprise. Thy shield burns my hand.
I thought it had cooled again. Why, truly it seems hot. I now feel it.
Wipe off those embers.
'Twere better. There will be none opposite to shake them upon for some time. The funereal horn that sounded with such feebleness sounded not so from the faint heart of him who blew it. Him I saw, him only of the living. Should I say it, there was another. There was one child whom its parent could not kill, could not part from. She had hidden it in her robe, I suspect, and when the fire had reached it, either it shrieked or she did. For suddenly a cry pierced through the crackling pine wood, and something of round in figure fell from brand to brand, until it reached the pavement at the feet of him who had blown the horn. I rushed toward him, for I wanted to hear the whole story, and felt the pressure of time. Condemn not my weakness, O Cecilius. I wished an enemy to live an hour longer, for my orders were to explore and bring intelligence. When I gazed on him, in height almost gigantic, I wondered not that the blast of his trumpet was so weak. Rather did I wonder that famine, whose hand had indented every limb and feature, had left him any voice articulate. I rushed toward him, however, ere my eyes had measured either his form or strength. He held the child against me, and staggered under it. "Behold," he exclaimed, "the glorious ornament of a Roman triumph!" I stood horror-stricken, when suddenly drops, as of rain, pattered down from the pyre. I looked, and many were the precious stones, many were the amulets and rings and bracelets and other barbaric ornaments, unknown to me in form or purpose, that tinkled on the hardened and black branches, from mothers and wives and betrothed maids. and some, too, I can imagine, from robuster arms, things of joyance won in battle. The crowd of incumbent bodies was so dense and heavy that neither the fire nor the smoke could penetrate upward from among them, and they sank, whole and at once, into the smouldering cavern eating out below. He at whose neck hung the trumpet felt this, and started. "There is yet room," he cried, "and there is strength enough yet, both in the element and in me." He extended his withered arms, he thrust forward the gaunt links of his throat, and upon gnarled knees that smote each other audibly, tottered into the civic fire. It, like some hungry and strangest beast on the innermost wild of Africa, pierced, broken, prostrate, motionless, gazed at Bunter in the impatience of glory, in the delight of awe, panted once more, and seized him. I have seen within this hour, O Metellus, what Rome in the cycle of her triumphs will never see, what the sun in his eternal course can never show her, what the earth has borne but now, and must never rear again for her, what victory herself has envied her, a Numantian.
We shall feast tomorrow. Hope, Caius Marius, to become a tribune. Trust in fortune.
Auguries are surer. Surest of all is perseverance.
I hope the wine has not grown vapid in my tent. I have kept it waiting, and must now report to Scipio the intelligence of our discovery. Come after me, Caius.
Marius, alone.
The tribune is the discoverer. The centurion is the scout. Caius Marius must enter more Numantias. Light-hearted Cecilius thou mayest perhaps hereafter, and not with humbled but with exulting pride, take orders from this hand. If Scipio's words are fate, and to me they sound so, the portals of the Capitol may shake before my chariot, as my horses plunge back at the applauses of the people, and Jove in his high domicile may welcome the citizen of Arpinum.
End of section 10. Section 11 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 11. Bossuet and the Duchess de Fontaines. Narrator read by Michele Eaton.
Bossuet read by Larry Wilson.
The Duchess de Fontaines read by Sarah Terry.
The Abbé de Chaussée says that the Duchess was belle comme un ange mais sotte comme un panier. This is perhaps the most successful of Landor's playful dialogues.
Mademoiselle, it is the king's desire that I compliment you on the elevation you have attained.
Oh, Monseigneur, I know very well what you mean. His Majesty is kind and polite to everybody. The last thing he said to me was, "Angelique, do not forget to compliment Monseigneur the Bishop on the dignity I have conferred upon him of almoner to the Dauphiness. I desired the appointment for him only that he might be of rank sufficient to confess you, now you are Duchess. Let him be your confessor, my little girl."
I dare not presume to ask you, mademoiselle, what was your gracious reply to the condescension of our royal master?
Oh, yes, you may. I told him I was almost sure I should be ashamed of confessing such naughty things to a person of high rank who writes like an angel.
The observation was inspired, mademoiselle, by your goodness and modesty.
You are so agreeable a man, Monseigneur. I will confess to you directly, if you like.
Have you brought yourself to a proper frame of mind, young lady?
What is that?
Do you hate sin?
Very much.
Are you resolved to leave it off?
I have left it off entirely since the king began to love me. I have never said a spiteful word of anybody since.
In your opinion, mademoiselle, are there no other sins than malice?
I never stole anything. I never committed adultery. I never coveted my neighbor's wife. I never killed any person, though several have told me they should die for me.
Vain, idle talk. Do you listen to it?
Indeed I did, with both ears. It seemed so funny.
You have something to answer for, then.
No, indeed I have not, monseigneur. I have asked many times after them, and found they were all alive, which mortified me.
So then, you would really have them die for you?
Oh, no, no. But I wanted to see whether they were in earnest or told me fibs, for if they told me fibs, I would never trust them again.
Do you hate the world, mademoiselle?
A good deal of it. All Picardy, for example, and all Sologne. Nothing is uglier, and oh, my life, what frightful men and women.
I would say in plain language, do you hate the flesh and the devil?
Who does not hate the devil? If you will hold my hand the while, I will tell him so. I hate you, beast. There now. As for flesh, I never could bear a fat man. Such people can neither dance nor hunt, nor do anything that I know of.
Mademoiselle Marie-Angelique de Scorel de Rouzille, Duchess de Fontanges. Do you hate titles and dignities and yourself?
Myself? Does anyone hate me? Why should I be the first? Hatred is the worst thing in the world. It makes one so very ugly.
To love God, we must hate ourselves. We must detest our bodies if we would save our souls.
That is hard. How can I do it? I see nothing so detestable in mine. Do you? To love is easier. I love God whenever I think of him. He has been so very good to me. But I cannot hate myself if I would. As God hath not hated me, why should I? Beside, it was he who made the king to love me, for I heard you say in a sermon that the hearts of kings are in his rule and governance. As for titles and dignities, I do not care much about them while his majesty loves me and calls me his Angelique. They make people more civil about us, and therefore it must be a simpleton who hates or disregards them, and a hypocrite who pretends it. I am glad to be a duchess. Manon and Lisette have never tied my garter so as to hurt me since, nor has the mischievous old Lagrange said anything cross or bold. On the contrary, she told me what a fine colour and what a plumpness it gave me. Would you not rather be a duchess than a waiting-maid or a nun, if the king gave you your choice?
Pardon me, mademoiselle. I am confounded at the levity of your question.
I am in earnest, as you see.
Flattery will come before you in other and more dangerous forms. You will be commended for excellences which do not belong to you, and this you will find as injurious to your repose as to your virtue. An ingenuous mind feels in unmerited praise the bitterest reproof. If you reject it, you are unhappy. If you accept it, you are undone. The compliments of a king are of themselves sufficient to pervert your intellect.
There you are mistaken twice over. It is not my person that pleases him so greatly. It is my spirit, my wit, my talents, my genius, and that very thing which you have mentioned. What was it? My intellect. He never complimented me the least upon my beauty. Others have said that I am the most beautiful young creature under heaven, a blossom of paradise, a nymph, an angel worth... Let me whisper it in your ear. Oh, do I lean too hard? 1,000 Montespan's. But his majesty never said more on the occasion than that I was imparagonable. What is that? And that he adored me, holding my hand and sitting quite still, when he might have romped with me and kissed me.
I would aspire to the glory of converting you.
Oh, You may do anything with me but convert me. You must not do that. I am a Catholic born. Monsieur de Turenne and Mademoiselle de Duras were heretics. You did right there. The king told the chancellor that he prepared them, that the business was arranged for you, and that you had nothing to do but get ready the arguments and responses, which you did gallantly. Did not you? And yet Mademoiselle de Duras was very awkward for a long while afterwards in crossing herself, and was once remarked to beat her breast in the litany with the points of 2 fingers at a time, when everyone else is taught to use only the second, whether it has a ring upon it or not. I am sorry she did so, for people might think her insincere in her conversion, and pretend that she kept a finger for each religion.
It would be as uncharitable to doubt the conviction of Mademoiselle de Duras as that of Monsieur le Maréchal.
I have heard some fine verses, I can assure you, Monseigneur, in which you are called the conqueror of Touraine. I should like to have been his conqueror myself. He was so great a man. Oh, I understand that you have lately done a much more difficult thing.
To what do you refer, mademoiselle?
That you have overcome quietism. Now, in the name of wonder, how could you manage that?
By the grace of God.
Oh, yes, indeed. But never until now did God give any preacher so much of his grace as to subdue this pest.
It has appeared among us but lately.
Oh, dear me. I have always been subject to it dreadfully, from a child.
Really? I never heard so.
I checked myself as well as I could, although they constantly told me I looked well in it.
In what, mademoiselle?
Oh, in quietism. That is, when I fell asleep at sermon time. I am ashamed that such a learned and pious man as Monsieur de Fenelon should incline to it as they say he does.
Mademoiselle, you quite mistake the matter.
Is not then Monsieur de Fenelon thought a very pious and learned person?
And justly.
I have read a great way in a romance he has begun, about a knight-errant in search of a father. The king says there are many such about his court, but I never saw them nor heard of them before. The Marchioness de la Motte, his relative, brought it to me, written out in a charming hand, as much as the copybook would hold, and I got through I know not how far. If he had gone on with the nymphs in the grotto, I never should have been tired of him. But he quite forgot his own story, and left them at once. In a hurry, I suppose, to set out upon his mission to Saintonge in the Pays de Daunis, where the king has promised him a famous heretic hunt. He is, I do assure you, a wonderful creature. He understands so much Latin and Greek, and knows all the tricks of the sorceresses. Yet you keep him under.
Mademoiselle, if you really have anything to confess, and if you desire that I should have the honor of absolving you, it would be better to proceed in it than to oppress me with unmerited eulogies on my humble labours.
You must first direct me, Monseigneur. I have nothing particular. The king assures me there is no harm whatever in his love toward me.
That depends on your thoughts at the moment. If you abstract the mind from the body and turn your heart toward heaven...
Oh, Monseigneur, I always did so. Every time but once. Oh, you quite make me blush. Let us converse about something else, or I shall grow too serious, just as you made me the other day at the funeral sermon. And now let me tell you, my lord, you compose such pretty funeral sermons. I hope I shall have the pleasure of hearing you preach mine.
Rather let us hope, mademoiselle, that the hour is yet far distant when so melancholy a service will be performed for you. May he who is unborn be the sad announcer of your departure hence.
Start of footnote. Bossuet was in his 54th year. Mademoiselle de Fontanes died in childbed the year following. He survived her 23. End of footnote.
May he indicate to those around him many virtues not perhaps yet full blown in you, and point triumphantly to many faults and foibles checked by you in their early growth, and lying dead on the open road you shall have left behind you. To me the painful duty will, I trust, be spared. I am advanced in age. You are a child.
Oh, no, I am 17.
I should have supposed you younger by 2 years at least. But do you collect nothing from your own reflection, which raises so many in my breast? You think it possible that I, aged as I am, may preach a sermon on your funeral? You say that our days are few, and saying it, we say too much. MaryAnnJoseph, we have but one. The past are not ours, and who can promise us the future? This in which we live is ours only while we live in it. The next moment may strike it off from us. The next sentence I would utter may be broken and fall between us.
Start of footnote. Though Bossuet was capable of uttering and even of feeling such a sentiment, his conduct towards Fenelon, the fairest apparition that Christianity ever presented, was ungenerous and unjust. While the diocese of Cambrai was ravaged by Louis, it was spared by Marlborough, who said to the Archbishop that, if he was sorry he had not taken Cambrai, it was chiefly because he lost for a time the pleasure of visiting so great a man. Peterborough, the next of our generals in glory, paid his respects to him some years afterward. End of footnote.
The beauty that has made 1,000 hearts to beat at one instant, at the succeeding has been without pulse and colour, without admirer, friend, companion, follower. She by whose eyes the march of victory shall have been directed, whose name shall have animated armies at the extremities of the earth, drops into one of its crevices and mingles with its dust. Duchess de Fontanges, think on this. Ladies, so live as to think on it undisturbed.
God, I am quite alarmed. Do not talk thus gravely. It is in vain that you speak to me in so sweet a voice. I am frightened even at the rattle of the beads about my neck. Take them off, and let us talk on other things. What was it that dropped on the floor as you were speaking? It seemed to shake the room, though it sounded like a pin or button.
Leave it there.
Your ring fell from your hand, my Lord Bishop. How quick you are! Could you not have trusted me to pick it up?
Madam is too condescending. Had this happened, I should have been overwhelmed with confusion. My hand is shriveled. The ring has ceased to fit it. A mere accident may draw us into perdition. A mere accident may bestow on us the means of grace. A pebble has moved you more than my words.
It pleases me vastly. I admire rubies. I will ask the king for one exactly like it. This is the time he usually comes from the chase. I am sorry you cannot be present to hear how prettily I shall ask him. But that is impossible, you know, for I shall do it just when I am certain he would give me anything. He said so himself. He said but yesterday, such a sweet creature is worth a world. And no actor on the stage was more like a king than his Majesty was when he spoke it, if he had but kept his wig and robe on. And yet, you know, he is rather stiff and wrinkled for so great a monarch, and his eyes, I am afraid, are beginning to fail him. He looks so close at things.
Mademoiselle, such is the duty of a prince who desires to conciliate our regard and love.
Well, I think so too, though I did not like it in him at first. I am sure he will order the ring for me, and I will confess to you with it upon my finger. But first I must be cautious and particular to know of him how much it is his royal will that I should say.
End of section 11. Section 12 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 12. John of Gaunt and Joanna of Kent. Narrator read by Michele Eaton.
John of Gaunt, read by Michael Landu.
Joanna of Kent, read by Amanda Friday.
Joanna, called the Fair Maid of Kent, was cousin of the Black Prince whom she married. John of Gaunt was suspected of aiming at the crown in the beginning of Richard's minority, which, increasing the hatred of the people against him for favouring the sect of Wycliffe, excited them to demolish his house and to demand his impeachment. In this dialogue, Landor embodies his ideal of medieval chivalry.
How is this, my cousin, that you are besieged in your own house by the citizens of London? I thought you were their idol.
If their idol, madam, I'm one which may they tread on as they list when down, but which by my soul and knighthood, the 10 best battle-axes among them shall find it hard work to enshrine. Pardon me, I have no right perhaps to take or touch this hand, yet, my sister, bricks and stones and arrows are not presents fit for you. Let me conduct you some paces hence.
I will speak to those below in the street. Quit my hand, they shall obey me.
If you intend to order my death, madam, your guards who have entered my court, and whose spurs and halberts I hear upon the staircase, may overpower my domestics, and, seeing no such escape as becomes my dignity, I submit to you. Behold my sword and gauntlet at your feet. Some formalities, I trust, will be used in the proceedings against me. Entitle me in my attainder, not John of Gaunt, not Duke of Lancaster, not King of Castile, nor commemorate my father, the most glorious of princes, the vanquisher and pardoner of the most powerful, nor style me what those who loved or who flattered me did when I was happier, cousin to the fair maid of Kent. Joanna, those days are over, but no enemy, no law, no eternity can take away from me or move further off my affinity and blood to the conqueror in the field of Cressy, of Poitiers, and Najora. Edward was my brother when he was but your cousin, and the edge of my shield has clinked on his in many a battle. Yes, we were ever near, if not in worth, in danger. She weeps.
Attainder! God avert it! Duke of Lancaster, what dark thought! Alas, that the Regency should have known it! I came hither, sir, for no such purpose as to ensnare or incriminate or alarm you. These weeds might surely have protected me from the fresh tears you have drawn forth.
Sister, be comforted. This visor, too, has felt them.
O my Edward, my own so lately! Thy memory, thy beloved image, which never hath abandoned me, makes me bold. I dare not say generous, for in saying it I should cease to be so. And who could be called generous by the side of thee? I will rescue from perdition the enemy of my son. Cousin, you loved your brother. Love then what was dearer to him than his life. Protect what he, valiant as you have seen him, cannot. The father, who foiled so many, hath left no enemies. The innocent child, who can injure no one, finds them. Why have you unlaced and laid aside your visor? Do not expose your body to those missiles. Hold your shield before yourself, and step aside. I need it not. I am resolved.
On what, my cousin? Speak, and by the saints, it shall be done. This breast is your shield, this arm is mine.
Heavens! Who could have hurled those masses of stone from below? They stunned me. Did they descend all of them together, or did they split into fragments on hitting the pavement?
Truly, I was not looking that way. They came, I must believe, while you were speaking.
Aside, aside, further back. Disregard me. Look, that last arrow sticks half its head deep in the wainscot. It shook so violently I did not see the feather at first. No, no, Lancaster, I will not permit it. Take your shield up again, and keep it all before you. Now step aside. I am resolved to prove whether the people will hear me.
Then, madam, by your leave.
Hold!
Villains, take back to your kitchens those spits and skewers that you, forsooth, would fain call swords and arrows, and keep your bricks and stones for your graves.
Imprudent man, who can save you? I shall be frightened. I must speak at once. O good kind people, ye who so greatly loved me, when I am sure I had done nothing to deserve it, have I, unhappy me, no merit with you now, when I would assuage your anger, protect your fair fame, and send you home contented with yourselves and me? Who is he, worthy citizens, with whom ye would drag to slaughter? True, indeed, he did revile someone. Neither I nor you can say whom. Some feaster and rioter, it seems, who had little right, he thought, to carry sword or bow, and who, to show it, hath slunk away. And then another raised his anger. He was indignant that under his roof a woman should be exposed to stoning. Which of you would not be as choleric in a like affront? In the house of which among you should I not be protected as resolutely? No, no, I can never believe those angry cries. Let none ever tell me again he is the enemy of my son, of his king, your darling child Richard. Are your fears more lively than a poor weak female's, than a mother's? Yours, whom he hath so often led to victory, and praise to his father, naming each, he, John of Gaunt, the defender of the helpless, the comforter of the desolate, the rallying signal of the desperately brave. Retire, Duke of Lancaster, this is no time.
Madam, I obey, but not through terror of that puddle at the house door, which my handful of dust would dry up. Deign to command me.
In the name of my son, then, retire.
Angelic goodness, I must fairly win it.
I think I know his voice that crieth out, who will answer for him? An honest and loyal man's, one who would counsel and save me in any difficulty and danger. With what pleasure and satisfaction, with what perfect joy and confidence, do I answer our right trusty and well-judging friend. Let Lancaster bring his sureties, say you, and we separate. A moment yet before we separate, if I might delay you so long, to receive your sanction of those securities, for in such grave matters it would ill become us to be over-hasty. I could bring 50, I could bring 100, not from among soldiers, not from among courtiers, but selected from yourselves, were it equitable and fair to show such partialities or decorous in the parent and guardian of a king to offer any other than herself. Raised by the hand of the Almighty from amidst you, but still one of you, if the mother of a family is a part of it, here I stand surety for John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, for his loyalty and allegiance.
Gaunt, running back toward Joanna.
Are the rioters, then, bursting into the chamber through the windows?
The windows and doors of this solid edifice rattled and shook at the people's acclamation. My word is given for you. This was theirs in return. Lancaster, what a voice have the people when they speak out! It shakes me with astonishment, almost with consternation, while it establishes the throne. What must it be when it is lifted up in vengeance?
Wind, vapour,
which none can wield nor hold. Need I say this to my cousin of Lancaster?
Rather say, madam, that there is always one star above which can tranquillize and control them.
Go, cousin, another time more sincerity.
You have this day saved my life from the people, for I now see my danger better, when it is no longer close before me. My Christ, if ever I forget—
Swear not. Every man in England hath sworn what you would swear. But if you abandon my Richard, my brave and beautiful child, oh, I could never curse, nor wish an evil, but if you desert him in the hour of need, you will think of those who have not deserted you, and your own great heart will lie heavy on you, Lancaster. Am I graver than I ought to be, that you look dejected? Come then, gentle cousin, lead me to my horse, and accompany me home. Richard will embrace us tenderly. Every one is dear to every other upon rising out fresh from peril. Affectionately then will he look, sweet boy, upon his mother and his uncle. Never mind how many questions he may ask you, nor how strange ones. His only displeasure, if he has any, will be that he stood not against the rioters, or among them.
Older than he have been as fond of mischief, and as fickle in the choice of a party, I shall tell him that, coming to blows, the assailant is often in the right, that the assailed is always.
End of section 12. Section 13 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 13. Lady Lisle and Elizabeth Gaunt.
Lady Lisle, read by Frances Brown.
Elizabeth Gaunt, read by Elizabeth Klett.
Narrator, read by Michele Eaton. Burnet relates from William Penn, who was present, that Elizabeth Gaunt placed the faggots around her body with her own hands. Lady Lisle was not burnt alive, though sentenced to it, but hanged and beheaded.
Madam, I am confident you will pardon me, for affliction teaches forgiveness.
From the cell of the condemned we are going, unless my hopes mislead me, where alone we can receive it. Tell me, I beseech you, lady, in what matter or manner do you think you can have offended a poor sinner such as I am? Surely we come into this dismal place for our offences, and it is not here that any can be given or taken.
Just now, when I entered prison, I saw your countenance serene and cheerful. You looked upon me for a time with an unaltered eye. You turned away from me as I fancied, only to utter some expression of devotion. And again you looked upon me, and tears rolled down your face. Alas, that I should by any circumstance, any action or recollection make another unhappy. Alas, that I should deepen the gloom in the very shadow of death.
Be comforted. You have not done it. Grief softens and melts and flows away with tears. I wept because another was greatly more wretched than myself. I wept at that black attire, at that attire of modesty and of widowhood.
It covers a wounded, almost a broken heart, an unworthy offering to our blessed Redeemer.
In his name let us now rejoice. Let us offer our prayers and our thanks at once together. We may yield up our souls perhaps at the same hour.
Is mine so pure? Have I bemoaned as I should have done the faults I have committed? Have my sighs arisen for the unmerited mercies of God, and not rather for him, the beloved of my heart, the adviser and sustainer I have lost? Open, O gates of death. Smile upon me, approve my last action in this world, O virtuous husband, O saint and martyr, my brave, compassionate, and loving Lahil.
And cannot you too smile, sweet lady? Are not you with him even now? Doth body, doth clay, doth air separate and estrange free spirits? Bethink you of his gladness, of his glory, and begin to partake them. Oh, how could an Englishman, how could 12 condemn to death, condemn to so great an evil as they thought it and may find it, this innocent and helpless widow?
Blame not that jury. Blame not the jury which brought against me the verdict of guilty. I was so. I received in my house a wonder who had fought under the rash and giddy Monmouth. He was hungry and thirsty, and I took him in. My Saviour had commanded, my King had forbidden it. Yet the 12 would not have delivered me over to death unless the judge had threatened them with the accusation of treason in default of it. Terror made them unanimous. They redeemed their properties and lives at the stated price.
I hope at least the unfortunate man whom you received in the hour of danger may avoid his penalty.
Let us hope it.
I too am imprisoned for the same offence, and I have little expectation that he who was concealed by me hath any chance of happiness, although he hath escaped. Could I find the means of conveying to him a small pittance, I should leave the world the more comfortably.
Trust in God, not in one thing or another, but in all. Resign the care of this wonder to whose guidance.
He abandoned that guidance.
Unfortunate! How can money then avail him?
It might save him from distress and from despair, from the taunts of the hard-hearted, and from the inclemency of the godly.
In godliness, O my friend, there cannot be inclemency.
You are thinking of perfection, my dear lady, and I marvel not at it, for what else hath ever occupied your thoughts? But godliness, in almost the best of us, often is austere, often uncompliant and rigid, proner to reprove than to pardon, to drag back or thrust aside than to invite and help onward. Poor man! I never knew him before. I cannot tell how he shall endure his self-reproach, or whether it will bring him to calmer thoughts hereafter.
I am not a busy idler in curiosity, nor, if I were, is there time enough left for me indulging in it. Yet gladly would I learn the history of events, at the first appearance so resembling those in mine.
The person's name I never may disclose, which would be the worst thing I could betray of the trust he placed in me. He took refuge in my humble dwelling, imploring me in the name of Christ to harbour him for a season. Food and raiment were afforded him unsparingly, yet his fears made him shiver through them. Whatever I could urge of prayer and exhortation was not wanting. Still, although he prayed, he was disquieted. Soon came to my ears the declaration of the king, that his majesty would rather pardon a rebel than the concealer of a rebel. The hope was a faint one, but it was a hope, and I gave it him. His thanksgivings were now more ardent, his prayers more humble, and oftener repeated. They did not strengthen his heart. It was unpurified and unprepared for them. Poor creature, he consented with it to betray me, and I am condemned to be burned alive. Can we believe, can we encourage the hope that in his weary way through life he will find those only who will conceal from him the knowledge of this execution. Heavily, too heavily must it weigh on so irresolute and infirm a breast. Let it not move you to weeping.
It does not. Oh, it does not.
What then?
Your saintly tenderness, your heavenly tranquillity.
No, no, abstain, abstain. It was I who grieved, it was I who doubted. Let us now be firmer. We have both the same rock to rest upon. See, I shed no tears. I saved his life, an unprofitable and, I fear, a joyless one. He, by God's grace, has thrown open to me, and at an earlier hour than ever I ventured to expect it, the avenue to eternal bliss.
O my angel, that strewest with fresh flowers a path already smooth and pleasant to me, may those timorous men who have betrayed, and those misguided ones who have prosecuted us, be conscious on their deathbeds that we have entered it, and they too will at last find rest.
End of section 13. Section 14 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 14. The Empress Kathrine and Princess Dashkoff.
The Empress Kathrine, read by Amanda Friday.
Princess Dashkoff, read by Sarah Terry.
Narrator, read by Michele Eaton.
Into his heart! Into his heart! If he escapes, we perish. Do you think, Dashkoff, they can hear me through the double door? Yes, hark! They heard me. They have done it. What bubbling and gurgling! He groaned but once. Listen, his blood is busier now than it ever was before. I should not have thought it could have splashed so loud upon the floor, although our bed indeed is rather of the highest. Put your ear against the lock.
I hear nothing.
My ears are quicker than yours, and know these notes better. Let me come. Hear nothing. You do not wait long enough, nor with coolness and patience. There! There again! The drops are now like lead. Every half-minute they penetrate the eiderdown in the mattress. How now, which of these fools has brought his dog with him? What trampling and lapping! The creature will carry the marks all about the palace with his feet and muzzle.
Oh, heavens!
Are you afraid?
There is a horror that surpasses fear, and will have none of it. I knew not this before.
You turn pale and tremble. You should have supported me, in case I had required it.
I thought only of the tyrant. Neither in life nor in death could any one of these miscreants make me tremble, but the husband slain by his wife. I saw not into my heart, I looked not into it, and it chastises me.
Dashkoff, are you then really unwell?
What will Russia, what will Europe say?
Russia has no more voice than a whale. She may toss about in her turbulence, but my artillery, for now indeed I can safely call it mine, shall stun and quiet her.
God grant.
I cannot but laugh at them, my pretty Dashkoff. God grant, forsooth, he has granted all we wanted from him at present, the safe removal of this odious Peter.
Yet Peter loved you, and even the worst husband must leave, surely, the recollection of some sweet moments. The sternest must have trembled, both with apprehension and with hope, at the first alteration in the health of his consort, at the first promise of true union, imperfect without progeny. Then there are thanks rendered together to heaven, and satisfactions communicated, and infant words interpreted. And when the one has failed to pacify the sharp cries of babyhood, pettish and impatient as sovereignty itself, the success of the other in calming it, and the unenvied triumph of this exquisite ambition, and the calm gazes that it wins upon it.
Are these, my sweet friend, your lessons from the Stoic school? Are not they, rather, the pale-faced reflections of some kind epithalamiast from Livonia or Bessarabia? Come, come away. I am to know nothing at present of the deplorable occurrence. Did not you wish his death?
It is not his death that shocks me.
I understand you. Besides, you said as much before.
I fear for your renown.
And for your own good name, Dashkoff.
He was not, nor did I ever wish him to be, my friend.
You hated him.
Even hatred may be plucked up too roughly.
Europe shall be informed of my reasons, if she should ever find out that I countenanced the conspiracy. She shall be persuaded that her repose made the step necessary, that my own life was in danger, that I fell upon my knees to soften the conspirators, that only when I had fainted, the horrible deed was done. She knows already that Peter was always ordering new exercises and uniforms, and my ministers can evince at the first audience my womanly love of peace.
Europe may be more easily subjugated than duped.
She shall be both, God willing.
The majesty of thrones will seem endangered by this open violence.
The majesty of thrones is never in jeopardy by those who sit upon them. A sovereign may cover one with blood more safely than a subject can pluck a feather out of the cushion. It is only when the people does the violence that we hear an ill report of it. Kings poison and stab one another in pure legitimacy. Do your republican ideas revolt from such a doctrine?
I do not question this right of theirs, and will never oppose their exercise of it. But if you prove to the people how easy a matter it is to extinguish an emperor, and how pleasantly and prosperously we may live after it, is it not probable that they also will now and then try the experiment? Particularly if anyone in Russia should hereafter hear of glory and honor, and how immortal are these by the consent of mankind in all countries and ages, in him who releases the world or any part of it from a lawless and ungovernable despot. The chances of escape are many, and the greater if he should have no accomplices. Of his renown there is no doubt at all that is placed above chance and beyond time by the sword he hath exercised so righteously.
True, but we must reason like democrats no longer. Republicanism is the best thing we can have when we cannot have power, but no one ever held the two together. I am now an autocrat.
Truly, then, may I congratulate you. The dignity is the highest a mortal can attain.
I know and feel it.
I wish you always may.
I doubt not the stability of power. I can make constant both fortune and love. My Dashkoff smiles at this conceit. She has here the same advantage, and does not envy her friend even the autocracy.
Indeed I do, and most heartily.
How?
I know very well what those intended who first composed the word, but they blundered egregiously. In spite of them, it signifies power over oneself, of all power the most enviable, and the least consistent with power over others. I hope and trust there is no danger to you from any member of the council board inflaming the guards or other soldiery.
The members of the council board did not sit at it, but upon it, and their tactics were performed cross-legged. What partisans are to be dreaded of that commander-in-chief, whose chief command is over pantaloons and facings, whose utmost glory is perched on loops and feathers, and who fancies that battles are to be won rather by pointing the hat than the cannon?
Peter was not insensible to glory. Few men are. But wiser heads than his have been perplexed in the road to it, and many have lost it by their ardor to attain it. I have always said that, unless we devote ourselves to the public good, we may perhaps be celebrated, but it is beyond the power of fortune, or even of genius, to exalt us above the dust.
Dashkoff, you are a sensible, sweet creature, but rather too romantic on principle, and rather too visionary on glory. I shall always both esteem and love you, but no other woman in Europe will be great enough to endure you, and you will really put the men hors de combat. Thinking is an enemy to beauty, and no friend to tenderness. Men can ill brook it one in another. In women it renders them what they would have fain call scornful, vain assumption of high prerogative, and what you would find bestial and outrageous. As for my reputation, which I know is dear to you, I can purchase all the best writers in Europe with a snuff-box each, and all the remainder with its contents. Not a gentleman of the Academy but is enchanted by a toothpick, if I deign to send it him. Brilliant makes me Semiramis. A watch-chain, Venus. A ring, Juno. Voltaire is my friend.
He was Frederick's.
I shall be the Pucelle of Russia. No, I had forgotten. He has treated her scandalously.
Does your majesty value the flatteries of a writer who ridicules the most virtuous and glorious of his nation, who crouched before that monster of infamy, Louis XV, and that worse monster, the king his predecessor? He reviled with every indignity and indecency the woman who rescued France, and who alone, of all that ever led the armies of that kingdom, made its conquerors, the English, tremble. Its monarchs and marshals cried and ran like capons, flapping their fine crests from wall to wall, and cackling at one breath defiance and surrender. The village girl drew them back into battle, and placed the heavens themselves against the enemies of Charles. She seemed supernatural. The English recruits deserted. They would not fight against God.
Fools and bigots.
The whole world contained none other, excepting those who fed upon them. The Maid of Orleans was pious and sincere. Her life asserted it, her death confirmed it. Glory to her, Kathrine, if you love glory. Detestation to him who has profaned the memory of this most holy martyr, the guide and avenger of her king, the redeemer and saviour of her country.
Be it so, but Voltaire buoys me up above some impertinent, troublesome qualms.
If deism had been prevalent in Europe, he would have been the champion of Christianity. And if the French had been Protestants, he would have shed tears upon the papal slipper. He buoys up on one, for he gives no one hope. He may amuse. Dullness itself must be amused indeed by the versatility and brilliancy of his wit.
While I was meditating on the great action I have now so happily accomplished, I sometimes thought his wit feeble. This idea, no doubt, originated from the littleness of everything in comparison with my undertaking.
Alas! We lose much when we lose the capacity of being delighted by men of genius, and gain little when we are forced to run to them for incredulity.
I shall make some use of my philosopher at Ferney. I detest him as much as you do, but where will you find me another who writes so pointedly? You really then fancy that people care for truth? Innocent Dushkoff, believe me, there is nothing so delightful in life as to find a liar in a person of repute. Have you never heard good folks rejoicing at it? Or rather, can you mention to me anyone who has not been in raptures when he could communicate such glad tidings? The goutiest man would go on foot without a crutch to tell his friend of it at midnight, and would cross the Neva for the purpose, when he doubted whether the ice would bear him. Men in general are so weak in truth, that they are obliged to put their bravery under it to prop it. Why do they pride themselves, think you, on their courage, when the bravest of them is by many degrees less courageous than a mastiff bitch in the straw? It is only that they may be rogues without hearing it, and make their fortunes without rendering an account of them. Now we chat again as we used to do. Your spirits and your enthusiasm have returned. Courage, my sweet Dushkoff. Do not begin to sigh again. We never can want husbands while we are young and lively. Alas, I cannot always be so. Hi-ho! But serfs and preferment will do. None shall refuse me at 90. Paphos or Tobolsk. Have not you a song for me?
German or Russian?
Neither, neither. Some frightful word might drop, might remind me. No, nothing shall remind me. French, rather. French songs are the liveliest in the world. Is the rouge off my face?
It is rather in streaks and mottles, excepting just under the eyes where it sits as it should do.
I'm heated and thirsty. I cannot imagine how. I think we have not yet taken our coffee. Was it so strong? What am I dreaming of? I could eat only a slice of melon at breakfast. My duty urged me then, and dinner is yet to come. Remember, I am to faint at the midst of it when the intelligence comes in, or rather when, in despite of every effort to conceal it from me, the awful truth has flashed upon my mind. Remember, too, you are to catch me, and to cry for help, and to tear those fine flaxen hairs which we laid up together on the toilet, and we are both to be as inconsolable as we can be for the life of us. Not now, child, not now. Come, sing. I know not how to fill up the interval. 2 long hours yet. How stupid and tiresome. I wish all things of the sort could be done and be over in a day. They are mightily disagreeable when by nature one is not cruel. People little know my character. I have the tenderest heart upon earth. I am courageous, but I am full of weaknesses. I possess in perfection the higher part of men, and, to a friend I may say it, the most amiable part of women. Ho, ho, at last you smile. Now your thoughts upon that.
I have heard 50 men swear it.
They lied, the knaves. I hardly knew them by sight. We were talking of the sad necessity. Ivan must follow next. He is heir to the throne. I have a wild, impetuous, pleasant little protege, who shall attempt to rescue him. I will have him persuaded, and incited to it, and assured of pardon on the scaffold. He can never know the trick we play him, unless his head, like a bottle of Bordeaux, ripens its contents in the sawdust. Orders are given that Ivan be despatched at the first disturbance in the precincts of the castle, in short, at the fire of the sentry. But not now, another time. Two such scenes together, and without some interlude, would perplex people. I thought we spoke of singing. Do not make me wait, my dearest creature. Now cannot you sing as usual, without smoothing your dove's throat with your handkerchief, and taking off your necklace? Give it me, then, give it me. I will hold it for you. I must play with something. Sing, sing! I am quite impatient.
End of section 14. Section 15 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 15. Leofric, Godiva and Bishop. Narrator read by Michele Eaton.
Leofric, read by Todd.
Godiva, read by Savannah Allday.
Bishop, read by David Olson.
Leofric rides into Coventry with his young bride. None of the conversations excel this in loveliness.
There is a dearth in the land, my sweet Leofric. Remember how many weeks of drought we have had, even in the deep pastures of Leicestershire, and how many Sundays we have heard the same prayers for rain, and supplications that it would please the Lord, in his mercy, to turn aside his anger from the poor pining cattle. You, my dear husband, have imprisoned more than one malefactor for leaving his dead ox in the public way, and other hinds have fled before you out of the traces, in which they, and the sons and the daughters, and happily the old fathers and mothers, were dragging the abandoned wain homeward. Although we were accompanied by many brave spearmen and skilful archers, it was perilous to pass the creatures which the farmyard dogs, driven from the hearth by the poverty of their masters, were tearing and devouring, while others, bitten and lamed, filled the air either with long and deep howls, or sharp and quick barkings, as they struggled with hunger and feebleness, or were exasperated by heat and pain. Nor could the thyme from the heath, nor the bruised branches of the fir tree, extinguish or abate the foul odour.
And now, Godiva, my darling, thou art afraid we should be eaten up before we enter the gates of Coventry, or perchance that in the gardens there are no roses to greet thee, no sweet herbs for thy mat and pillow?
Leofric, I have no such fears. This is the month of roses. I find them everywhere since my blessed marriage. They and all other sweet herbs, I know not why, seem to greet me wherever I look at them, as though they knew and expected me. Surely they cannot feel that I am fond of them?
O light, laughing simpleton! But what wouldst thou? I came not hither to pray, and yet if praying would satisfy thee, or remove the drought, I would ride up straightway to St. Michele, and pray until morning.
I would do the same, O Leofric, but God hath turned away his ear from holier lips than mine. Would my own dear husband hear me if I implored him for what is easier to accomplish, what he can do like God?
How? What is it?
I would not, in the first hurry of your wrath, appeal to you, my loving lord, in behalf of these unhappy men who have offended you.
Unhappy? Is that all?
Unhappy they must surely be, to have offended you so grievously. What a soft air breathes over us! How quiet and serene and still in evening! How calm are the heavens and the earth! Shall none enjoy them, not even we, my Leofric? The sun is ready to set. Let it never set, O Leofric, on your anger. These are not my words. They are better than mine. Should they lose their virtue from my unworthiness in uttering them?
Godiva, wouldst thou plead to me for rebels?
They have then drawn the sword against you. Indeed, I knew it not.
They have omitted to send me my dues, established by my ancestors, well knowing of our nuptials, and of the charges and festivities they require. and that in a season of such scarcity my own lands are insufficient.
If they were starving, as they said they were.
Must I starve too? Is it not enough to lose my vassals?
Enough! Oh God! Too much! Too much! May you never lose them. Give them life, peace, comfort, contentment. There are those among them who kissed me in my infancy, and who blessed me at the baptismal font. Leofric, Leofric! The first old man I meet I shall think is one of those, and I shall think on the blessing he gave, and, ah me, on the blessing I bring back to him. My heart will bleed, will burst, and he will weep at it. He will weep, poor soul, for the wife of a cruel lord who denounces vengeance on him, who carries death into his family.
We must hold solemn festivals.
We must indeed.
Well, then?
Is the clamorousness that succeeds the death of God's dumb creatures, our crowded halls, our slaughtered cattle, festivals? Our maddening songs and giddy dances and hireling praises from party-coloured coats? Can the voice of a minstrel tell us better things of ourselves than our own internal one might tell us? Or can his breath make our breath softer in sleep? O my beloved, let everything be a joyance to us. It will, if we will. Sad is the day, and worse must follow, when we hear the blackbird in the garden and do not throb with joy. But, Leofric, the high festival is strewn by the servant of God upon the heart of man. It is gladness, it is thanksgiving. It is the orphan, the starveling, pressed to the bosom, and bidden as its first commandment to remember its benefactor. We will hold this festival. The guests are ready. We may keep it up for weeks, and months, and years together, and always be the happier and the richer for it. The beverage of this feast, O Leofric, is sweeter than bee, or flower, or vine can give us. It flows from heaven, and in heaven will it abundantly be poured out again, to him who pours it out here abundantly.
Thou art wild.
I have indeed lost myself. Some power, some good kind power melts me, body and soul and voice, into tenderness and love. O my husband, we must obey it. Look upon me, look upon me. Lift your sweet eyes from the ground. I will not cease to supplicate. I dare not.
We may think upon it.
Oh, never say that. What? Think upon goodness when you can be good. Let not the infants cry for sustenance. The mother of our blessed Lord will hear them. Us never, never afterward.
Here comes the bishop. We are but 1 mile from the walls. Why dismountest thou? No bishop can expect it. Godiva, my honour and rank among men are humbled by this. Earl Goodwin will hear of it. Up, up! The bishop hath seen it. He urgeth his horse onward. Dost thou not hear him now upon the solid turf behind thee?
Never, no, never will I rise, O Leofric, until you remit this most impious task. This tax on hard labour, on hard life.
Turn round. See how the fat nag canters as to the tune of a sinner's psalm, slow and hard breathing. What reason or right can the people have to complain while their bishop's steed is so sleek and well caparisoned? Inclination to change, desire to abolish old usages? Up, up for shame! They shall smart for it, idlers. Sir Bishop, I must blush for my young bride.
My husband, will you pardon the city?
Sir Bishop, I could not think you would have seen her in this plight. Will I pardon? Yea, Godiva, by the holy rood will I pardon the city when thou ridest naked at noontime through the streets?
Oh, my dear cruel Leofric, where's the heart you gave me? It was not so. Can mine have hardened it?
Earl, thou abashest thy spouse. She turneth pale and weepeth. Lady Godiva, peace be with thee.
Thanks, holy man. Peace will be with me when peace is with your city. Did you hear my lord's cruel word?
I did, lady.
Will you remember it and pray against it?
Will thou forget it, daughter?
I am not offended.
Angel of peace and purity.
But treasure it up in your heart.
Deem it an incense, good only when it is consumed and spent, ascending with prayer and sacrifice. And now, what was it?
Christ save us, that he will pardon the city when thou ridest naked through the streets at noon?
Did he swear an oath?
He sware by the Holy Rood.
My Redeemer, thou hast heard it. Save the city.
We are now upon the beginning of the pavement. These are the suburbs. Let us think of feasting. We may pray afterwards. Tomorrow we shall rest.
No judgments then tomorrow, Leofric?
None. We will carouse.
The saints of heaven have given me strength and confidence. My prayers are heard. The heart of my beloved is now softened.
Aye, aye.
Say, dearest Leofric, is there indeed no other hope? No other mediation?
I have sworn. Besides, thou hast made me redden and turn my face away from thee, and all the knaves have seen it. This adds to the city's crime.
I have blushed too, Leofric, and was not rash nor obdurate.
But thou, my sweetest, art given to blushing. There is no conquering it in thee. I wish thou hadst not alighted so hastily and roughly. It has shaken down a sheaf of thy hair. Take heed thou sittest not upon it, lest it anguish thee. Well done. It mingleth now sweetly with the cloth of gold upon the saddle, running here and there, as if it had life and faculties and business, and were working thereupon some newer and cunninger device. O my beauteous Eve, there is a paradise about thee. The world is refreshed as thou movest and breathest on it. I cannot see or think of evil where thou art. I could throw my arms even here about thee. No signs for me? No shaking of sunbeams? No reproof or frown of wonderment? I will say it now, then, for worse. I could close with my kisses thou half-opened lips, ay, and those lovely and loving eyes, before the people.
Tomorrow you shall kiss me, and they shall bless you for it. I shall be very pale, for tonight I must fast and pray.
I do not hear thee. The voices of the folk are so loud under this archway.
God help them, good kind souls. I hope they will not crowd about me so tomorrow. O Leofric, could my name be forgotten, and yours alone remembered? But perhaps my innocence may save me from reproach. And how many is innocent or in fear and famine? No eye will open on me but fresh from tears. What a young mother for so large a family! Shall my youth harm me? Under God's hand it gives me courage. Ah, when will the morning come? Ah, when will the noon be over?
The story of Godiva, at one of whose festivals or fairs I was present in my boyhood, has always much interested me, and I wrote a poem on it, sitting, I remember, by the square pool at Rugby. When I showed it to the friend in whom I had most confidence, he began to scoff at the subject, and on reaching the last line his laughter was loud and immoderate. This conversation has brought both laughter and stanza back to me, and the earnestness with which I entreated and implored my friend not to tell the lads. So heart-strickingly and desperately was I ashamed. The verses are these, if anyone else should wish another laugh at me. In every hour, in every mood, O lady, it is sweet and good to bathe the soul in prayer, and at the close of such a day, when we have ceased to bless and pray, to dream on thy long hair. May the peppermint be still growing on the bank in that place. End of section 15. Section 16 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 16. Essex and Spenser. Narrator read by Michele Eaton. Spenser read by Michele Eaton.
The Role of Essex, read by Rick of Las Vegas, Nevada.
Spenser has just escaped from Ireland, where his house and infant child had been burnt. Essex, not yet aware of his misfortune, has sent for him.
Instantly on hearing of thy arrival from Ireland, I sent a message to thee, good Edmund, that I might learn from one so judicious and dispassionate as thou art, the real state of things, that distracted country. It having pleased the Queen's Majesty to think of appointing me her deputy, in order to bring the rebellious to submission.
Wisely and well considered, but more worthily of her judgment than her affection. May your lordship overcome, as you have ever done, the difficulties and dangers you foresee.
We grow weak by striking at random, and knowing that I must strike, and strike heavily, I would fain see exactly where the stroke shall fall. Now, what tale have you for us?
Interrogate me, my lord, that I may answer each question distinctly, my mind being in sad confusion at what I have seen and undergone.
Give me thy account and opinion of these very affairs as thou leftest them, for I would rather know one part well than all imperfectly, and the violences of which I have heard within the day surpass belief. Why weepest thou, my gentle Spenser? Have the rebels sacked thy house?
They have plundered and utterly destroyed it.
I grieve for thee, and I will see thee righted.
In this they have little harmed me.
How? I have heard it reported that thy grounds are fertile, and thy mansion large and pleasant.
If river and lake and meadow ground and mountain could render any place the abode of pleasantness, pleasant was mine indeed. On the lovely banks of Mulla I found deep contentment. Under the dark alders did I muse and meditate. Innocent hopes were my gravest cares, and my playfullest fancy was with kindly wishes. Ah! Surely of all cruelties the worst is to extinguish our kindness. Mine is gone. I love the people and the land no longer. My lord, ask me not about them. I may speak injuriously.
Think rather then of thy happier hours and busier occupations. These likewise may instruct me.
The first seeds I sowed in the garden, ere the old castle was made habitable for my lovely bride, were acorns from Penshurst. I planted a little oak before my mansion at the birth of each child. My sons, I said to myself, shall often play in the shade of them when I am gone, and every year shall they take the measure of their growth as fondly as I take theirs.
Well, well, but let not this thought make thee weep so bitterly.
Poison may ooze from beautiful plants, deadly grief from dearest reminiscences. I must grieve, I must weep. It seems the law of God, the only one that men are not disposed to contravene. In the performance of this alone do they effectually aid one another.
Spenser, I wish I had at hand any arguments of persuasions of force sufficient to remove thy sorrow. But really I am not in the habit of seeing men grieve at anything, except the loss of favour at court, or of a hawk or a buckhound. And were I to swear out condolences to a man of thy discernment, in the same round, roll-call phrases we employ with one another upon these occasions, I should be guilty not of insincerity, but of insolence. True grief hath ever something sacred in it, and when it visiteth a wise man and a brave one, is most holy. Nay, kiss not my hand. He whom God smiteth hath God with him. In his presence what am I?
Never so great, my lord, as at this hour, when you see aright who is greater. May he guide your counsels, and preserve your life and glory.
Where are thy friends? Are they with thee?
Ah, where indeed? Generous, true-hearted Philip, where art thou, whose presence was unto me peace and safety, whose smile was contentment, and whose praise renown? My lord, I cannot but think of him among still heavier losses. He was my earliest friend, and would have taught me wisdom.
Pastoral poetry, my dear Spenser, doth not require tears and lamentations. Dry thine eyes, rebuild thine house. The Queen and Council, I venture to promise thee, will make ample amends for every evil thou hast sustained. What? Does that enforce thee to wail still louder?
Pardon me, bear with me, most noble heart. I have lost what no council, no queen, no Essex can restore.
We will see that. There are other swords and other arms to yield them, beside a Leicester's and a Raleigh's. Others can crush their enemies and serve their friends.
O my sweet child, and of many so powerful, many so wise and so beneficent, was there none to save thee? None, none.
I now perceive that thou lamentest what almost every father is destined to lament. Happiness must be bought, although the payment may be delayed. Consider, the same calamity might have befallen thee here in London. Neither the houses of ambassadors, nor the palaces of kings, nor the altars of God himself are asylums against death. How do I know but under this very roof there may sleep some latent calamity, that in an instant shall cover with gloom every inmate of the house, and every far dependent?
God avert it.
Every day, every hour of the year do hundreds mourn what thou mournest.
Oh no, no, no. Calamities there are around us. Calamities there are all over the earth. Calamities there are in all seasons, but none in any season, none in any place like mine.
So say all fathers, so say all husbands. Look at any old mansion house, and let the sun shine as gloriously as it may on the golden vanes, or the arms recently quartered over the gateway, or the embayed window, and on the happy pair that haply is toying at it. Nevertheless, thou mayest say that of a certainty the same fabric hath seen much sorrow within its chambers, and heard many wailings, and each time this was the heaviest stroke of all. Funerals have passed along, through the stout-hearted knights upon the wainscot, and amid the laughing nymphs upon the arras. Old servants have shaken their heads, as if somebody had deceived Thorn, when they found that beauty and nobility could perish. Edmund, the things that are too true pass by us as if they were not true at all, and when they have singled us out, then only do they strike us. Thou and I must go too. Perhaps the next year may blow us away with its fallen leaves.
For you, my lord, many years, I trust, are waiting. I never shall see those fallen leaves. No leaf, no bud will spring upon the earth before I sink into her breast for ever.
Thou, who art wiser than most men, shouldst bear with patience, equanimity, and courage what is common to all.
Enough, enough, enough. Have all men seen their infant burnt to ashes before their eyes?
Gracious God, merciful Father, what is this?
Burnt alive, burnt to ashes, burnt to ashes. The flames dart their serpent tongues through the nursery window. I cannot quit thee, my Elizabeth. I cannot lay down our Edmund. Oh, these flames! They persecute, they enthrall me. They curl round my temples, they hiss upon my brain, they taunt me with their fierce, foul voices, they carp at me, they wither me, they consume me, throwing back to me a little of life to roll and suffer in with their fangs upon me. Ask me, my lord, the things you wish to know from me. I may answer them. I am now composed again. Command me, my gracious lord. I would yet serve you. Soon I shall be unable. You have stooped to raise me up. You have borne with me. You have pitied me, even like one not powerful. You have brought comfort, and will leave it with me, for gratitude is comfort. Oh, my memory stands all a-tiptoe on one burning point. When it drops from it, then it perishes. Spare me, ask me nothing. Let me weep before you in peace, the kindest act of greatness.
I should rather have dared to mount in the midst of the conflagration than I now dare entreat thee not to weep. The tears that overflow thy heart, my Spenser, will staunch and heal it in their sacred stream, but not without hope in God.
My hope in God is that I may soon see again what he has taken from me. Amid the myriads of angels, there is not one so beautiful, and even he, if there be any, who is appointed my guardian, could never love me so. Ah, these are idle thoughts, vain wanderings, distempered dreams. if there ever were guardian angels, he who so wanted one, my helpless boy, would not have left these arms upon my knees.
God help and sustain thee too, gentle Spenser. I will never desert thee. But what am I? Great they have called me. Alas, how powerless then and infantile is greatness in the presence of calamity. Come, give me thy hand. Let us walk up and down the gallery. Bravely done. I will envy no more a Sidney or a Raleigh.
End of section 16. Section 17 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 17. William Wallace and King Edward I. Narrator read by Michele Eaton.
King Edward I. Read by Brett Hirsch.
William Wallace read by Michele Eaton.
Whom seest thou here?
The King of England.
And thou abasest not thy head before the majesty of the sceptre?
I did.
I marked it not.
God beheld it when I did it, and he knoweth, as doth King Edward, how devoutly in my heart's strength I fought for it.
Robber! For what sceptre? Who commissioned thee?
My country.
Thou liest. There is no country where there is no king.
Sir, it were unbecoming to ask in this palace why there is no king in my country.
To spare thy modesty, then, I will inform thee, because the kingdom is mine. Thou hast rebelled against me. Thou hast presumed even to carry arms against both of those nobles, Bruce and Cummin, who contended for the Scottish throne, and with somewhat, indeed, of lawyer's likelihood.
They placed the Scottish throne under the English.
Audacious churl! Is it not meet?
In Scotland, we think otherwise.
Rebels do. Subverters of order, low, ignorant knaves, without any stake in the country. It hath pleased God to bless my arms. What further manifestation of our just claims demandest thou? Silence becomes thee.
Where God is named, what is now to the right bank of a river is to the left when we have crossed it and look round.
Thou wouldst be witty truly. Who was wittiest, thou or I, when thy companion Menteith delivered thee into my hands?
Unworthy companions are not the peculiar curse of private men. I chose not Menteith for his treachery, nor rewarded him for it. Sir, I have contended with you face to face, but would not hear. Your glory eclipses mine, if this be glory.
So, thou wouldst place thyself on a level with princes?
Willingly, if they attacked my country, and above them.
Dost thou remember the Kieran side, when your army was beaten and dispersed?
By the defection of Cummin, and the arrogance of Stuart.
Recollectest thou the colloquy that Bruce condescended to hold with thee across the river?
I do, sir. Why would not he, being your soldier, and fighting loyally against his native land, pass the water, and exterminate an army so beaten and dispersed? The saddle skirts had been rather the stiffer on the morrow, but he would have hung them up and never felt them. Why not finish the business at once?
He wished to persuade thee, loose reviler, that thy resistance was useless.
He might have made himself heard better if he had come across.
No trifling, no arguing with me, no remarks here, caitiff. Thou canst not any longer be ignorant that he hath slain his competitor Cummin, that my troops surround him, and that he perhaps may now repent the levity of his reproaches against thee. I may myself have said a hasty word or two, but thou hast nettled me. My anger soon passes. I never punish in an enemy anything else than obstinacy. I did not counsel the accusations and malignant taunts of Bruce.
Sir, I do not bear them in mind.
No?
Indeed, I neither do nor would.
Dull wretch! I should never forget such. I can make allowances. I am a king. I would flay him alive for half of them, and make him swallow back the other half, without his skin.
Few have a right to punish, all to pardon.
I perceive thou hast at last some glimmering of shame, and adversity makes thee very Christian-like.
Adversity, then, in exercising her power, loses her name and features. King Edward, thou hast raised me among men. Without thy banners and bows in array against me, I had sunk into utter forgetfulness. Thanks to thee for placing me eternally where no strength of mine could otherwise have borne me. Thanks to thee for bathing my spirit in deep thoughts, in refreshing calm, in sacred stillness. This, O King, is the bath for knighthood. After this it may feast, and hear bold and sweet voices, and mount to its repose. I thought it hard to be seized and bound, and betrayed by those in whom I trusted. I grieved that a valiant soldier, such is Menteith, should act so. Unhappily, he must now avoid all men's discourses. 'Twill pierce his heart to hear censures of the disloyal, and praises on the loyal will dry up its innermost drop. Two friends can never more embrace in his presence, but he shall curse them in the bitterness of his soul, and his sword shall spring up to cleave them. Alas, will he say to himself, is it thus? Was it thus when I drew it for my country?
Think now of other matters. Think what I suggested of thy reproaches.
I have none to make myself.
Be it so. I did not talk about that any longer.
What others, then, can touch or reach me?
Such as Bruce's.
Reproaches they were not, for none were ever cast against me, but taunts they were, not unmingled with invitations.
The same invitations, and much greater, I now repeat. Thou shalt govern Scotland for me.
Scotland, sir, shall be governed for none. She is old enough to stand by herself, and to stand upright. The blows she hath received have not broken her loins.
Come, come, Wallace. Thou hast sense and spirit. Confess to me fairly that, if thou wert at liberty, thou wouldst gladly make Bruce regret his ill treatment of thee.
Well, then, I do confess it.
Something would I myself hazard. Not too much, but prudently and handsomely. Tell me now plainly, for I love plain speaking, and everything free and open, in what manner thou wouldst set about it, and perhaps, God willing, I may provide the means.
Sir, you certainly would not. It little suits your temper and disposition.
Faith! Not so little as thou supposest. Magnanimity and long-suffering have grown upon me, and well become me, but they have not produced all the good I might have expected from them. Joyfully as I would try them again, at any proper opportunity, there is nothing I am not bound to do, in dearness to my people, to rid myself of an enemy. In my mind, no expressions could be more insulting than Bruce's. When he accused thee, a low and vulgar man, how canst thou help that, of wishing to possess the crown?
He was right.
How? Astonishment! Thou wouldst then have usurped the sovereignty.
I possessed a greater power by war than peace could ever give me, yet I invited and exhorted the legitimate heir of the throne to fight for it and receive it. If there is any satisfaction or gratification in being the envy of men, I had enough and greatly more than enough of it. When even those I love envied me, what would have been my portion of it, had I possessed that which never should have been mine?
Why then, sayest thou that Bruce was right?
He judged, as most men do, from his own feelings. Many have worn crowns, some have deserved them. I have done neither.
Return to Scotland. Bring me Bruce's head back, and rule the kingdom as viceroy.
I would rather make him rue his words against me, and hear him.
Thou shalt.
Believe me, sir, you would repent of your permission.
No, by the saints.
You would indeed, sir.
Go and try me. Do not hesitate. I see thou art half inclined. I may never make the same offer again.
I will not go.
Weak, wavering man, hath imprisonment in 1 day or 2 wrought such a change in thee?
Slavery soon does it, but I am, and will ever be, unchanged.
It was not well, nor by my order, that thou wert dragged along the road, barefooted and bareheaded, while it snowed throughout all the journey.
Certainly, sir. You did not order it to snow from the latter days of December till the middle of January, but whatever else was done, if my guard spake the truth.
He lied, he lied, he lied.
Or the warrant he showed me as authentic was done according to your royal order.
What? Are my officers turned into constables? Base varlets! It must have seemed hard, Wallace.
Not that indeed, for I went barefooted in my youth, and have mostly been bareheaded when I have not been in battle. But to be thrust and shoven into the courtyard, to shiver under the penthouse from which the wind had blown the thatch, while the blazing fire within made the snow upon the opposite roof redden like the dawn, to wax faint, a-hungered and athirst, when within arm's length of me men pushed the full cup away and would drink no more, to that I have never been accustomed in my country. The dogs, honester and kinder folks than most, but rather dull in the love of hospitality, unless in the beginning some pains are taken with them by their masters, tore my scant gear, and then your soldiers felt their contempt more natural and easy. The poor curs had done for them what their betters could not do, and the bolder of the company looked hard in my face to see if I were really the same man.
Oh, the rude rogues! That was too bad.
The worst was this. Children and women, fathers and sons, came running down the hills, some sinking knee-deep in the encrusted snow, others tripping lightly over it, to celebrate the nativity of our blessed Lord. They entreated, and the good priest likewise, that I might be led forth into the church, and might kneel down amid them. Off, cried the guard. Would ye plead for Wallace the traitor? I saw them tremble, for it was treason in them. And then came my grief upon me, and bore hard. They lifted up their eyes to heaven, and it gave me strength.
Thou shalt not, I swear to thee, march back in such plight.
I will not, I swear to thee, march a traitor.
Right, right. I can trust thee, more than half already. Bruce is the traitor, the worst of the two. He raises the country against me. Go, encompass him, entrap him, quell him. Sweetheart, thou hast a rare fancy, a youth's love at first sight, for thy chains, unwilling to barter them for liberty, for country, for revenge, for honour.
The two latter are very dear to me. For the two former I have often shed my blood, and if more is wanting, take it. My heart is no better than a wooden cup, whereof the homely liquor a royal hand would cast away indifferently. There once were those who pledged it. Where are they? Forgive my repining, O God. Enough, if they are not here.
Nay, nay, Wallace, thou wrongest me. Thou art a brave man. I do not like to see these irons about thy wrists. They are too broad and tight. They have bruised thee cruelly.
Methinks there was no necessity to have hammered the rivets on quite so hard, and the fellow who did it needed not to look over his shoulder so often while he was about it, telling the people, "This is Wallace." Wrist or iron, he and his hammer cared not.
I am mightily taken with the fancy of seeing thee mortify Bruce. Thou shalt do it. Let me have thy plan.
End of section 17. Section 18 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 18. Archbishop Boulter and Philip Savage. Narrator, read by Michele Eaton.
Philip Savage, read by Thomas Peter. Bolter, read by Kathrine.
Bolter, primate of Ireland, saved that kingdom from pestilence and famine in the year 1729 by supplying the poor with bread, medicines, attendance, and every possible comfort and accommodation. Again in 1740 and 1741, 250,000 were fed twice a day, principally at his expense, as we find in La Biographie Universelle, an authority the least liable to suspicion. He built hospitals at Drogheda and Armagh, and endowed them richly. No private man in any age or country has contributed so largely to relieve the sufferings of his fellow creatures, to which object he and his wife devoted their ample fortunes, both during their lives and after their decease.
Heartily glad am I to see you, my brother, if in these times of calamity and desolation such a sentiment may be expressed or felt. My wife is impatient to embrace her sister.
My Lord Primate, I did not venture to bring her with me from Dublin, wishing to wait until I had explored the road and had experienced the temper of the people.
I much regret her absence, and yet more the cause of it. Let me hope, however, that nothing unexpectedly unpleasant has occurred to you in your journey hither.
I came on horseback, attended by one servant. Had I been prudent, he would not have worn his livery, for hardly any object is more offensive to the poor in seasons of distress than a servant in livery, spruce and at his ease. They attach to it the idea of idleness and comfort, which they contrast with their own hard labour and its ill requital. 2 miles from Armagh we were met by a multitude of workpeople. They asked my groom who I was. He told them my name, and perhaps, in the pride of his heart, my office. Happily they never had heard of the one nor the other. They then enclosed me, and insisted on knowing whether I came with orders from the castle to fire upon them, as had been threatened some days before. For what, my honest friends? Cried I. For wanton bread in asking it, was the answer that ran from mouth to mouth, frequently repeated, and deepening at every repetition, till hoarseness and weakness made it drop and cease. I then assured them that no such orders were given, or would ever be, and that the king and government were deeply afflicted at their condition, which, however, was only temporary. Upon this there came forward one from among them, and laying his hand upon the mane of my horse, he laughed till he staggered. I looked at him in amaze. When he had recovered himself a little from his transport, he said, I hope you are honest, my friend, for you talk like a fool, which in people of your sort is a token of it, though sometimes one no weightier than Will Woods for a halfpenny. But prithee now, my jewel, how can you in your conscience take upon yourself to say that the king and his ministers care fleece rotten tooth, whether or not we crack with emptiness and thirst, so long as our arms fill their bellies, and drive away troublesome neighbours while they are napping afterward? Deeply afflicted. Is it deeply afflicted? On my soul, one would think there was as much pleasure in deep affliction as in deep drinking, or even more. For many have washed away their hands with claret, and have then given over drinking. But where is good fellow who has done anything in this quarter by way of raising his head above such a deep affliction? Has the king or his lord lieutenant sent us the value of a mangy sow's bristle? I may be mistaken, but I am apt to think that, shallow as we are bound to believe we are in other things, our affliction is as deep as theirs, or near upon it, and yet we never said a word about the matter. We only said we were naked and starving, and quitted our cabins that we may leave to our fathers and mothers our own beds to die on, and that we may hear no longer the cries of our wives and little ones, which, let me tell you, are very different in those who are famishing from any we have ever heard before. Deeply afflicted. Now, for God, what miseries have they suffered, or have they seen? I have heard of rich people in Dublin with such a relish for deep affliction they will give 18 pence for a book to read of it. Partly in hopes of proceeding, and partly in commiseration, I slipped a guinea into the fellow's hand. He took it, and did not thank me, but continuing to hold it together with my horse's mane, he said, Come along with me. I thought it prudent to comply. At the distance of about a mile, on the right hand is the cabin to which I was conducted. A wretched horse was standing half within it and half without, and exhibiting in his belly and ribs the clearest signs of famine and weariness. Let us hear, said my guide, what is going on. I dismounted and stood with him. Looking round about the tenement, I found no article of furniture, for the inhabitant was lying on the floor, covered with his clothes only. Against the wall of the doorway was hanging from a nail a broken tin tobacco box, kept open by a ring which had formerly been the ornament of a pig's snout. Its more recent service was to make a hole in a piece of paper, on which I read, "Notice to quit." There was a priest in the cabin, who spoke, as nearly as I can recollect, these words: "You are the only Catholic in the parish, and ought to set an example to the rest of them about you." "Father," said a weak voice, "you told me I might go to the archbishop's when I grew stouter, and get what I could, it being the spoil of an enemy. Such was my hunger on first recovering from the fever, and the worst perhaps for having had nothing to eat for a couple of days, that, when the servants gave me a basin of broth, I swallowed it. None of them had the charity to warn me that it was a piece of beef which was lying at the bottom, or to tell me that, for what they knew, it might be a turnip. So, without thinking at all about it, I just let it take its own way. There was no more of it than the size of a good potato. A healthy man could have made but 4 bites of it. I had a bitch that would have swallowed it at one, when she had whelps. I have seen a man who would make so little of it, he would let his wife eat it all, at a meal or 2. It was next to nothing. In my mind I have a doubt whether, as there might be some fever left upon me, it was not rather the show of beef rising out of the broth than real beef. For sure enough I might mistake, as I might in thinking I was well again when I had still the fever, which could scarcely come back upon me for eating, when it had come upon me the week before for not eating. Howsoever, I went home and laid myself down and slept, and dreamed of angels with ladles of soup in their hands, some ugly enough, and others laughing, and one of them led that very horse of yours into the cabin. I should know him again anywhere. We looked in each other's face for 10 minutes. Then down he threw himself on me, as though I were no better than ling and fern. There he would have stayed, I warrant, till sunrise, if it had not been Sunday morning." "How!" cried the priest. "What then? All this iniquity was committed upon the Saturday." "This day week," answered the sick man, humbled as much, I suspect, by blundering into the confession, as he was by the reproof. "And now, by my soul, Our Lady calls you to an account, sinner," said the priest angrily. "I would not wonder if the arch-heretic you call archbishop gave out so many thousand bowls of soup a day, for the sake of drowning that soul of yours, swiller and swine. Hither have I been riding a matter of 13 miles to see that everything is going on as it ought, and not an ounce of oatmeal or a potato in the house." The poor inhabitant of the cabin sighed aloud. My conductor strode softly toward the priest, and, twitching him by the sleeve, asked him softly what he thought of the man's health. The poor creature heard the question, and much more distinctly the answer, which was, that he could not live out another day. He requested the holy man to hear his confession. The most grievous part of it had been made already, but now the piece of beef had its real size and weight given to it. He had eaten it with pleasure, with knowledge. He had gone to bed upon it. He had tried to sleep. He had slept. He had said no more Ave Marias than ordinarily. A soul labouring under such a mountain of sin required, God knows how many, masses for its purgation and acquittance. "Be aisy," said my conductor. "Ye shall sup with our blessed Lord in paradise by 7 o'clock tomorrow night, if masses can mash potatoes, or there is buttermilk above." On saying this he pulled open the priest's hand, slapped it with some violence, left the guinea in it, and wished me a pleasant ride. I could not bear to let him quit me so abruptly, glad as I should have been before at his departure. I asked him whether the dying man was his relative. He said no. I wished to replace his generosity somewhat more largely. "Sir," said he, "I have enough for several days yet. When it is gone, the archbishop will give me what he gives the rest. As for that grassmonger, he shall eat this rasher of bacon with me this blessed night, or I'll be damned." So saying, he drew a thin slice from his pocket, neither enwrapped in paper nor in bread.
I hope soon to find out this worthy man, the warmth of whose heart may well atone for that of his expressions. But lest he should be too urgent in his invitation, I will immediately send one of my brother clergymen, entreating him to dine with us. We have always fish on Fridays and Saturdays from the lake near us, in case we may be favoured by any Roman Catholic visitor. This slight displeasure is, I hope, the only one you have met with.
"I must confess it grieved me to see the sheriff's officers erecting the gallows at the entrance of the city. It must exasperate the populace. Men in the extremity of suffering lose sooner the sense of fear than the excitability to indignation. The people of Ireland have endured enough already."
Indeed have they. It was thought the excess of hard-heartedness, when men asked for bread, to give a stone, but better a stone than a halter.
As our country gentlemen, in this part of Ireland particularly, are neither worse than semi-barbarous, and hear nothing from their cradles but threats and defiance, they may deem it requisite and becoming to erect this formidable signal of regular government against the advances of insurrection.
More are made insurgents by firing on them than by feeding them, and men are more dangerous in the field than in the kitchen.
In critical times such as these, some coercion and some intimidation may be necessary. We must be vigilant and resolute against the ill-intentioned.
My dear brother, would it not be wiser to give other intentions to the ill-intentioned? Cruelty is no more the cure of crimes than it is the cure of sufferings. Compassion, in the first instance, is good for both. I have known it bring compunction when nothing else could. I forbear to enlarge on the enormous inhumanity of inflicting the punishment of death for small offences. Yet I must remind you to ask yourself whether, in your belief, 10 years ever elapsed in Ireland, or even in England, without some capital sentence wrongfully pronounced. If this be the case, and most men think it is, does it not occur to you that such a penalty should forever be expunged from our statute book? Severe as another may be, reparation of some kind may be made, on the detection of its injustice. But what reparation can reach the dead from the living? What reparation can even reach the judge who condemned him? For he too must be almost as much a sufferer. In vain will the jurymen split and subdivide the responsibility. In vain will they lament that nothing now can mitigate the verdict. Release, then, the innocent from this long suffering, if you will not release the guilty from a shorter. What can be expected from the humanity of men, habituated to see death inflicted on their fellow-men for offences which scarcely bring an inconvenience on the prosecutor? And what can be expected from the judgment of those above them, who denounce vengeance to preserve peace, and take away life to show respect for property? More ferocity hath issued from under English scarlet than from under American ochre. Violent resentments are the natural propensities of untamed men, and protection of our property does not require them.
The legislator and judge feel none.
Why then imitate them in voice and action? Is there anything loyal or dignified in such an imitation?
Our judges in these days are not often guilty of the like unseemliness which was common 50 years ago.
Certainly they are less boisterous and blustering than under the first James and the first Charles, and have wiped away much of that rudeness and effrontery which is chastened in other professions by a civiller company and more salutary awe. Nevertheless, at the commencement of the disturbances which this famine brought about, many poor wretches were condemned to death after much intemperate language from the judges, who declined to present petitions on their behalf to the Lord Lieutenant, as I told you in my letter. Probably they are little pleased that his flexibility of temper hath yielded to our remonstrances and authority. Painful would be my situation as President of the Council, and yours as Chancellor of the Exchequer, if such people as are usually sent hither for Lords Lieutenant were as refractory as they are remiss. I trust it will ever be found convenient to appoint men of clemency to the first station, and that I shall never be forced to exercise on them the powers entrusted to me of coercion and control. It is well when people can believe that their misfortunes are temporary. How can we apply such a term to pestilence and famine?
Surely the violence of the evil eats away the substance of it speedily. Pestilence and famine are, and always have been, temporary and brief.
Temporary they are indeed. Brief are they, very brief. But why? Because life is so under them. To the world they are extremely short, but can we say they are short to him who bears them? And of such there are thousands, tens of thousands, in this most afflicted, most neglected country. The whole of a life, be it what it may be, is not inconsiderable to him who leaves it, any more than the whole of a property, be it but an acre, is inconsiderable to him who possesses it. Whether want and wretchedness last for a month, or for half a century, if they last as long as a sufferer, they are to him of very long duration. Let us try, then, rather to remove the evils of Ireland than to persuade those who undergo them that there are none. For if they could be thus persuaded, we would have brutalized them first to such a degree as would render them more dangerous than they were in the reigns of Elizabeth or Charles. There will never be a want of money or a want of confidence in any well-governed state that has been long at peace, and without the danger of its interruption. But a want of the necessaries of life in peasants or artisans, when the seasons have been favourable, is a certain sign of defect in the constitution or of criminality in the administration. It may not be advisable or safe to tell everyone this truth, yet it is needful to inculcate it on the minds of governors, and to repeat it until they find the remedy. Else the people, one day or another, will send those out to look for it who may trample down more in the search than suits good husbandry. God be praised! We have no such exclamation to make as that of Ecclesiastes. Woe to thee, O land, whose king is a child! An evil that may afflict the land under the same king for years indefinite. Our gracious sovereign, ever mindful of his humble origin, and ever grateful to the people who raised him from it to the most exalted throne in the universe, a throne hung round with the trophies of Cressy, Agincourt, Poitiers, and Blenheim, has little inclination to imitate the ruinous pride of Louis XIV, to expend his revenues, much less those of his people, in the excavation of rivers, the elevation of mountains, and the transplantation of Asia, with all her gauds and vanities, under the gilded domes of fairy palaces.
Versailles is a monument, raised by the king of one country for the benefit of kings in all others, warning each in successive generations not to exhaust the labour and patience of his people, by the indulgence of his profusion and sensuality.
Let us hope, my brother, that the poverty this structure has entailed on the French may not hereafter serve for the foundation of more extensive evils, and exacerbate a heartless race, ever disposed to wanton cruelties, until they at last strike down the virtuous for standing too near, and for warning them where their blows should fall. In which case they will become even worse slaves than they are, from the beating they must sooner or later undergo. If I could leave the country in its present state, and if I possessed the same advantage of daily access to the king as when I attended him from Germany, I should take the liberty of presenting to him that his own moderation of expenditure might well be copied in the public, and that some offices and some pensions in this country might be lopped off without national dishonour or popular discontent.
There has always been an outcry against places and pensions, whether the country was flourishing or otherwise. We may lop until we cut our fingers and disable ourselves for harder work. Surely a man of your grace's discernment would look well to it first, and remember that, where the sun is let in, the wind too may let in itself.
A want of caution is not among my defects, nor is an unsteady deference to the clamours of the multitude. It is necessary to ask sometimes even well-dressed men, have not the judges places? Is not every office of trust a place? And can any government be conducted without its functionaries? I do not follow the public cry, nor run before it. Pensions, too, occasionally are just and requisite. What man of either party will deny that a Marlborough and a Peterborough deserved such a token of esteem from the country they served so gloriously? Or that the payment of even a large annuity to such illustrious men is not in the end the best economy? These rewards stimulate exertion and create merit. They likewise display to other nations our justice, our generosity, our power, our wealth, and are the best monuments we can erect to victory. Do not be alarmed lest the people should insist on too rigorous a defalcation. The British people, and still more the Irish, would resent, as a private wrong, the tearing one leaf from the brow of a brave defender. On the contrary, to say nothing of clerks and commissaries, the grant of pensions to ambassadors and convoys, who cannot act from their own judgment, and who only execute the orders of others, without the necessity of genius, of learning, of discernment, or of courage, is superfluous to a nation in its prosperity, and insulting to one in its distress. They are always chosen out of private friendship, and their stipends, while they act, are only presents made to them by their patrons. To pay them afterward for having taken the trouble to receive these presents is less needful than to send a Christmas box to my wig-maker, because I had preferred him already, and had paid him handsomely for making me a wig in midsummer. Should we not think him a foolish man if he expected it, and an impudent one if he asked for it? We are so fortunate as to have few pensions to discharge, and little debt. Nevertheless, in times so disastrous as these, when many thousands, I might say millions, are starving, and when persons once in affluence have neither bread nor work, it behooves us, who wish security and respectability to the government, to deduct from waste and riot that which was not given originally for distinguished merit, and which may now save the lives of generations, and scarcely take the garnish of one dish in the second courses of a few. At my table you will find only ordinary fare, and I hardly know whether I am not sinning, while I thank my God that it is plentiful.
End of section 18. Section 19 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 19. Lord Bacon and Richard Hooker. Narrator read by Michele Eaton.
Richard Hooker, read by MaryAnnMichele.
Lord Bacon, read by Michele Eaton. Hearing much of your worthiness and wisdom, Master Richard Hooker, I have besought your comfort and consolation in this my too heavy affliction, for we often do stand in need of hearing what we know full well, and our own balsams must be poured into our breasts by another's hand, as the air at our doors is sometimes more expeditious in removing pain and heaviness from the body than the most far-fetched remedies would be, so the voice alone of a neighbourly and friendly visitant may be more effectual in assuaging our sorrows than whatever is most forcible in rhetoric and most recondite in wisdom. On these occasions we cannot put ourselves in a posture to receive the latter, and still less are we at leisure to look into the corners of our storeroom and to uncurl the leaves of our references. As for memory, who, you may tell me, would save us the trouble? She is footsore enough in all conscience with me, without going further back. Withdrawn as you live from court and courtly men, and having ears occupied by better reports than such as are flying about me, yet haply so hard a case as mine, befalling a man heretofore not averse from the studies in which you take delight, may have touched you with some concern.
I do think, my Lord of Verulam, that, unhappy as you appear, God in sooth has foregone to chasten you, and that the day which in his wisdom he appointed for your trial was the very day on which the King's Majesty gave unto your ward and custody the great seal of his English realm. And yet perhaps it may be, let me utter it without offence, that your features and stature were from that day forward no longer what they were before. Such an effect do power and rank and office produce even on prudent and religious men. A hound's whelp howleth, if you pluck him up above where he stood. Man, in much greater peril from falling, doth rejoice. You, my lord, as befitted you, are smitten and contrite, and do appear in deep wretchedness and tribulation to your servants and those about you. But I know that there is always a balm which lies uppermost in these afflictions, and that no heart rightly softened can be very sore.
And yet, Master Richard, it is surely no small matter to lose the respect of those who looked up to us for countenance, and the favour of a right learned king, and oh, Master Hooker, such a power of money. But money is mere dross. I should always hold it so, if it possessed not two qualities, that of making men treat us reverently, and that of enabling us to help the needy.
The respect, I think, of those who respect us for what a fool can give and a rogue can take away, may easily be dispensed with. But it is indeed a high prerogative to help the needy, and when it pleases the Almighty to deprive us of it, let us believe that he foreknoweth our inclination to negligence in the charge entrusted to us, and that in his mercy he hath removed from us a most fearful responsibility.
I know a number of poor gentlemen to whom I could have rendered aid.
Have you examined and sifted their worthiness?
Well, and deeply.
Then must you have known them long before your adversity, and while the means of succouring them were in your hands.
You have circumvented and entrapped me, Master Hooker. Faith, I am mortified. You the schoolman, I the schoolboy.
Say not so, my lord. Your years, indeed, are fewer than mine, by 7 or thereabout, but your knowledge is far higher, your experience richer. Our wits are not always in blossom upon us. When the roses are overcharged and languid, up springs a spike of rue. Mortified on such an occasion? God forfend it! But again to the business. I should never be over penitent for my neglect of needy gentlemen who have neglected themselves much worse. They have chosen their profession with its chances and contingencies. If they had protected their country by their courage, or adorned it by their studies, they would have merited, and under a king of such learning and such equity would have received in some sort their reward. I look upon them as so many old cabinets of ivory and tortoiseshell, scratched, flawed, splintered, rotten, defective both within and without, hard to unlock, insecure to lock up again, unfit to use.
Methinks it beginneth to rain, Master Richard. What if we comfort our bodies with a small cup of wine against the ill temper of the air? Wherefore in God's name are you affrightened?
Not so, my lord, not so.
What then affects you?
Why, indeed, since your lordship interrogates me, I looked, idly and imprudently, into that rich buffet, and I saw, unless the haze of the weather has come into the parlour, or my sight is the worse for last night's reading, no fewer than 6 silver pints. Surely 6 tables for company are laid only at coronations.
There are many men so squeamish that forsooth they would keep a cup to themselves and never communicate it to their nearest and best friend, a fashion which seems to me offensive in an honest house, where no disease of ill repute ought to be feared. We have lately, Master Richard, adopted strange fashions. We have run into the wildest luxuries. The Lord Leicester, I heard it from my father, God forfend it should ever be recorded in our history, when he entertained Queen Elizabeth at Kenilworth Castle, laid before her Majesty a fork of pure silver. I the more easily credit it, as Master Thomas Coriat doth vouch for having seen the same monstrous sign of voluptuousness at Venice. We are surely the especial favourites of Providence, when such wantonness hath not melted us quite away. After this portent, it would otherwise have appeared incredible that we should have broken the Spanish Armada. Pledge me, hither comes our wine. Servant, what is this? Dolt, villain, is not this the beverage I reserve for myself? The blockhead must imagine that Malmsey runs in a stream under the ocean, like the Alpheus. Bear with me, good Master Hooker, but verily I have little of this wine, and I keep it as a medicine for my many and growing infirmities. You are healthy at present. God in his infinite mercy long maintain you so. Weaker drink is more wholesome for you. The lighter ones of France are best accommodated by nature to our constitutions, and therefore she has placed them so within our reach that we have only to stretch out our necks in a manner and drink them from the vat. But this Malmsey flies from centre to circumference, and makes youthful blood boil.
Of a truth, my knowledge in such matters is but spare. My Lord of Canterbury once ordered part of a goblet, containing some strong Spanish wine, to be taken to me from his table when I dined by sufferance with his chaplains, and, although a most discreet, prudent man as befitted his high station, was not so chary of my health as your lordship. Wine is little to be trifled with, physic less. The Cretans, the brewers of this Malmsey, have many aromatic and powerful herbs among them. On their mountains, and notably on Ida, grows that dittany which works such marvels, and which perhaps may give activity to this hot medicinal drink of theirs. I would not touch it, knowingly. An unregarded leaf, dropped into it above the ordinary, might add such puissance to the concoction as almost to break the buckles in my shoes. Since we have good and valid authority that the wounded hart, on eating thereof, casts the arrow out of his haunch or entrails, although it stuck in palm deep.
When I read of such things I doubt them. Religion and politics belong to God, and to God's vicegerent, the king. We must not touch upon them unadvisedly, but if I could procure a plant of dittany on easy terms, I would persuade my apothecary and my gamekeeper to make some experiments.
I dare not distrust what grave writers have declared in matters beyond my knowledge.
Good Master Hooker, I have read many of your reasonings, and they are admirably well sustained, added to which your genius has given such a strong current to your language as can come only from a mighty elevation and a most abundant plenteousness. Yet forgive me, in God's name, my worthy master, if you descried in me some expression of wonder at your simplicity. We are all weak and vulnerable somewhere. Common men in the higher parts, heroes, as was feigned of Achilles, in the lower. You would define to a hair's breadth the qualities, states, and dependencies of principalities, dominations, and powers. You would be unerring about the apostles and the churches, and 'tis marvellous how you wander about a potherb.
I know my poor weak intellects, most noble lord, and how scantily they have profited by my hard painstaking. Comprehending few things, and those imperfectly, I say only what others have said before, wise men and holy. And if, by passing through my heart into the wide world around me, it pleaseth God that this little treasure shall have lost nothing of its weight and pureness, my exaltation is then the exaltation of humility. Wisdom consisteth not in knowing many things, nor even in knowing them thoroughly, but in choosing and in following what conduces the most certainly to our lasting happiness and true glory. And this wisdom, my Lord of Verulam, cometh from above.
I have observed among the well-informed and the ill-informed nearly the same quantity of infirmities and follies. Those who are rather the wiser keep them separate, and those who are wisest of all keep them better out of sight. Now examine the sayings and writings of the prime philosophers, and you will often find them, Master Richard, to be untruths made to resemble truths. The business with them is to approximate as nearly as possible, and not to touch it. The goal of the charioteer is evitata fervidis rotis, as some poet saith. But we who care nothing for chants and cadences, and have no time to catch at applauses, push forward over stones and sand straight away to our object. I have persuaded men, and shall persuade them for ages, that I possess a wide range of thought, unexplored by others, and first thrown open by me, with many fair enclosures of choice and abstruse knowledge. I have incited and instructed them to examine all subjects of useful and rational inquiry. Few that occurred to me have I myself left untouched or untried. One, however, hath almost escaped me, and surely one worth the trouble.
Pray, my lord, if I am guilty of no indiscretion, what may it be?
Francis Bacon. End of section 19. Section 20 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 20. General Lacy and Cura Marino. Narrator read by Michele Eaton.
Cura Marino, read by Mike Harris.
General Lacy, read by Trisha G.
Lacy and Marino, who have been fighting together in Spain, discourse concerning England. Landor here eloquently expounds his political views. The previous conversations have generally been given entire. Some omissions have been made in most of those that follow.
It was God's will, and for those rebels the finger of God.
Prithee, Signor Corrado, let God's finger alone. Very worthy men are apt to snatch at it upon too light occasions. They would stop their tobacco pipes with it. If Spain, in the opinion of our late opponents, could have obtained a free constitution by other means, they never would have joined the French. True, they persisted, but how few have wisdom or courage enough to make the distinction between retracting an error and deserting a cause. He who declares himself a party man, let his party profess the most liberal sentiments, is a registered and enlisted slave. He begins by being a zealot and ends by being a dupe. He is tormented by regret and anger, yet is he as incapable from shame and irresolution of throwing off the livery under which he sweats and fumes, as was that stronger one, more generously mad, the garment empoisoned with the life-blood of the centaur.
How much better is it to abolish parties by fixing a legitimate king at the head of affairs?
The object, thank God, is accomplished. Ferdinand is returning to Madrid, if perverse men do not mislead him.
And yet there are Spaniards wild enough to talk of Cortes and chambers of peers.
Of the latter I know nothing, but I know that Spain formerly was great, free, and happy, by the administration of her Cortes. And, as I prefer in policy old experiments to new, I should not be sorry if the madness, as you call it, spread in that direction. There are many forms of government, but only two kinds, the free and the despotic. In the one the people hath its representatives, in the other not. Freedom, to be, must be perfect. The half-free can no more exist, even in idea, than the half-entire. Restraints laid by a people on itself are sacrifices made to liberty, and it never exerts a more beneficent or a greater power than in imposing them. The nation that pays taxes without its own consent is under slavery. Whosoever causes, whosoever maintains that slavery, subverts or abets the subversion of social order. Whoever is above the law is out of the law, just as evidently as whoever is above this room is out of this room. If men will outlaw themselves by overt acts, we are not to condemn those who remove them by the means least hazardous to the public peace. If even my daughter brought forth a monster, I could not arrest the arm that should smother it, and monsters of this kind are by infinite degrees less pernicious than such as rise up in society by violation of law. In regard to a chamber of peers, Spain does not contain the materials. What has been the education of our grandees? How narrow the space between the Hornbook and San Benito! The English are amazed, and the French are indignant, that we have not initiated their constitutions. All constitutions formed for the French are provisionary. Whether they trip or stumble, whether they step or slide, the tendency is direct to slavery. None but a most rigid government will restrain them from cruelty or from mischief. They are scourged into good humour and starved into content. I have read whatever I could find on the English Constitution, and it appears to me, like the Deity, an object universally venerated, but requiring a revelation. I do not find the House of Peers, as I expected to find it, standing between the king and people. Throughout a long series of years, it has been only twice in opposition to the Commons, once in declaring that the slave trade ought not to be abolished, again in declaring that those who believe in transubstantiation are unfit to command an army or to decide a cause.
Into what extravagances does infidelity lead men, in other things not unwise? Blessed Virgin of 1,000 pains, and great Santiago of Compostela, deign to bring that benighted nation back again to the right path.
On deity we reason by attributes, on government by metaphors. Wool or sand, embodied, may deaden the violence of what is discharged against the walls of a city. Hereditary aristocracy has no such virtue against the assaults of despotism, which, on the contrary, it will maintain in opposition to the people. Since its power and wealth, although they are given by the king, must be given from the nation, the one has not an interest in enriching it, the other has. All the countries that ever have been conquered have been surrendered to the conqueror by the aristocracy, stipulating for its own property, power, and rank, yielding up the men, cattle, and metals on the common. Nevertheless, in every nation the project of an upper chamber will be warmly cherished. The richer aspire to honours, the poorer to protection. Every family of wealth and respectability wishes to count a peer among its relatives, and, where the whole number is yet under nomination, every one may hope it. Those who have no occasion for protectors desire the power of protecting, and those who have occasion for them desire them to be more efficient. Despotism sits nowhere so secure as under the effigy and ensigns of freedom. You would imagine that the British peers have given their names to beneficent institutions, wise laws, and flourishing colonies. No such thing. Instead of which, a slice of meat between two slices of bread derives its name from one, a tumble of heels overhead, a feat performed by beggar boys on the roads, from another. The former, I presume, was a practical commentator on the Roman fable of the belly and the members, and maintained with all his power and interest the supremacy of the nobler part, and the latter was of a family in which the head never was equivalent to the legs. Others divide their titles with a waistcoat, a bonnet, and a boot, the more illustrious with some island inhabited by sea-calves.
I deprecate such importations into our monarchy. God forbid that the ermine of his Catholic Majesty be tagged with the sordid tail of a monster so rough as feudality.
If kings, whether by reliance on external force, by introduction of external institutions, or by misapplication of what they may possess within the realm, show a disposition to conspire with other kings against its rights, it may be expected that communities will, some secretly and others openly, unite their moral, their intellectual, and, when opportunity permits it, their physical powers against them. If alliances are holy which are entered into upon the soil usurped, surely not unholy are those which are formed for defence against all kinds and all methods of spoliation. If men are marked out for banishment, for imprisonment, for slaughter, because they assert the rights and defend the liberties of their country, can you wonder at seeing, as you must ere long, a confederacy of free countries formed for the apprehension or extinction of whoever pays, disciplines, or directs, under whatsoever title, those tremendous masses of humankind which consume the whole produce of their native land in depopulating another? Is it iniquitous or unnatural that laws be opposed to edicts, and constitutions to despotism? O, Señor Marino, there are yet things holy. All the barbarians and all the autocrats in the universe cannot make that word a byword to the Spaniard. Yes, there may be holy alliances, and the hour strikes for their establishment. This beautiful earth, these heavens in their magnificence and splendor, have seen things more lovely and more glorious than themselves. The throne of God is a speck of darkness, if you compare it with the heart that beats only and beats constantly to pour forth its blood for the preservation of our country. Invincible Spain! How many of thy children have laid this pure sacrifice on the altar? The Deity hath accepted it, and there are those who would cast its ashes to the winds. If ever a perverseness of character, or the perfidy taught in courts, should induce a king of Spain to violate his oath, to massacre his subjects, to proscribe his friends, to imprison his defenders, to abolish the representation of the people, Spain will be drawn by resentment to do what policy in vain has whispered in the ear of generosity. She and Portugal will be one, nor will she be sensible of disgrace in exchanging a prince of French origin for a prince of Portuguese. After all, there is a northwest passage to the golden shores of freedom, and if pirates infest the opener seas, brave adventurers will cut their way through it. Let kings tremble at nothing but their own fraudulence and violence, and never at popular assemblies, which alone can direct them unerringly.
Educated as kings are by pious men, servants of God, they see a chimera in a popular assembly.
Those who refuse to their people a national and just representation, calling it a chimera, will one day remember that he who purchases their affections at the price of a chimera purchases them cheaply, and those who, having promised the boon, retract it, will put their hand to the signature directed by a hand of iron. State after state comes forward in asserting its rights, as wave follows wave, each acting upon each, and the tempest is gathering in regions where no murmur or voice is audible. Portugal pants for freedom, in other words, is free. With one foot in England and the other in Brazil, there was danger in withdrawing either. She appears, however, to have recovered her equipoise. Accustomed to fix her attention upon England, wisely she will act if she imitates her example in the union with Ireland, a union which ought to cause no other regret than in having been celebrated so late. If, on the contrary, she believes that national power and prosperity are the peculiar gifts of independence, she must believe that England was more powerful and prosperous in the days of her heptarchy than 50 years ago. Algarve would find no more advantage in her independence of Portugal than Portugal would find in continuing detached from the other portions of our peninsula. There were excellent reasons for declaring her independence at the time. There now are better, if better be possible, for a coalition. She, like ourselves, is in danger of losing her colonies. How can either party by any other means retrieve its loss? Normandy and Brittany, after centuries of war, joined the other provinces of France. More centuries of severer war would not sunder them. We have no such price to pay. Independence is always the sentiment that follows liberty, and it is always the most ardently desired by that country which, supposing the administration of law to be similar and equal, derives the greatest advantage from the union. According to the state of society in two countries, to the justice or injustice of government, to proximity or distance, independence may be good or bad. Normandy and Brittany would have found it hurtful and pernicious. They would have been corrupted by bribery, and overrun by competitors, the more formidable and the more disastrous from a parity of force. They had not, however, so weighty reasons for union with France as Portugal has with Spain.
To avoid the collision of king and people, we may think about an assembly to be composed of the higher clergy and principal nobility.
What should produce any collision, any dissension or dissidence between king and people? Is the wisdom of a nation less than an individual's? Can it not see its own interests, and ought he to see any other? Surround the throne with state and splendor and magnificence, but withhold from it the means of corruption, which must overflow upon itself and sap it. To no intent or purpose can they ever be employed, unless to subvert the constitution, and beyond the paling of a constitution a king is fera naturae. Look at Russia and Turkey. How few of their czars and sultans have died a natural death, unless indeed in such a state of society the most natural death is a violent one. I would not accustom men to daggers and poisons, for which reason, among others, I would remove them as far as possible from despotism. To talk of France is nugatory. England, then, where more causes are tried within the year than among us within 10, has only 12 judges criminal and civil in her ordinary courts. A culprit, or indeed an innocent man, may lie 6 months in prison before his trial on suspicion of having stolen a petticoat or a pair of slippers. As for her civil laws, they are more contradictory, more dilatory, more complicated, more uncertain, more expensive, more inhumane, than any now in use among men. They who appeal to them for redress of injury suffer an aggravation of it. and when justice comes down at last, she alights on ruins. Public opinion is the only bulwark against oppression, and the voice of wretchedness is upon most occasions too feeble to excite it. Law in England, and in most other countries of Europe, is the crown of injustice, burning and intolerable as that hammered and nailed upon the head of Zeckler, after he had been forced to eat the quivering flesh of his companions in insurrection. In the statutes of the North American United States there is no such offense as libel upon the government, because in that country there is no worthless wretch whose government leads to, or can be brought into contempt. This undefined and undefinable offense in England hath consigned many just men and eminent scholars to poverty and imprisonment, to incurable maladies and untimely death. Law, like the Andalusian bull, lowers her head and shuts her eyes before she makes her push, and either she misses her object altogether, or she leaves it immersed in bloodshed. When an action is brought by one subject against another, in which he seeks indemnity for an injury done to his property, his comforts, or his character, a jury awards the amount. But if some parasite of the king wishes to mend his fortune, after a run of bad luck at the gaming table, or of improvident bets on the race course, he informs the Attorney General that he has detected a libel on majesty, which, unless it be chastised and checked by the timely interference of those blessed institutions whence they are great and glorious, would leave no man's office or honour or peace inviolable. It may happen that the writer, at worst, hath indulged his wit on some personal fault, some feature in the character far below the crown. This is enough for a prosecution, and the author, if found guilty, lies at the mercy of the judge. The jury in this case is never the awarder of damages. Are then the English laws equal for all? Recently there was a member of Parliament who declared to the people such things against the government as were openly called seditious and libelous, both by his colleagues and his judges. He was condemned to pay a fine, amounting to less than the 300th part of his property, and to be confined for 3 months, in an apartment more airy and more splendid than any in his own house. Another, no member of Parliament, wrote something ludicrous about majesty, and was condemned, he and his brother, to pay the full half of their property, and to be confined among felons for 2 years. This confinement was deemed so flagrantly cruel, that the magistrates soon afterward allowed a little more light, a little more air, and better company. Not, however, in separate wards, but separate prisons. The judge who pronounced the sentence is still living. He lies unbruised, unbranded, and he appears like a man among men.
Why not? He proved his spirit, firmness, and fidelity. In our country he would be appointed Grand Inquisitor on the next vacancy, and lead the Queen to her seat at the first auto de fe. Idlers and philosophers may complain, but certainly this portion of the English institutions ought to be commended warmly by every true Spaniard, every friend to the altar and the throne. And yet, General, you mention it in such a manner as would almost let a careless, inattentive hero go away with the persuasion that you disapprove of it. Speculative and dissatisfied men are existing in all countries, even Spain and England. But we have scourges in store for the pruriency of dissatisfaction, and cases and caps for the telescopes of speculation.
The faultiness of the English laws is not complained of, nor pointed out exclusively by the speculative or the sanguine, by the oppressed or the disappointed. It was the derision and scoff of George II., one of the bravest and most constitutional kings. As to our laws, said he, we pass near 100 every session, which seem made for no other purpose but to afford us the pleasure of breaking them. This is not reported by Whig or Tory, who change principles as they change places, but by a dispassionate, unambitious man of sound sense and in easy circumstances, a personal and intimate friend of the king, from whose lips he himself received it, Lord Waldegrave. Yet an Englishman thinks himself quite as free, and governed quite as rationally, as a citizen of the United States. So does a Chinese. Such is the hemlock that habitude administers to endurance. and so long is it in this torpor ere the heart sickens. I am far from the vehemence of the English commander, Nelson, a man, however, who betrayed neither in war nor policy any deficiency of acuteness and judgment. He says unambiguously and distinctly in his letters, "All ministers of kings and princes are, in my opinion, as great scoundrels as ever lived." Versatility, indecision, falsehood, and ingratitude had strongly marked, as he saw, the two principal ones of his country, Pitt and Fox, the latter of whom openly turned honesty into derision, while the former sent it wrapped up decently to market. Now, if all ministers of kings and princes are, what the admiral calls them from his experience, as great scoundrels as ever lived, we must be as great fools as ever lived if we endure them. We should look for others.
Even that will not do. The new ones, possessing the same power in the same places, will be the same men.
I am afraid, then, the change must not be only in the servants, but in the masters, and that we must not leave the choice to those who always choose as great scoundrels as ever lived. Nelson was a person who had had much to do with the ministers of kings and princes. None of his age had more, an age in which the ministers had surely no less to do than those in any other age since the creation of the world. He was the best commander of his nation. He was consulted and employed in every difficult and doubtful undertaking. He must have known them thoroughly. What meaning, then, shall we attribute to his words? Shall we say that, as great scoundrels as ever lived, ought to govern the universe in perpetuity? Or can we doubt that they must do so, if we suffer kings and princes to appoint them at each other's recommendation?
Nelson was a heretic, a blasphemer, a revolutionist.
On heresy and blasphemy I am incapable of deciding, but never was there a more strenuous antagonist of revolutionary principles, and upon this rock his glory split and foundered. When Sir William Hamilton declared to the Neapolitan insurgents, who had laid down their arms before royal promises, that, his government having engaged with the allied powers to eradicate revolutionary doctrines from Europe, he could not countenance the fulfilment of a capitulation which opposed the views of the coalition, what did Nelson? He tarnished the brightest sword in Europe, and devoted to the most insatiable of the Furies the purest blood. A Caroline and a Ferdinand, the most opprobrious of the human race and among the lowest in intellect, were permitted to riot in the slaughter of a Caraccioli. The English Constitution, sir, is founded on revolutionary doctrines, and her kings acknowledge it. Recollect now the note of her diplomatist. Is England in Europe? If she is, which I venture not to assert, her rulers have declared their intention to eradicate the foundations of her liberties, and they have broken their word so often that I am inclined to believe they will attempt to recover their credit by keeping it strictly here. But the safest and least costly conquests for England would be those over the misunderstandings and the hearts of men. They require no garrisons, they equip no navies, they encounter no tempests, they withdraw none from labor, they might extend from the Arctic to the Antarctic Circle, leaving every Briton at his own fireside, and earth, like ocean, would have her great Pacific. The strength of England lies not in armaments and invasions. It lies in the omnipresence of her industry and in the vivifying energies of her high civilization. There are provinces she cannot grasp. There are islands she cannot hold fast. But there is neither island nor province, there is neither kingdom nor continent, which she could not draw to her side and fix there everlastingly by saying the magic words, "Be free." Every land wherein she favors the sentiments of freedom, every land wherein she but forbids them to be stifled, is her own, a true ally, a willing tributary, an inseparable friend. Principles hold these together, whom power could only alienate.
I understand little these novel doctrines, but democracy herself must be contented with the principal features of the English constitution. The great leaders are not taken from the ancient families.
These push forward into Parliament young persons of the best talents they happen to pick up, whether at a ball or an opera, at a gaming table or a college mess, who from time to time, according to the offices they have filled, mount into the upper chamber and make room for others, but it is understood that, in both chambers, they shall distribute honours and places at the command of their patrons. True, indeed, the ostensible heads are not of ancient or even of respectable parentage. The more wealthy and powerful peers send them from their boroughs into the House of Commons, as they send racehorses from their stables to Newmarket, and cocks from their training yard to Doncaster. This is, in like manner, a pride, a luxury, a speculation. Even bankrupts have been permitted to sit there, men who, when they succeed, were a curse to their country worse than when they failed. Let us rather collect together our former institutions, cherish all that brings us proud remembrances, brace our limbs for the efforts we must make, train our youth on our own arena, and never deem it decorous to imitate the limp of a wrestler writhing in his decrepitude. The Chamber of Peers in England is the dormitory of freedom and of genius. Those who enter it have eaten the lotus, and forget their country. A minister, to suit his purposes, may make a dozen or a score or 100 of peers in a day. If they are rich, they are inactive. If they are poor, they are dependent. In general, he chooses the rich, who always want something, for wealth is less easy to satisfy than poverty, luxury than hunger. He can then dispense with their energy if he can obtain their votes, and they never abandon him unless he has contented them.
Impossible that any minister should make 20 or even 10 peers during one convocation.
The English, by a most happy metaphor, call them batches, seeing so many drawn forth at a time with the rapidity of loaves from an oven, and moulded to the same docility by less manipulation. A minister in that system has equally need of the active and the passive, as the creation has equally need of males and females. Do not imagine I would discredit or depreciate the House of Peers. Never will another land contain one composed of characters in general more honourable, more distinguished for knowledge, for charity, for generosity, for equity, more perfect in all the duties of men and citizens. Let it stand. A nation would be accustomed to no changes, to no images but of strength and duration. Let it stand, then, as a lofty and ornamental belfry, never to be taken down or lowered, until it threatens by its decay the congregation underneath. But let none be excommunicated who refuse to copy it, whether from faultiness in their foundation or from deficiency in their materials. Different countries require different governments. Is the rose the only flower in the garden? Is Hesperus the only star in the heavens? We may be hurt by our safeguards if we try new ones. Don Britomarte del Ciego took his daily siesta on the grass in the city dike of Barbastro. He shaded his face with his sombrero and slept profoundly. One day, unfortunately, a gnat alighted on his nose and bit it. Don Britomarte roused himself, and remembering that he could enfold his arms in his mantle, took off a glove and covered the unprotected part with it. Satisfied at the contrivance, he slept again, and more profoundly than ever. Whether there was any savoury odour in the glove, I know not. Certain it is that some rats came from under the fortifications, and, perforating the new defence of Don Britomarte, made a breach in the salient angle which had suffered so lately by a less potent enemy. And he was called from that day forward the Knight of the Skidkin Visor.
Sir, I do not understand stories. I never found wit or reason in them.
England in the last 20 years has undergone a greater revolution than any she struggled to counteract, a revolution more awful, more pernicious. She alone of all the nations in the world hath suffered by that of France. She is become less wealthy by it, less free, less liberal, less moral. Half a century ago she was represented chiefly by her country gentlemen. Pitt made the richer peers, the intermediate pensioners, the poorer exiles, and his benches were overflowed with honourables from the sugar cask and indigo bag. He changed all the features both of mind and manner. Old mansions were converted into workhouses and barracks. Children who returned from school at the holidays stopped in their own villages and asked why they stopped. More oaks followed him than ever followed Orpheus, and more stones, 1,000 to 1, leaped down at his voice than ever leaped up at Amphion's. Overladen with taxation, the gentlemen of England, a class the grandest in character that ever existed upon earth, the best informed, the most generous, the most patriotic, were driven from their residences into cities. Their authority ceased, their example was altogether lost, and it appears by the calendars of the prisons that 2/3 of the offenders were from the country, whereas until these disastrous times 4/5 were from the towns. To what a degree those of the towns themselves must have increased may be supposed by the stagnation in many trades, and by the conversion of laborers and artisans to soldiers. The country gentlemen, in losing their rank and condition, lost the higher and more delicate part of their principles. There decayed at once in them that robustness and that nobility of character, which men, like trees, acquire from standing separately. Deprived of their former occupations and amusements, and impatient of inactivity, they condescended to be members of gaming clubs in the fashionable cities, incurred new and worse expenses, and eagerly sought, from among the friendships they had contracted, those who might obtain for them or for their families some atom from the public dilapidation. Hence nearly all were subservient to the minister. Those who were not were marked out as disaffected to the constitution, or at best as singular men who courted celebrity from retirement. Such was the state of the landed interest, and what was that of the commercial? Industrious tradesmen speculated, in other words, gamed. Bankers were coiners, not giving a piece of metal, but a scrap of paper. They who had thousands lent millions, and lost all. Slow and sure gains were discreditable, and nothing was a sight more common, more natural, or seen with more indifference, than fortunes rolling down from their immense accumulation. Brokers and insurance and jobbers, people whose education could not have been liberal, were now for the first time found at the assemblies and at the tables of the great, and were treated there with the first distinction. Every hand through which money passes was pressed affectionately. The viler part of what is democratical was supported by the aristocracy. The better of what is republican was thrown down. England, like one whose features are just now turned awry by an apoplexy, is ignorant of the change she has undergone, and is the more lethargic the more she is distorted. Not only hath she lost her bloom and spirit, but her form and gait, her voice and memory. The weakest of mortals was omnipotent in Parliament, and being so, he dreamed in his drunkenness that he could compress the spirit of the times, and before the fumes had passed away, he rendered the wealthiest of nations the most distressed. The spirit of the times is only to be made useful by catching it as it rises, to be managed only by concession, to be controlled only by compliancy. Like the powerful agent of late discovery that impels vast masses across the ocean or raises them from the abysses of the earth, it performs everything by attention, nothing by force, and is fatal alike from coercion and from neglect. That government is the best which the people obey the most willingly and the most wisely. That state of society in which the greatest number may live and educate their families becomingly, by unstrained bodily and unrestricted intellectual exertion, where superiority in office springs from worth, and where the chief magistrate hath no higher interest in perspective than the ascendancy of the laws. Nations are not ruined by war, for convents and churches, palaces and cities are not nations. The Messenians and Jews and Araucanians saw their houses and temples levelled with the pavement. The mightiness of the crash gave the stronger mind a fresh impulse, and it sprang high above the flames that consumed the last fragment. The ruin of a country is not the blight of corn, nor the weight and impetuosity of hailstones. It is not inundation nor storm. It is not pestilence or famine. A few years, perhaps a single one, may cover all traces of such calamity. But that country is too surely ruined in which morals are lost irretrievably to the greater part of the rising generation, and there are they about to sink and perish, where the ruler has given, by an unrepressed and an unreproved example, the lesson of bad faith.
Sir, I cannot hear such language.
Why then converse with me? Is the fault mine, if such language be offensive? Why should intolerance hatch an hypothesis, or increase her own alarm by an obstreperous chuckle of incubation?
Kings stand in the place of God among us.
I wish they would make way for the owner. They love God only when they fancy he has favored their passions, and fear him only when they must buy him off. If indeed they be his vice-regents on earth, let them repress the wicked and exalt the virtuous. Wherever in the material world there is a grain of gold, it sinks to the bottom, chaff floats over it. In the animal, the greatest and most sagacious of creatures hide themselves in woods and caverns, in morasses and solitudes, and we hear first of their existence when we find their bones. Do you perceive a resemblance anywhere? If princes are desirous to imitate the governor of the universe, if they are disposed to obey him, if they consult religion or reason, or, what oftener occupies their attention, the stability of power, they will admit the institutions best adapted to render men honest and peaceable, industrious and contented. Otherwise let them be certain that, although they themselves may escape the chastisement they merit, their children and grandchildren will never be out of danger or out of fear. Calculations on the intensity of force are often just, hardly ever so those on its durability.
As if truly that depended on men, a blow against a superintending providence. It always follows the pestilential breath that would sully the majesty of kings.
Señor Marino, my name, if you have forgotten it, is Lacy. Take courage and recollect yourself. The whole of my discourse hath tended to keep the majesty of kings unsullied, by preserving their honour inviolate. Any blow against a superintending providence is too insane for reproach, too impotent for pity. And indeed what peril can by any one be apprehended from the Almighty, when he has Cura Marino to preach for him, and the Holy Inquisition to protect him?
I scorn the sneer, sir, and know not by what right, or after what resemblance, you couple my name with the Holy Inquisition, which our Lord the King, in his wisdom, hath not yet re-established, and which the Holy Allies for the greater part have abolished in their dominions.
This never would have been effected if the holy heads of the meek usurpers had not raised themselves above the crown, proving from doctors and confessors, from Old Testament and New, the privilege they possessed of whipping and burning and decapitating the wearer. The kings in their fright ran against the chalice of poison, by which many thousands of their subjects had perished, and by which their own hands were, after their retractings and writhings, ungauntleted, undirked, and paralyzed. Europe, Asia, America sent up simultaneously to heaven a shout of joy at the subversion. Africa, seated among tamer monsters and addicted to milder superstitions, wondered at what burst and dayspring of beatitude the human race was celebrating around her so high and enthusiastic a jubilee.
I take my leave, General. May your Excellency live many years. I breathe the pure street air again. Traitor and atheist. I will denounce him. He has shaved for the last time. He shall never have Christian burial.
End of section 20. Section 21 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 21. Oliver Cromwell and Walter Noble. Narrator read by Michele Eaton.
Oliver Cromwell, read by Michael Landu.
Walter Noble, read by Thomas Peter.
Noble, whom Landor claimed as an ancestor, represented the city of Lichfield. He lived familiarly with the best patriots of the age, remonstrated with Cromwell, and retired from public life on the punishment of Charles.
What brings thee back from Staffordshire, friend Walter?
I hope, General Cromwell, to persuade you that the death of Charles will be considered by all Europe as a most atrocious action.
Thou hast already persuaded me. What then?
Surely then you will prevent it, for your authority is great. Even those who upon their consciences found him guilty would remit the penalty of blood, some from policy, some from mercy. I have conversed with Hutchinson, with Ludlow, your friend and mine, with Henry Neville and Walter Long. You will oblige these worthy friends, and unite in your favour the suffrages of the truest and trustiest men living. There are many others, with whom I am in no habits of intercourse, who are known to entertain the same sentiments, and these also are among the country gentlemen, to whom our Parliament owes the better part of its reputation.
You country gentlemen bring with you into the people's house a freshness and sweet savour which our citizens lack mightily. I would fain merit your esteem, heedless of those pursy fellows from hulks and warehouses, with one ear lappeted by the pen behind it, and the other an heirloom, as Charles would have had it, in Lord Star Chamber. Oh, they are proud and bloody men. My heart melts, but alas, my authority is null. I am the servant of the Commonwealth. I will not, dare not, betray it. If Charles Stuart had threatened my death only, in the letter we ripped out of the saddle, I would have reproved him manfully and turned him adrift. But others are concerned, lives more precious than mine, worn as it is with fastings, prayers, long services, and preyed upon by a pouncing disease. The Lord hath led him into the toils laid for the innocent. Foolish man, he never could eschew evil counsel.
In comparison with you, he is but as a pinnacle to a buttress. I acknowledge his weaknesses, and cannot wink upon his crimes, but that which you visit as the heaviest of them perhaps was not so, although the most disastrous to both parties. The bearing of arms against his people. He fought for what he considered his hereditary property. We do the same. Should we be hanged for losing a lawsuit?
No, unless it is the second. Thou talkest finely and foolishly. What for a man of thy calm discernment? If a rogue holds a pistol to my breast, do I ask him who he is? Do I care whether his doublet be of catskin or of dogskin? Fie upon such wicked sophisms. Marvellous, how the devil works upon good men's minds.
Charles was always more to be dreaded by his friends than by his enemies, and now by neither.
God forbid that Englishmen should be feared by Englishmen, but to be daunted by the weakest, to bend before the worst. I tell thee, Walter Noble, if Moses and the prophets commanded me to this villainy, I would draw back and mount my horse.
I wish that our history, already too dark with blood, should contain, as far as we are concerned in it, some unpolluted pages.
'Twere better, much better. Never shall I be called, I promise thee, an unnecessary shed of blood. Remember, my good prudent friend, of what materials our secretaries are composed, what hostility against all eminence, what rancour against all glory. Not only kingly power offends them, but every other, and they talk of putting to the sword, as if it were the quietest, gentlest, and most ordinary thing in the world. The knaves even dictate from their stools and benches to men in armour, bruised and bleeding for them, and with school-dame scourges in their fists do they give counsel to those who protect them from the cart and halter. In the name of the Lord, I must spit outright, or worse, upon these crackling, bouncing firebrands, before I can make them tractable.
I lament their blindness, but follies wear out the faster by being hard run upon. This fermenting sourness will presently turn vapid, and people will cast it out. I am not surprised that you are discontented and angry at what thwarts your better nature. But come, Cromwell, overlook them, despise them, and erect to yourself a glorious name by sparing a mortal enemy.
A glorious name, by God's blessing, I will erect, and all our fellow labourers shall rejoice at it. But I see better than they do the blow descending on them, and my arm better than theirs can ward it off. Noble, thy heart overflows with kindness for Charles Stuart. If he were at liberty tomorrow by thy intercession, he would sign thy death warrant the day after, for serving the Commonwealth. A generation of vipers! There is nothing upright nor grateful in them. Never was there a drop of even Scotch blood in their veins. Indeed, we have a clue to their bedchamber still hanging on the door. and I suspect that an Italian fiddler or French valet has more than once crossed the current.
That may be, nor indeed is it credible that any royal or courtly family has gone on for 3 generations without a spur from interloper. Look at France. Some stout Parisian saint performed the last miracle there.
Now thou talkest gravely and sensibly. I could hear thee discourse thus for hours together.
Hear me, Cromwell, with equal patience on matters more important. We all have our sufferings. Why increase one another's wantonly? Be the blood Scotch or English, French or Italian, a drummer's or a buffoon's, it carries a soul upon its stream, and every soul has many places to touch at, and much business to perform, before it reaches its ultimate destination. Abolish the power of Charles, extinguish not his virtues. Whatever is worthy to be loved for anything is worthy to be preserved. A wise and dispassionate legislator, if any such should arise among men, will not condemn to death him who has done, or is likely to do, more service than injury to society. Blocks and gibbets are the nearest objects to ours, and their business is never with virtues or with hopes.
Walter, Walter, we laugh at spectators.
Many indeed are ready enough to laugh at speculators, because many profit, or expect to profit, by established and widening abuses. Speculations toward evil lose their name by adoption. Speculations toward good are for ever speculations, and he who hath proposed them is a chimerical and silly creature. Among the matters under this denomination I never find a cruel project. I never find an oppressive or unjust one. How happens it?
Proportion should exist in all things. Sovereigns are paid higher than others for their office. They should therefore be punished more severely for abusing it. Even if the consequences of this abuse were nothing more grievous or extensive, we cannot clap them in the stocks conveniently, nor whip them at the marketplace. Where there is a crown, there must be an axe. I would keep it there only.
Lop off the rotten, press out the poisonous, preserve the rest. Let it suffice to have given this memorable example of national power and justice.
Justice is perfect, an attribute of God. We must not trifle with it.
Should we be less merciful to our fellow creatures than to our domestic animals? Before we deliver them to be killed, we weigh their services against their inconveniences. On the foundation of policy, when we have no better, let us erect the trophies of humanity. Let us consider that, educated in the same manner and situated in the same position, we ourselves might have acted as reprovably. Abolish that forever which must else forever generate abuses, and attribute the faults of the man to the office, not the faults of the office to the man.
I have no bowels for hypocrisy, and I abominate and detest kingship.
I abominate and detest hangmanship, but in certain stages of society both are necessary. Let them go together. We want neither now.
Men, like nails, lose their usefulness when they lose their direction and begin to bend. Such nails are then thrown into the dust or into the furnace. I must do my duty. I must accomplish what is commanded me. I must not be turned aside. I am loath to be cast into the furnace or the dust, but God's will be done. Prithee what, since thou readest, as I see, the books of philosophers, didst thou ever hear of Digby's remedies by sympathy?
Yes, formerly.
Well, now I protest. I do believe there is something in them. To cure my headache, I must breathe a vein in the neck of Charles.
Oliver, Oliver, others are wittiest over wine, thou over blood. Cold-hearted, cruel man.
Why dost thou verily thank me so, Walter? Perhaps thou art right in the main, but he alone who fashioned me in my mother's womb, and who sees things deeper than we do, knows that.
End of section 21. Section 22 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 22. Lord Brooke and Sir Philip Sidney. Narrator read by Michele Eaton.
Lord Brooke, read by Marianne.
Sir Philip Sidney, read by Thomas Peter.
Lord Brooke is less known than the personage with whom he converses, and upon whose friendship he had the virtue and good sense to found his chief distinction. On his monument at Warwick, written by himself, we read that he was servant of Queen Elizabeth, counsellor of King James, and friend of Sir Philip Sidney. His style is stiff, but his sentiments are sound and manly.
I come again into the woods and unto the wilds of Penhurst, whither my heart and the friend of my heart have long invited me.
Welcome, welcome. And now, Greville, seat yourself under this oak, since if you had hungered or thirsted from your journey, you would have renewed the alacrity of your old servants in the hall.
In truth I did, for no otherwise the good household would have it. The birds met me first, affrighted by the tossing up of caps, and by these harbingers I knew who was coming. When my palfrey eyed them askance for their clamorousness, and shrank somewhat back, they quarrelled with him almost before they saluted me, and asked him with many pert questions. What a pleasant spot, Sidney, you have chosen here for meditation! A solitude is the audience chamber of God. Few days in our year are like this. There is a fresh pleasure in every fresh posture of the limbs, in every turn the eye takes. Youth, credulous of happiness, throw down upon this turf thy wallet, stored and swoln with morrow morns, bird eggs, and bladders burst, that tires thee with its wagging to and fro. Thou too wouldst breathe more freely for it. Age, who lackest heart to laugh at life's deceit? It sometimes requires a stout push, and sometimes a sudden resistance in the wisest men, not to become for a moment the most foolish. What have I done? I have fairly challenged you, so much my master.
You have warmed me. I must cool a little and watch my opportunity. So now, Greville, return you to your invitations, and I will clear the ground for the company. For youth, for age, and whatever comes between, with kindred and dependencies. Verily we need no taunts like those in your verses. Here we have few vices, and consequently few repinings. I take especial care that my young labourers and farmers shall never be idle, and I supply them with bows and arrows, with bows and ninepins for their Sunday evening, lest they drink and quarrel. In church they are taught to love God. After church they are practised to love their neighbour. For business on work days keeps them apart and scattered, and on market days they are prone to a rivalry bordering on malice, as competitors for custom. Goodness does not more certainly make men happy than happiness makes them good. We must distinguish between felicity and prosperity, for prosperity leads often to ambition, and ambition to disappointment. The course is then over. The wheel turns round but once, while the reaction of goodness and happiness is perpetual.
You reason justly, and you act rightly. Piety, warm, soft, and passive as ether round the throne of grace, is made callous and inactive by kneeling too much. Her vitality faints under rigorous and wearisome observances. A forced match between a man and his religion sours his temper, and leaves a barren bed.
Desire of lucre, the worst and most general country vice, arises here from the necessity of looking to small gains. It is, however, but the tartar that encrusts economy.
Oh, that anything so monstrous should exist in this profusion and prodigality of blessings! The herbs, elastic with health, seem to partake of sensitive and animated life, and to feel under my hand the benediction I would bestow on them. What a hum of satisfaction in God's creatures! How is it, Sidney? The smallest do seem the happiest.
Compensation for their weaknesses and their fears. Compensation for the shortness of their existence. Their spirits mount upon the sunbeam above the eagle, and they have more enjoyment in their one summer than the elephant in his century.
Are not also the little and lowly in our species the most happy?
I will not willingly try nor over-curiously examine it. We, Greville, are happy in these parks and forests. We were happy in my close winter walk of box and laurestine. In our earlier days did we not emboss our bosoms with the daffodils, and shake them almost unto shedding with our transport? Ay, my friend, There is a greater difference, both in the stages of life and in the seasons of the year, than in the conditions of men. Yet the healthy pass through the seasons, from the clement to the inclement, not only unreluctantly, but rejoicingly, knowing that the worst will soon finish, and the best begin anew. And we are desirous of pushing forward into every stage of life, excepting that alone which ought reasonably to allure us most, as opening to us the Via Sacra, along which we move in triumph to our eternal country. We may in some measure frame our minds for the reception of happiness, for more or for less. We should, however, well consider to what port we are steering in search of it, and that even in the richest its quantity is but too exhaustible. There is a sickliness in the firmest of us, which induceth us to change our side, though reposing ever so softly. Yet wittingly or unwittingly we turn again soon into our old position. God hath granted unto both of us hearts easily contented, hearts fitted for every station, because fitted for every duty. What appears the dullest may contribute most to our genius, what is most gloomy may soften the seeds and relax the fibres of gaiety. We enjoy the solemnity of the spreading oak above us. Perhaps we owe to it in part the mood of our minds at this instant. Perhaps an inanimate thing supplies me, while I am speaking, with whatever I possess of animation. Do you imagine that any contest of shepherds can afford them the same pleasure as I receive from the description of it, or that even in their loves, however innocent and faithful, they are so free from anxiety as I am while I celebrate them? The exertion of intellectual power, of fancy and imagination, keeps from us greatly more than their wretchedness, and affords us greatly more than their enjoyment. We are motes in the midst of generations. We have our sunbeams to circuit and climb. Look at the summits of the trees around us, how they move, and the loftiest the most. Nothing is at rest within the compass of our view, except the grey moss on the park pales. Let it eat away the dead oak, but let it not be compared with the living one. Poets are in general prone to melancholy, yet the most plaintive ditty hath imparted a fuller joy, and of longer duration to its composer, than the conquest of Persia to the Macedonian. A bottle of wine bringeth as much pleasure as the acquisition of a kingdom, and not unlike it in kind. The senses in both cases are confused and perverted.
Merciful heaven! And for the fruition of an hour's drunkenness, from which they must awaken with heaviness, pain, and terror, men consume a whole crop of their kind at one harvest home. Shame upon those light ones who carol at the feast of blood, and worse upon those graver ones who nail upon their escutcheon the name of great. Ambition is but avarice on stilts and masked. God sometimes sends a famine, sometimes a pestilence, and sometimes a hero, for the chastisement of mankind. None of them surely for our admiration. Only some cause like unto that which is now scattering the mental fog of the Netherlands, and is preparing them for the fruits of freedom, can justify us in drawing the sword abroad.
And only the accomplishment of our purpose can permit us again to sheathe it, for the aggrandizement of our neighbour is not of detriment to us. On the contrary, if we are honest and industrious, his wealth is ours. We have nothing to dread while our laws are equitable and our impositions light, but children fly from mothers who strip and scourge them. We are come to an age when we ought to read and speak plainly what our discretion tells us is fit. We are not to be set in a corner for mockery and derision, with our hands hanging down motionless and our pockets turned inside out. But away, away with politics. Let not this city stench infect our fresh country air.
End of section 22. Section 23 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 23. Southey and Porson. Narrator read by Michele Eaton.
Southey, read by MaryAnn.
Porson, read by Michele Eaton. I suspect, Mr. Southey, you are angry with me for the freedom with which I have spoken of your poetry and Wordsworth's.
What could have induced you to imagine it, Mr. Professor? You have indeed bent your eyes upon me since we have been together, with somewhat of fierceness and defiance. I presume you fancied me to be a commentator. You wrong me in your belief that any opinion on my poetical works hath molested me, but you afford me more than compensation in supposing me acutely sensible of injustice done to Wordsworth. If we must converse on these topics, we will converse on him. What man ever existed who spent a more inoffensive life, or adorned it with nobler studies?
I believe so, and they who attack him with virulence are men of as little morality as reflection. I have demonstrated that one of them, he who wrote the Pursuits of Literature, could not construe a Greek sentence or scan a verse, and I have fallen on the very index from which he drew out his forlorn hope on the parade. This is incomparably the most impudent fellow I have met within the course of my reading, which has lain, you know, in a province where impudence is no rarity. I had visited a friend in King's Road when he entered. "Have you seen the review?" cried he. "Worse than ever. I am resolved to insert a paragraph in the papers declaring that I have no concern in the last number." "Is it so very bad?" said I quietly. "Infamous, detestable," exclaimed he. "Sit down then. Nobody will believe you," was my answer. Since that morning he has discovered that I drink harder than usual, that my faculties are wearing fast away, that once, indeed, I had some Greek in my head. But he then claps the forefinger to the side of his nose, turns his eye slowly upward, and looks compassionately and calmly.
Come, Mr. Porson, grant him his merits. No critic is better contrived to make any work a monthly one, no writer more dexterous in giving a finishing touch.
The plagiary has a greater latitude of choice than we, and if he brings home a parsnip or turnip top when he could as easily have pocketed a nectarine or a pineapple, he must be a blockhead. I never heard the name of the pursuer of literature, who has little more merit in having stolen than he would have had if he had never stolen at all, and I have forgotten that other man's, who evinced his fitness to be the censor of our age by a translation of the most naked and impure satires of antiquity, those of Juvenal, which owe their preservation to the partiality of the friars. I shall entertain an unfavourable opinion of him if he has translated them well. Pray, has he?
Indeed, I do not know. I read poets for their poetry, and to extract that nutriment of the intellect and of the heart which poetry should contain. I never listened to the swans of the cesspool, and must declare that nothing is heavier to me than rottenness and corruption.
You are right, sir, perfectly right. A translator of Juvenal would open a public drain to look for a needle and may miss it. My nose is not easily offended, but I must have something to fill my belly. Come, we will lay aside the scrip of the transpositor and the pouch of the pursuer in reserve for the days of unleavened bread, and again, if you please, to the lakes and mountains. Now we are both in better humour, I must bring you to a confession that in your friend Wordsworth there is occasionally a little trash.
A haunch of venison would be trash to a Brahmin, a bottle of Burgundy to the seraph of Mecca. We are guided by precept, by habit, by taste, by constitution. Hitherto our sentiments on poetry have been delivered down to us from authority, and if it can be demonstrated, as I think it may be, that the authority is inadequate, and that the dictates are often inapplicable and often misinterpreted, you will allow me to remove the cause out of court. Every man can see what is very bad in a poem. Almost every one can see what is good. But you, Mr. Porson, who have turned over all the volumes of all the commentators, will inform me whether I am right or wrong in asserting that no critic hath yet appeared who hath been able to fix or to discern the exact degrees of excellence above a certain point.
None?
The reason is, because the eyes of no one have been upon a level with it. Supposing, for the sake of argument, the contest of Hesiod and Homer to have taken place, The judges who decided in favour of the worse, and he, indeed, in the poetry has little merit, may have been elegant, wise, and conscientious men. Their decision was in favour of that to the species of which they had been the most accustomed. Corinna was preferred to Pindar no fewer than 5 times, and the best judges in Greece gave her the preference. Yet whatever were her powers, and beyond question they were extraordinary, we may assure ourselves that she stood many degrees below Pindar. Nothing is more absurd than to report that the judges were prepossessed by her beauty. Plutarch tells us that she was much older than her competitor, who consulted her judgment in his earlier odes. Now, granting their first competition to have been when Pindar was 20 years old, and that the others were in their years succeeding, her beauty must have been somewhat on the decline. For in Greece there are few women who retain the graces, none who retain the bloom of youth, beyond the 23rd year. Her countenance, I doubt not, was expressive, but expression, although it gives beauty to men, makes women pay dearly for its stamp, and pay soon. Nature seems, in protection to their loveliness, to have ordered that they who are our superiors in quickness and sensibility should be little disposed to laborious thought, or to long excursions in the labyrinths of fancy. We may be convinced that the verdict of the judges was biased by nothing else than the habitudes of thinking. We may be convinced, too, that living in an age when poetry was cultivated highly, and selected from the most acute and the most dispassionate, they were subject to no greater errors of opinion than are the learned messmates of our English colleges.
You are more liberal in your largeness to the fair Greeks than a friend of mine was, who resided in Athens to acquire the language. He assured me that beauty there was in bud at 13, in full blossom at 15, losing a leaf or two every day at 17, trembling on the thorn at 19, and under the tree at 20.
Mr. Porson, it does not appear to me that anything more is necessary, in the first instance, than to interrogate our hearts in what manner they may have been affected. If the ear is satisfied, if at one moment a tumult is aroused in the breast, and tranquillized at another, with a perfect consciousness of equal power exerted in both cases, if we rise up from the perusal of the work with a strong excitement to thought, to imagination, to sensibility, above all, if we sat down with some propensities toward evil, and walk away with much stronger toward good, in the midst of a world which we never had entered, and of which we never had dreamed before, shall we perversely put on again the old man of criticism, and dissemble that we have been conducted by a most beneficent and most potent genius? Nothing proves to me so manifestly in what a pestiferous condition are its lazarettos, as when I observe how little hath been objected against those who have substituted words for things, and how much against those who have reinstated things for words. Let Wordsworth prove to the world that there may be animation without blood and broken bones, and tenderness remote from the stews. Some will doubt it, for even things the most evident are often but little perceived and strangely estimated. Swift ridiculed the music of Handel and the generalship of Marlborough. Pope the perspicacity and the scholarship of Bentley. Gray the abilities of Shaftesbury and the eloquence of Rousseau. Shakespeare hardly found those who would collect his tragedies. Milton was read from godliness. Virgil was antiquated and rustic. Cicero, Asiatic. What a rabble has persecuted my friend! An elephant is born to be consumed by ants in the midst of his unapproachable solitudes. Wordsworth is the prey of Geoffrey. Why repine? Let us rather amuse ourselves with allegories, and recollect that God in the creation left his noblest creature at the mercy of a serpent.
Wordsworth goes out of his way to be attacked. He picks up a piece of dirt, throws it on the carpet in the midst of the company, and cries, "This is a better man than any of you." He does indeed mould the base material into what form he chooses, but why not rather invite us to contemplate it than challenge us to condemn it? Here surely is false taste.
The principal and the most general accusation against him is, that the vehicle of his thoughts is unequal to them. Now did ever the judges at the Olympic games say, "We would have awarded to you the meed of victory, if your chariot had been equal to your horses"? It is true they have won, but the people are displeased at a car neither new nor richly gilt, and without a griffin or sphinx engraved on the axle. You admire simplicity in Euripides, you censure it in Wordsworth. Believe me, sir, it arises in neither from penury of thought, which seldom has produced it, but from the strength of temperance, and at the suggestion of principle. Take up a poem of Wordsworth's and read it. I would rather say, read them all, and, knowing that a mind like yours must grasp closely what comes within it, I will then appeal to you whether any poet of our country, since Milton, hath exerted greater powers with less strain and less of ostentation. I would, however, by his permission, lay before you for this purpose a poem which is yet unpublished and incomplete.
Pity, with such abilities, he does not imitate the ancients somewhat more.
Whom did they imitate? If his genius is equal to theirs, he has no need of a guide. He also will be an ancient, and the very counterparts of those who now decry him will extol him 1,000 years hence, in malignity to the moderns.
End of section 23. Section 24 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 24. The Abbé Delille and Walter Landor.
The Abbé Delille, read by Michael Landu.
Walter Landor, read by Tricia G.
Narrator, read by Michele Eaton. The Abbé Delille was the happiest of creatures when he could weep over the charms of innocence and the country in some crowded and fashionable circle at Paris. We embraced most pathetically on our first meeting there, as if the one were condemned to quit the earth, the other to live upon it.
You are reported to have said that descriptive poetry has all the merits of a handkerchief that smells of roses.
This, if I said it, is among the things which are neither false enough nor true enough to be displeasing. But the Abbé Delille has merits of his own. To translate Milton well is more laudable than originality in trifling matters, just as to transport an obelisk from Egypt, and to erect it in one of the squares, must be considered a greater labor than to build a new chandler's shop.
Milton is indeed extremely difficult to translate, for, however noble and majestic, he is sometimes heavy, and often rough and unequal.
Dear Abbé, periphery is heavy, gold is heavier. Ossa and Olympus are rough and unequal. The steps of Tartary, though high, are of uniform elevation. There is not a rock, nor a birch, nor a cytisus, nor an arbutus upon them great enough to shelter a new-dropped lamb. Level the Alps one with another, and where is their sublimity? Raise up the vale of Tempe to the downs above, and where are those sylvan creeks and harbors in which the imagination watches while the soul reposes? Those recesses in which the gods partook the weakness of mortals, and mortals the enjoyments of the gods? You have treated our poet with courtesy and distinction. In your trimmed and measured dress, he might be taken for a Frenchman. Do not think me flattering. You have conducted Eve from Paradise to Paris, and she really looks prettier and smarter than before she tripped. With what elegance she rises from a most awful dream! You represent her, I repeat your expression, as springing up en sursaut, as if you had caught her asleep and tickled the young creature on that sofa. Homer and Virgil have been excelled in sublimity by Shakespeare and Milton, as the Caucasus and Atlas of the Old World by the Andes and Teneriffe of the New. But you would embellish them all.
I owe to Voltaire my first sentiment of admiration for Milton and Shakespeare.
He stuck to them as a woodpecker to an old forest tree, only for the purpose of picking out what was rotten. He has made the holes deeper than he found them, and, after all his cries and chatter, has brought home but scanty sustenance to his starveling nest.
You must acknowledge that there are fine verses in his tragedies.
Whenever such is the first observation, be assured, Monsieur l'Abbé, that the poem, if heroic or dramatic, is bad. Should a work of this kind be excellent, we say, how admirably the characters are sustained! What delicacy of discrimination! There is nothing to be taken away or altered without an injury to the part or to the whole. We may afterward descend on the versification. In poetry there is a greater difference between the good and the excellent than there is between the bad and the good. Poetry has no golden mean. Mediocrity here is of another metal, which Voltaire, however, had skill enough to encrust and polish. In the least wretched of his tragedies, whatever is tolerable is Shakespeare's. But, gracious heaven, how deteriorated! When he pretends to extol a poet, he chooses some defective part, and renders it more so whenever he translates it. I will repeat a few verses from Metastasio in support of my assertion. Metastasio was both a better critic and a better poet, although of the second order in each quality. His tyrants are less philosophical, and his chambermaids less dogmatic. Voltaire was, however, a man of abilities, and author of many passable epigrams, beside those which are contained in his tragedies and heroics. Yet it must be confessed that, like your Parisian lackeys, they are usually the smartest when out of place.
What you call epigram gives life and spirit to grave works, and seems principally wanted to relieve a long poem. I do not see why what pleases us in a star should not please us in a constellation.
End of section 24. Section 25 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 25. Diogenes and Plato. Narrator read by Michele Eaton.
Diogenes, read by Larry Wilson.
Plato, read by Paul French.
This is throughout a criticism of Plato, Diogenes gaining an easy victory at every point. Landor, who loved concrete thought and hated all forms of mysticism, had formed a very unfavourable opinion of Plato, and often goes out of his way to attack him. He frequently defends the character and philosophy of Diogenes, and speaks of him elsewhere as the wisest man of his time.
Stop, come hither. Why lookest thou so scornfully and askance upon me?
Let me go. Loose me. I am resolved to pass.
Nay, then, by Jupiter and this tub, thou leavest 3 good ells of my Lesian cloth behind thee. Whither wouldst thou amble?
I am not obliged in courtesy to tell you.
Upon whose errand? Answer me directly.
Upon my own.
Oh, then I will hold thee yet a while. If it were upon another's, it might be a hardship to a good citizen, though not to a good philosopher.
That can be no impediment to my release. You do not think me one.
No, by my father Jove.
Your father.
Why not? Thou shouldst be the last man to doubt it. Hast not thou declared it irrational to refuse our belief to those who assert that they are begotten by the gods, though the assertion, these are thy words, be unfounded on reason or probability? In me there is a chance of it, whereas in the generation of such people as thou art fondest of frequenting, who claim it loudly, there are always too many competitors to leave it probable.
Those who speak against the great do not usually speak from morality, but from envy.
Thou hast a glimpse of the truth in this place. But as thou hast already shown thy ignorance in attempting to prove to me what a man is, ill can I expect to learn from thee what is a great man.
No doubt your experience and intercourse will afford me the information.
Attend and take it. The great man is he who hath nothing to fear and nothing to hope from another. It is he who, while he demonstrates the iniquity of the laws, and is able to correct them, obeys them peaceably. It is he who looks on the ambitious both as weak and fraudulent. It is he who hath no disposition or occasion for any kind of deceit, no reason for being, or for appearing different from what he is. It is he who can call together the most select company when it pleases him.
Excuse my interruption. In the beginning of your definition, I fancied that you were designating your own person, as most people do in describing what is admirable. Now I find that you have some other in contemplation.
I thank thee for allowing me what perhaps I do possess, but what I was not then thinking of, as is often the case with rich possessors. In fact, the latter part of the description suits me as well as any portion of the former.
You may call together the best company by using your hands in the call, as you did with me. Otherwise, I am not sure that you would succeed in it.
My thoughts are my company. I can bring them together, select them, detain them, dismiss them. Imbecile and vicious men cannot do any of these things. Their thoughts are scattered, vague, uncertain, cumbersome, and the worst stick to them the longest. Many indeed by choice, the greater part by necessity, and accompanied some by weak wishes, others by vain remorse.
Is there nothing of greatness, O Diogenes, in exhibiting how sites and communities may be governed best, how morals may be kept the purest, and power become the most stable?
Something of greatness does not constitute the great man. Let me, however, see him who hath done what thou sayest. He must be the most universal and the most indefatigable traveller. He must also be the oldest creature upon the earth, because he must know perfectly the climate, the soil, the situation, the peculiarities of the races, of their allies, of their enemies. He must have sounded their harbors. He must have measured the quantity of their arable land and pasture, of their woods and mountains. He must have ascertained whether there are fisheries on their coasts, and even what winds are prevalent. On these causes, with some others, depend the bodily strength, the numbers, the wealth, the wants, the capacities of the people.
Such are low thoughts.
The bird of wisdom flies low and seeks her food under hedges. The eagle himself would be starved if he always soared aloft and against the sun. The sweetest fruit grows near the ground, and the plants that bear it require ventilation and lopping. Were this not to be done in thy garden, every walk and alley, every plot and border would be covered with runners and roots, with boughs and suckers. We want no poets, nor logicians, or metaphysicians to govern us. We want practical men, honest men, contented men, unambitious men, fearful to solicit a trust, slow to accept, and resolute never to betray one. Experimentalists may be the best philosophers. They are always the worst politicians. Teach people their duties, and they will know their interests. Change as little as possible, and correct as much. Philosophers are absurd from many causes, but principally from laying out unthriftily their distinctions. They set up 4 virtues: fortitude, prudence, temperance, and justice. Now a man may be a very bad one, and yet possess 3 out of the 4. Every cutthroat must, if he has been a cutthroat on many occasions, have more fortitude and more prudence than the greater part of those we consider as the best men. And what cruel wretches, both executioners and judges, have been strictly just. How little have they cared what gentleness, what generosity, what genius their sentence hath removed from the earth! Temperance and beneficence contain all other virtues. Take them home, Plato. Split them, expound them, do what thou wilt with them, if thou but use them. Before I gave thee this lesson, which is a better than thou ever gavest any one, and easier to remember, thou wert accusing me of invidiousness and malice against those whom thou callest the great, meaning to say the powerful. Thy imagination, I am well aware, had taken its flight toward Sicily, where thou seekest thy great man, as earnestly and undoubtedly as Ceres sought her Persephone. Faith, honest Plato, I have no reason to envy thy worthy friend Dionysius. Look at my nose. A lad 7 or 8 years old threw an apple at me yesterday, while I was gazing at the clouds, and gave me nose enough for 2 moderate men. Instead of such a godsend, what should I have thought of my fortune, if after living all my lifetime among golden vases, rougher than my hand with their emeralds and rubies, their engravings and embossments, among Parian Caridites and porphyry sphinxes, among philosophers with rings upon their fingers and linen next their skin, and among singing boys and dancing girls, to whom alone thou speakest intelligibly? I ask thee again, what should I in reason have thought of my fortune, if after these facilities and superfluities I had at least been pelted out of my house, not by one young rogue, but by thousands of all ages, and not with an apple, I wish I could say a rotten one, but with pebbles and broken pots, and to crown my deserts, had been compelled to become the teacher of so promising a generation. Great men, forsooth, thou knowest at last who they are.
There are great men of various kinds.
Not by my beard, are they not?
What? Are there not great captains, great geometricians, great dialecticians?
Who denied it? A great man was the postulate. Try thy hand now at the powerful one.
On seeing the exercise of power, a child cannot doubt who is powerful, more or less, for power is relative. All men are weak, not only if compared to the demiurgos, but if compared to the sea, or the earth, or certain things upon each of them, such as elephants and whales. So placid and tranquil is the scene around us, we can hardly bring to mind the images of strength and force, the precipices, the abysses.
Prithee, hold thy loose tongue, twinkling and glittering like a serpent's in the midst of luxuriance and rankness. Did never this reflection of thine warn thee that in human life the precipice and the abysses would be much farther from our admiration if we were less inconsiderate, selfish, and vile? I will not, however, stop thee long, for thou wert going on quite consistently. As thy great men are fighters and wranglers, so thy mighty things upon the earth and sea are troublesome and intractable encumbrances. Thou perceivest not what was greater in the former case, neither art thou aware what is greater in this. Didst thou feel the gentle air that passed us?
I did not just then.
The air so gentle is imperceptible to thee, is more powerful not only than all the creatures that breathe and live by it, not only than all the oaks of the forest which it rears in an age and shatters in a moment, not only than all the monsters of the sea, but than the sea itself, which it tosses up into foam, and breaks against every rock in its vast circumference. For it carries in its bosom with perfect calm and composure the incontrollable ocean and the peopled earth like an atom of a feather. To the world's turmoils and pageantries is attracted not only the admiration of the populace, but the zeal of the orator, the enthusiasm of the poet, the investigation of the historian, and the contemplation of the philosopher. Yet how silent and invisible are they in the depths of air! Do I say in those depths and deserts? No, I say in the distance of a swallow's flight, at the distance she rises above us, ere a sentence brief as this could be uttered. What are its mines and mountains? Fragments welded up and dislocated by the expansion of water from below, the most part reduced to mud, the rest to splinters. Afterward sprang up fire in many places, and again tore and mangled the mutilated carcass, and still growls over it. What are its cities and ramparts and moles and mountains? Segments of a fragment, which one man puts together and another throws down. Here we stumble upon thy great ones at their work. Show me now, if thou canst, in history, 3 great warriors, or 3 great statesmen, who have acted otherwise than spiteful children.
I will begin to look for them in history when I have discovered the same number in the philosophers or the poets. A prudent man searches in his own garden after the plant he wants, before he casts his eyes over the stalls in Cancria or Carmecos. Returning to your observation on the potency of the air, I am not ignorant or unmindful of it. May I venture to express my opinion to you, Diogenes, that the earlier discoverers and distributors of wisdom, which wisdom lies among us in the ruins and remnants, partly distorted and partly concealed by theological allegory, meant by Jupiter the air in its agitated state, by Juno the air in its quiescent. These are the great agents, and therefore called the king and queen of the gods. Jupiter is dominated by Homer, the compeller of clouds. Juno receives them and remerits them in showers to plants and animals. I may trust you, I hope, O Diogenes?
Thou mayest lower the gods in my presence as safely as men in the presence of Timon.
I would not lower them, I would exalt them.
More foolish and presumptuous still.
Fair words, O Sinopean. I protest to you my aim is truth.
I cannot lead thee where of a certainty thou mayest always find it, but I will tell thee what it is. Truth is a point, the subtlest and finest, harder than adamant, never to be broken, worn away, or blunted. Its only bad quality is that it is sure to hurt those who touch it, and likely to draw blood, perhaps the life-blood of those who press earnestly upon it. Let us away from this narrow lane skirted with hemlock, and pursue our road again through the wind and dust, toward the great man and the powerful. Him I would call the powerful one who controls the storms of his mind, and turns to good account the worst accidents of his fortune. The great man I was going on to demonstrate is somewhat more. He must be able to do this, and he must have an intellect which puts into motion the intellect of others.
Socrates, then, was your great man.
He was indeed, nor can all thou hast attributed to him ever make me think the contrary. I wish he could have kept a little more at home, and have thought it as well worth his while to converse with his own children as with others. Those who are born for the benefit of the human race go but little into it. Those who are born for its curse are crowded.
It was requisite to dispel the mists of ignorance and error.
He has done it. What doubt has he elucidated, or what fact has he established? Although I was but 12 years old, and resident in another city when he died, I have taken some pains in my inquiries about him from persons of less vanity and less perverseness than his disciples. He did not leave behind him any philosopher among them, any who followed his mode of argumentation, his subjects of disquisition, or his course of life, any who would subdue the malignant passions or coerce the looser, any who would abstain from calumny or from cavil, Any who would devote his days to the glory of his country, or, what is easier and perhaps wiser, to his own well-founded contentment and well-merited repose. Xenophon, the best of them, offered up sacrifices, believed in oracles, consulted soothsayers, turned pale at a jay, and was dysenteric at a magpie.
He had courage, at least.
His courage was of so strange a quality that he was ready, if jay or magpie did not cross him, to fight for Spartan or Persian. Plato, whom thou esteemest much more, and knowest somewhat less, careth as little for portent and omen as doth Diogenes. What he would have done for a Persian I cannot say. Certain I am that he would have no more fought for a Spartan than he would for his own father. Yet he mortally hates the man who hath a kinder muse, or a better milliner, or a seat nearer the minion of a king. So much for the two disciples of Socrates, who have acquired the greatest celebrity.
Diogenes, if you must argue or discourse with me, I will endure your asperity for the sake of your acuteness. But it appears to me a more philosophical thing to avoid what is insulting and vexatious than to breast and brave it.
Thou hast spoken well.
It belongs to the vulgar, not to us, to fly from a man's opinions to his actions, and to stab him in his own house, for having received no wound in the school. One merit, you will allow me, I always keep my temper, which you seldom do.
Is mine a good or a bad one?
Now, must I speak sincerely?
Dost thou, a philosopher, ask such a question of me, a philosopher? Aye, sincerely or not at all?
Sincerely as you could wish. I must declare, then, your temper is the worst in the world.
I am much in the right, therefore not to keep it. Embrace me. I have spoken now in thy own manner, because thou sayest the most malicious things the most placidly. Thou thinkest or pretendest thou art sincere.
Certainly those who are most the masters of their resentments are likely to speak less erroneously than the passionate and morose.
If they would, they might. But the moderate are not usually the most sincere. For the same circumspection which makes them moderate makes them likewise retentive of what could give offence. They are also timid in regard to fortune and favour, and hazard little. There is no mass of sincerity in any place. What there is must be picked up patiently, a grain or two at a time, and the season for it is after a storm, after the overflowing of banks, and bursting of mounds, and sweeping away of landmarks. Men will always hold something back. They must be shaken and loosened a little, to make them let go what is deepest in them, and weightiest and purest.
Shaking and loosening as much about you as was requisite for the occasion. It became you to demonstrate where and in what manner I had made Socrates appear less sagacious and less eloquent than he was. It became you likewise to consider the great difficulty of finding new thoughts and new expressions for those who had more of them than any other man, and to represent them in all the brilliancy of their wit, and in their majesty of their genius. I do not assert that I have done it, but if I have not, what man has? What man has come so nigh to it? He who could bring Socrates or Solon or Diogenes through a dialogue without disparagement is much nearer in his intellectual powers to them than any other is near to him.
Let Diogenes alone, and Socrates, and Solon. None of the three ever occupied his hours in tingeing and curling the tarnished plumes of prostitute philosophy, or deemed anything worth his attention, care, or notice that did not make men brave and independent. As thou callest on me to show thee where and in what manner thou hast misrepresented thy teacher, and as thou seemest to set an equal value on eloquence and on reasoning, I shall attend to thee awhile on each of these matters. First inquiring of thee whether the axiom is Socratic, that is, never becoming to get drunk, unless in the solemnities of Bacchus.
This god was the discoverer of the vine and of its uses.
Is drunkenness one of its uses, or the discovery of a god? If Pallas or Jupiter hath given us reason, we should sacrifice our reason with more propriety to Jupiter or Pallas. To Bacchus is due a libation of wine, the same being his gift as thou preachest. Another and graver question. Did Socrates teach thee that slaves are to be scourged, and by no means admonished as though they were the children of a master?
He did not argue upon government.
He argued upon humanity, whereon all government is founded. Whatever is beside it is usurpation.
Are slaves, then, never to be scourged, whatever be their transgressions or enormities?
Whatever they be, they are less than his who reduced them to their condition.
What, though they murder his whole family?
Aye, and poison the public fountain of the city. What am I saying, and to whom? Horrible as this crime, and the next in atrocity to parricide, thou deemest it a lighter one than stealing a fig or grape. The stealer of these is scourged by thee. The sentence on the prisoner is to cleanse out the receptacle. There is, however, a kind of poisoning which, to do thee justice, comes before thee with all its horrors, and which thou wouldst punish capitally, even in such a sacred personage as an aruspex or diviner. I mean the poisoning by incantation. I and my whole family, my whole race, my whole city, may bite the dust in agony from a truss of henbane in the well. And little harm done, forsooth. Let an idle fool set an image of me in wax before the fire, and whistle and caper to it, and purr and pray and chant a hymn to Hecate while it melts, entreating and imploring her that I may melt as easily. And thou wouldst, in thy equity and holiness, strangle him at the first stave of his psalmody.
If this is an absurdity, can you find another?
Truly, in reading thy book, I doubted at first, and for a long continuance, whether thou couldst have been serious, and whether it were not rather a satire on those busybodies who are incessantly intermeddling in their people's affairs. It was only on the protestation of thy intimate friends that I believe thee to have written it in earnest. As for thy question, it is idle to stoop and pick out absurdities from a mass of inconsistency and injustice. But another and another I could throw in, and another afterward, from any page of the volume. Two bare, staring falsehoods lift their beaks one upon the other, like spring frogs. Thou sayest that no punishment decreed by the law tendeth to evil. What, not if immoderate? No, if partial. Why then repeal any penal statute while the subject of its animadversion exists? In prisons the less criminal are placed among the more criminal, the inexperienced in vice together with the hardened in it. This is part of the punishment, though it precedes the sentence. Nay, it is often inflicted on those whom the judges acquit. The law, by allowing it, does it. The next is, that he who is punished by the laws is the better for it, however the less depraved. What? If anteriorly to the sentence he lives and converses with worse men, some of whom console him by deadening the sense of shame, others by removing the apprehension of punishment. Many laws as certainly make men bad, as bad men make many laws. Yet under thy regimen they take us from the bosom of the nurse, turn the meat about upon the platter, pull the bedclothes off, make us sleep when we would wake, and wake when we would sleep, and never cease to rummage and twitch us, until they see us safe landed at the grave. We can do nothing, but the poisoned, with impunity. What is worst of all, we must marry certain relatives and connections, be they distorted, blear-eyed, toothless, carbuncled, with hair, if any, eclipsing the reddest torch of Hymen, and with a hide outrivaling in colour the plates his trimmest saffron robe. At the mention of this, indeed, friend Plato, even thou, although resolved to stand out of harm's way, beginnest to make a wry mouth, and findest it difficult to pucker and purse it up again, without an astringent store of moral sentences. Hymen is truly no acquaintance of thine. We know the delicacies of love which thou wouldst reserve for the gluttony of heroes and the fastidiousness of philosophers. Heroes, like gods, must have their own way. But against thee and thy confraternity of elders I would turn the closet key, and your mouth might water over, but your tongues should never enter those little pots of confiture. Seriously, you who wear embroidered slippers ought to be very cautious of treading in the mire. Philosophers should not only live the simplest lives, but should also use the plainest language. Poets, in employing magnificent and sonorous words, teach philosophy the better by thus disarming suspicion, that the finest poetry contains and conveys the finest philosophy. You will never let any man hold his right station. You would rank Solon and Homer for poetry. This is absurd. The only resemblance is in both being eminently wise. Pindar, too, makes even the cadences of his dithyrambics keep time to the flute of reason. My tub, which holds 50-fold thy wisdom, would crack at the reverberations of thy voice.
Farewell.
I mean that every one of thy whimsies hath been picked up somewhere by thee in thy travels, and each of them hath been rendered more weak and puny by its place of concealment in thy closet. What thou hast written on the immortality of the soul goes rather to prove the immortality of the body, and applies as well to the body of a weasel or an eel as to the fairer one of Agathon or of Astur. Why not at once introduce a new religion, since religions keep and are relished in proportion as they are salted with absurdity, inside and out? And all of them must have one great crystal of it for the centre. But philosophy pines and dies unless she drinks limpid water. When Pherecydes and Pythagoras felt in themselves the majesty of contemplation, they spurned the idea that flesh and bones and arteries should confer it, and that what comprehends the past and the future should sink in a moment and be annihilated forever. No, they cried, the power of thinking is no more in the brain than in the hair, although the brain may be the instrument on which it plays. It is not corporeal, it is not of this world. Its existence is eternity, its residence is infinity. I forbear to discuss the rationality of their belief, and pass on straightway to thine, if indeed I am to consider as one belief and doctrine.
As you will.
I should rather then regard these things as mere ornaments, just as many decorate their apartments with lyres and harps, which they themselves look at from the couch, supinely complacent, and leave for visitors to admire and play on.
I foresee not how you can disprove my argument on the immortality of the soul, which, being contained in the best of my dialogues, and being often asked for among my friends, I carry with me.
At this time.
Even so.
Give me, then, a certain part of it for my perusal.
Willingly.
Hermes and Pallas. I wanted but a cubit of it, or at most a fathom, and thou art pulling it out by the plethron.
This is the place in question.
Read it.
Sayest thou not that death is the opposite of life, and that they spring the one from the other? Yes. What springs then from the living? The dead. And what from the dead? The living. Then all things alive spring from the dead.
Why, thy reputation. But go on.
Souls therefore exist after death in the infernal regions.
Where is the therefore? Where is it even as to existence? As to the infernal regions, there is nothing that points toward a proof or promise an indication. Death neither springs from life, nor life from death. Although death is the inevitable consequence of life, if the observation and experience of ages go for anything, yet nothing shows us, or ever hath signified, that life comes from death. Thou mightest as well say that a barley corn dies before the germ of another barley corn grows up from it, than which nothing is more untrue. For it is only the protecting part of the germ that perishes, when its protection is no longer necessary. The consequence that souls exist after death cannot be drawn from the corruption of the body, even if it were demonstrable that out of this corruption a live one could rise up. Thou hast not said that the soul is among these dead things which living things must spring from. Thou hast not said that a living soul produces a dead soul, or that a dead soul produces a living one.
No, indeed.
On my faith, thou hast said, however, things no less inconsiderate, no less inconsequent, no less unwise. And this very thing must be said and proved to make the argument of any value. Do dead men beget children?
I have not said it.
Thy argument implies it.
These are high mysteries to be approached with reverence.
Whatever we cannot account for is in the same predicament. We may be gainers by being ignorant if we can be thought mysterious. It is better to shake our heads and to let nothing out of them, than to be plain and explicit in matters of difficulty. I do not mean in confessing our ignorance, or our imperfect knowledge of them, but in clearing them up perspicuously. For if we answer with ease, we may haply be thought good-natured, quick communicative, never deep, never sagacious, not very defective possibly in our intellectual faculties, yet unequal and chinky, and liable to the probation of every clown's knuckle.
The brightest of stars appear the most unsteady and tremulous in their light, not from any quality inherent in themselves, but from the vapours that float below, and from the imperfection of vision in the surveyor.
Draw thy robe around thee, let the folds fall gracefully, and look majestic. That sentence is an admirable one. But not for me. I want sense, not stars. What then? Do no vapours float below the others? And is there no imperfection in the vision of those who look at them, if they are the same men, and look the next moment? We must move on. I shall follow the dead bodies and the benighted driver of their fantastic bier, close and keen as any hyena.
Certainly, O Diogenes, you excel me in elucidations and similes. Mine was less obvious.
I know the respect thou bearest the dogly character, and can attribute to nothing else the complacency with which thou hast listened to me since I released thy cloak. If ever the Athenians, in their inconstancy, should issue a decree to deprive me of the appellation they have conferred on me, rise up, I pray thee, in my defence. I pray thee in my defence, and protest that I have not merited so fair a mullet. Something I do deserve at thy hands, having supplied thee first with a store of patience, when thou wert going without any about thee, although it is the readiest viaticum and the heartiest sustenance of human life, and then with weapon from this tub, wherewith to drive the importunate cock before thee out of doors again.
End of section 25. Section 26 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 26. Barrow and Newton. Narrator read by Michele Eaton.
Newton, read by Inflected.
Barrow, read by MaryAnn.
I come, sir, before you with fear and trembling at the thoughts of my examination tomorrow. If the masters are too hard upon me, I shall never take my degree. How I passed as bachelor I cannot tell. It must surely have been by special indulgence.
My dear Isaac, do not be dispirited. The less intelligent of the examiners will break their beaks against the gravel, in trying to cure the indigestions and heart-burnings your plenteousness has given them. The more intelligent know your industry, your abilities, and your modesty. They would favour you, if there were need of favour, but you, without compliment, surpass them all.
Oh, sir, forbear, forbear. I fear I may have forgotten a good deal of what you taught me.
I wonder at that. I am older than you by many years. I have many occupations and distractions. My memory is by nature less retentive, and yet I have not forgotten anything you have taught me.
Too partial tutor, too benevolent friend, this unmerited praise confounds me. I cannot calculate the powers of my mind otherwise than by calculating the time I require to compass anything.
Quickness is among the least of the mind's properties, and belongs to her in almost her lowest state. Nay, it doth not abandon her when she is driven from her home, when she is wandering and insane. The mad often retain it. The liar has it. The cheat has it. We find it on the race-course and at the card-table. Education does not give it, and reflection takes away from it.
I am slow, and there are many parts of ordinary learning yet unattained by me.
I had an uncle, a sportsman, who said that the light dog beats over most ground, but the heavier finds the covey.
Oftentimes indeed have I submitted to you problems and possibilities.
And I have made you prove them.
You were contented with me. All may not be.
All will not be. Many would be more so if you could prove nothing. Men, like dogs and cats, fawn upon you while you leave them on the ground. If you lift them up, they bite and scratch, and if you show them their own features in the glass, they would fly at your throat and tear your eyes out. This between ourselves, for we must not indulge in unfavourable views of mankind, since by doing it we make bad men believe they are no worse than others, and we teach the good that they are good in vain. Philosophers have taken this side of the question to show their ingenuity, but sound philosophers are not ingenuous. If philosophy can render us no better and no happier, away with it. There are things that can, and let us take them. What dost thou sigh at, Isaac?
At my ignorance in some degree of their writings.
At your ignorance of the ignorant. No man ever understood the things that are most admired in Plato and Aristoteles. In Plato there are incoherencies that fall to pieces at a touch, and Aristoteles lost himself in the involutions of his own web. What must we think of a philosopher who promised to teach one pupil that which he withheld from the rest, although these were more familiar with him and more instructed? And what must we think of a pupil who was indignant that any other should partake in his sentiments and his knowledge? Yet such men have guided the scientific, such men have ruled the world.
Not such was Bacon.
No, indeed. I told you, and I repeat it, I think the small volume of essays in your hand contains more wisdom and more genius than we can find in all the philosophers of antiquity, with one exception, Cicero, on which I desired you to peruse it attentively, and to render me an account of it according to your opinion.
Sir, I have been induced to believe, but rather from the authority of my elders than from my own investigation, that Bacon is the more profound of the two, although not the more eloquent.
If Bacon had written as easily and harmoniously as Cicero, he would have lost a portion of his weight with the generality of the learned, who are apt to conceive that in easy movement there is a want of solidity and strength. We must confess that antiquity has darkened colleges and has distorted criticism. Very wise men, and very wary and inquisitive, walk over the earth, and are ignorant not only what minerals lie beneath, but what herbs and foliage they are treading. Some time afterward, and probably some distant time, a specimen of ore is extracted and exhibited, then another. Lastly, the bearing and diameter of the vein are observed and measured. Thus it is with writers who are to have a currency through ages. In the beginning they are confounded with most others. They soon fall into some secondary class. Next, into one rather less obscure and humble. By degrees they are liberated from the dross and lumber that hamper them, and, being once above the heads of contemporaries, rise slowly and waveringly, then regularly and directly, then rapidly and majestically, till the vision strains and aches as it pursues them in their ethereal elevation. Neither you nor I have wasted our time in the cultivation of poetry, but each of us hath frequently heard it discoursed on by those who have. And, if it serves for nothing else, it serves for an illustration. In my earlier days, he would have been scoffed out of countenance who should have compared the Lycidas, or the Allegro and Penseroso of Mr. John Milton, to the sterling poetry, as it was called, of Dr. John Donne. And yet much may be said in favour of the younger, and there are those, and not only undergraduates, but bachelors and masters, who venture even to prefer him openly. Who knows but we may see him extolled to the level of Lucan and Statius, strong as is the sense of the university against all sorts of supplanters. There are eyes that cannot see print when near them. There are men that cannot see merit.
The Latin secretary may be pardoned for many defects in his poetry, and even many in his politics, in consideration of the reverence he bore toward the Apocalypse. I cannot think him a very irreligious man, although he does not attend divine service, we are told, so regularly as we would have wished.
Let us talk no more about him. I opposed his principles. Nevertheless, he may have acted conscientiously, and even his principles are now coming again into fashion, and among the sons of those very cavaliers who would have hanged him. Perhaps the most dangerous of his doctrines, the lawfulness of setting aside God's anointed for misconduct, may soon be the leading one in the front of our Constitution. Well, we are not met for politics. Only it would be salutary to consider, if God's anointed will not be set aside, what must be done, how avoid the commission of a diabolical act.
Could we rightly understand the revelation, I question not but every difficulty of this nature would be solved.
Maybe. Let us trust in God.
We must have certain data for everything upon which we reason. The greater part of reasoners begin without them.
I wish the event may answer your expectations, that the Apocalypse, the Argonautic expedition, and the siege of Troy form the trident which is to push away our difficulties in navigation through all the rocks and shoals of time, all those of religion, and all those of history. Happen what may, I doubt nothing of your surpassing the foremost of your competitors, of your very soon obtaining a name in the university little below Dr. Spry's of Caius, Dr. Brockhouse's of St. John's, Dr. Cockburn's of Emmanuel, Dr. Turnbull's of Peterhouse, or Dr. Cruikshank's of Bennett. Nay, a name which, within a few years, may reach even to the Leyden and Paris as that of a most studious young man, distinguished alike for application and invention.
Although I could not in conscience disclaim the small merit there may be in application, since I owe it to the encouragement of my tutor, I surely have no right or title to invention.
You have already given proofs of it beyond any man I know. Your questions led to great discoveries. Whether it please God that you hereafter make them, or some one following you, is yet uncertain. We are silly enough to believe that the quality of invention, as applied to literature, lies in poetry and romance, mostly or altogether. I dare to speculate on discoveries in the subjects of your studies, every one far greater, every one far more wonderful than all that lie within the range of fiction. In our days, the historian is the only inventor, and it is ludicrous to see how busily and lustily he beats about, with his string and muzzle upon him. I wish we could drag him for a moment into philosophical life. It would be still more amusing to look at him as he runs over this loftier and drier ground, throwing up his nose and whimpering at the prickles he must pass through. Few men are contented with what is strictly true concerning the occurrences of the world. It neither heats nor soothes. The body itself, when it is in perfect health, is averse to a state of rest. We wish our prejudices to be supported, our animosities to be increased, as those who are inflamed by liquor would add materials to the inflammation.
The simple verities, important perhaps in their consequences, which I am exploring, not only abstract me from the daily business of society, but exempt me from the hatred and persecution to which every other kind of study is exposed. In poetry, a good pastoral would raise against one as vehement enemies as a good satire. A great poet in our country, like the great giant in Sicily, can never move without shaking the whole island, while the mathematician and astronomer may pursue their occupations and rarely be hissed or pelted from below. You spoke of historians. It would ill become a person of my small experience to discourse on them after you.
Let me hear, however, what you have to say, since at least it will be dispassionate.
Those who now write history do certainly write it to gratify a party and to obtain notoriety and money. The materials lie in the cabinet of the statesman, whose actions and their consequences are to be recorded. If you censure them, you are called ungrateful for the facilities he has afforded you, and if you commend them, venal. No man, both judicious and honest, will subject himself to either imputation.
Not only at the present day, but always. The indulgence of animosity, the love of gain, and the desire of favour have been the inducements of an author to publish in his lifetime the history of his contemporaries. But there have been, and let us hope there may be, judicious and virtuous men, so inflamed by the glory of their country in their days that, leaving all passions and prejudices, they follow this sole guide, and are crowned by universal consent for commemorating her recent exploits.
Here are reasons enough for me rather to apply my mind as you directed, than to the examination of facts which never can be collected by one person, or to poetry, for which I have no call, or to the composition of essays such as those of Montaigne and Bacon, or dialogues such as those of Cicero and Plato, and nearer our times of Erasmus and Galileo. You had furnished me before with arguments in abundance, convincing me that, even if I could write as well as they did, the reward of my labours would be dilatory and posthumous.
I should entertain a mean opinion of myself, if all men, or the most part, praised and admired me. It would prove me to be somewhat like them. Sad and sorrowful is it to stand near enough to people for them to see us holy, for them to come up to us and walk round us leisurely and idly, and pat us when they are tired and going off. That lesson which a dunce can learn at a glance, and likes mightily, must contain little and not good. Unless it can be proved that the majority are not dunces, are not wilful, presumptuous, and precipitate, it is a folly to care for popularity. There are indeed those who must found their fortunes upon it, but not with books in their hands. After the first start, after a stand among the booze and gauds and prostitutes of party, how few have lived contentedly or died calmly. One hath fallen the moment when he had reached the last step of the ladder, having undersawed it for him who went before, and forgotten that knavish act. Another hath wasted away more slowly, in the fever of a life externally sedentary, internally distracted. A third, unable to fulfil the treason he had stipulated, and haunted by the terrors of detection, snaps the thread under the shears of the fates, and makes even those who frequented him believe in Providence. Isaac, the climbing plants are slender ones. Men of genius have sometimes been forced away from the service of society into the service of princes, but they have soon been driven out or have retired. When shall we see again in the administration of any country so accomplished a creature as Wentworth, the favourite of Charles? Only light men recover false steps. His greatness crushed him. Aptitude for serving princes is no proof or signification of genius, nor indeed of any elevated or extensive knowledge. The interests of many require a multiplicity of talents to comprehend and accomplish them. Mazarin and Richelieu were as little able as they were little disposed to promote the well-being of the community. Both of them had keen eyes, and kept them on one object, aggrandizement. We find the most trivial men in the streets pursuing an object through as many intricacies, and attaining it, and the schemes of children, though sooner dropped, are frequently as ingenious and judicious. No person can see more clearly than you do the mortifications to which the ambitious are subject, but some may fall into the snares of ambition, whose nature was ever averse to it, and whose wisdom would almost reach anything, and only seems too lofty to serve them watchfully as a guard. It may thus happen to such as have been accustomed to study and retirement, and fall unexpectedly on the political world by means of recommendations. There are those, I doubt not, who would gladly raise their name and authority in the state by pushing you forward, as the phrase is, into Parliament. They seize any young man who has gained some credit at college, no matter for what, whether for writing an epigram or construing a passage in Lycophron, and, if he succeeds to power, they and their family divide the patronage. The ambitious heart is liable to burst in the emptiness of its elevation. Let yours, which is sounder, lie lower and quieter. Think how much greater is the glory you may acquire by opening new paths to science than by widening old ones to corruption. I would not whisper a syllable in the ear of faction, but the words of the intelligent, in certain times and on certain occasions, do not vary with parties and systems. The royalist and the republican meet. The difference lies merely in the intent, the direction, and the application. Do not leave the wise for the unwise, the lofty for the low, the retirement of a college for the turbulence of a House of Commons. Rise, but let no man lift you. Leave that to the little and to the weak. Think within yourself. I will not say how impure are the sources of election to our Parliament, but how inconsiderable a distinction is conferred on the representative, even where it is not an individual who nominates, or only a few who appoint him, but where several hundreds are the voters. For who are they, and who directs them? The roughest bear guard, the most ferocious bull-baiter, the most impudent lawyer, the tinker that sings loudest, and the parson that sits latest at the ale-house, hitting them all by turns with his tobacco pipe, calling them all sad dogs, and swearing till he falls asleep he will hear no more filthy toasts. Show me the borough where such people as these are not the most efficient in returning a candidate to Parliament, and then tell me which of them is fit to be the associate, it would be too ludicrous to say the patron, of a Euclid or an Archimedes. My dear Newton, the best thing is to stand above the world, the next is to stand apart from it on any side. You may attain the first. In trying to attain it, you are certain of the second.
I am not likely to be noticed by the great, nor favoured by the popular. I have no time for visiting. I detest the strife of tongues. All noises discompose me.
We will then lay aside the supposition. The haven of philosophy itself is not free at all seasons from its gusts and swells. Let me admonish you to confide your secrets to few, I mean the secrets of science. In every great mind there are some. Every deep inquirer hath discovered more than he thought it prudent to avow, as almost every shallow one throws out more than he hath well discovered. Among our learned friends, we may be fully and unreservedly philosophical, In the company of others, we must remember, firstly and chiefly, that discretion is a part of philosophy, and we must let out only some glimpses of the remainder.
Surely no harm can befall us from following a chain of demonstrations in geometry, or any branch of the mathematics.
Let us hope there may be none. Nevertheless, we cannot but recollect how lately Galileo was prosecuted and imprisoned for his discoveries.
He lived under a popish government.
My friend, all the most eminently scientific, all the most eminently brave and daring in the exercise of their intellects, live, and have ever lived, under a popish government. There are popes in all creeds, in all countries, in all ages. Political power is jealous of intellectual, often lest it expose and mar its plans and projects, and oftener lest it attract an equal share of celebrity and distinction. Whenever the literary man is protected by the political, the incitement to it is the pride of patronage, not the advancement of letters, nor the honour they confer on the cultivator or the country.
That is rational in England, which beyond the Alps is monstrous. By God's blessing, I firmly believe in the Holy Scriptures. Yet, under your discretion and guidance, I would be informed if the sun's rays in Syria would ever be above the horizon for 24 hours, without a material alteration, without an utter derangement of our whole mundane system.
Reserve that question for a future time, and wiser teacher. At present, I would only remark to you that our mundane system has been materially altered, and that its alterations may have been attributed to other causes than the true, and laid down by different nations as having taken place at different epochs and on different occasions, sometimes to gratify their pride, sometimes to conceal their ignorance.
I am not quite satisfied.
Those who are quite satisfied sit still and do nothing. Those who are not quite satisfied are the sole benefactors of the world,
and are driven out of it for their pains.
Men seldom have loved their teachers.
How happens it then that you are loved so generally? For who is there capable of instruction that you have not taught? Never, since I have been at the university, have I heard of anyone being your enemy who was not a Calvinist, a sect wherein good-humoured and gracefully minded people are scanty.
Do not attribute the failing to the sect, which hath many strong texts of Scripture for its support, but rather think that the doctrines are such as are most constantaneous to the malignant and the morose. There are acrid plants that attract as many insects as the sweeter, but insects of another kind. All substances have their commodities, all opinions their partisans. I have been happy in my pupils, but in none of them have I observed such a spirit of investigation as in you. Keep it, however, within the precincts of experimental and sure philosophy, which are spacious enough for the excursions of the most vigorous mind, and varied enough for the most inconstant and fighty. Never hate, never dislike men for difference of religion. Some receive baleful impressions in it more easily than others, as they do diseases. We do not hate a child for catching the smallpox, but pity its sores and blemishes. Let the Calvinist hate us. He represents his God as a hater. He represents him as capricious. I wish he would love us, even from caprice, but he seems to consider this part of the divine nature as a weakness. Come, unroll your paper. Let me hear what you have to say on Bacon's Essays, a volume I place in the hands of those only who appear to me destined to be great.
Bacon, seen only in his Essays, would have appeared to me, fresh as I come from the study of the ancients, and captivated as I confess I am by the graces of their language, the wisest and most instructive of writers.
In calling him the wisest of writers, you must except those who wrote from inspiration.
Ha! That is quite another thing.
Henceforward I would advise you to follow the bent of your genius in examining those matters principally which are susceptible of demonstration. Every young man should have some proposed end for his studies. Let yours be philosophy, and principally those parts of it in which the ancients have done little, and the moderns less. And never be dejected, my dear Isaac, though it should enable you to throw but a scarcity of light on the Revelation, the rape of Helen, and the Golden Fleece.
I hope by my labours I may find a clue to them in the process of time, but perhaps my conjectures may turn out wrong, as those on the book before me have.
How?
I should have imagined, if you had not taught me the contrary, that there is more of genius and philosophy in Bacon's essays than in all Cicero's works, however less there may be of the scholastic and oratorical. Perhaps I, by being no estimator of style—
Peace, peace, my modest Newton. Perhaps I, by being too much an estimator of it, have overvalued the clearest head and the purest tongue of antiquity. My Lord Justice Coke, and probably the more learned Selden, would have ridiculed or reproved us, had we dared entertain in their presence a doubt of Cicero's superiority over Bacon. No very great man ever reached the standard of his greatness in the crowd of his contemporaries. This hath always been reserved for the secondary. There must either be something of the vulgar, something in which the commonalty can recognize their own features, or there must be a laxity, a jealousy, an excitement stimulating a false appetite. Your brief review of the essays hath brought back to my recollection so much of shrewd judgment, so much of rich imagery, such a profusion of truths so plain as, without his manner of exhibiting them, to appear almost unimportant, that, in the various high qualities of the human mind, I must acknowledge not only Cicero, but every prose writer among the Greeks, to stand far below him. Cicero is least valued for his highest merits, his fullness and his perspicuity. Bad judges, and how few are not so, desire in composition the concise and the obscure, not knowing that the one most frequently arises from paucity of materials, and the other from inability to manage and dispose them. Have you never observed that, among the ignorant in paintings, dark pictures are usually called the finest in the collection, and grey-bearded heads, fit only for the garret, are preferred to the radiance of light and beauty? Have you yourself never thought, before you could well measure and calculate, that books and furniture thrown about a room appear to be in much greater quantities than when they were arranged? At every step we take to gain the approbation of the wise, we lose something in the estimation of the vulgar. Look within. Cannot we afford it? The minds of few can take in the whole of a great author, and fewer can draw him close enough to another for just commensuration. A fine passage may strike us less forcibly than one beneath it in beauty, from less sensibility in us at the moment. Whence less enthusiasm, less quickness of perception, less capacity, less hold. You have omitted to remark some of the noblest things in Bacon, often, I believe, because there is no power of judgment to be shown in the expression of admiration, and perhaps, too, sometimes from the repetition and intensity of delight.
Sir, I forbore to lift up my hand as a mark of admiration. You ordered me to demonstrate, if I could, the defects of this wonderful man, unnoticed hitherto.
You have done it to my satisfaction. Cicero disdained not in the latter days of his life, when he was highest in reputation and dignity, to perform a similar office in regard to Epicurus, and I wish he had exhibited the same accuracy and attention, the same moderation and respect. The objections of your friend and visitor are not altogether frivolous. Take care, however, lest he, by his dissipations, move you from your faith. If you hold the faith will support you, as, if you make your bed warm by lying in it, your bed will keep you so. Never mind what the ticking or the wadding may be made of. There are few things against which I see need to warn you, and not many on which you want advice. You are not profuse in your expenditure, yet as you, like most of the studious, are inattentive to money affairs, let me guard you against evils following on this negligence, worse than the negligence itself. Whenever a young man is remarked for it, a higher price is fixed on what he purchases, and dishonest men of every description push themselves into his service, and often acquire his confidence, not only to the injury of his fortune, but likewise of his credit and respectability. Let a gentleman be known to have been cheated of £20, and it costs him 40 a year for the remainder of his life. Therefore, if you detect the cheat, the wisest thing is to conceal it, both for fear of the rogues about your sideboard, and of those more dexterous ones round the green cloth, under the judge, in your county assize room. You will become an author ere long, and every author must attend to the means of conveying his information. The plainness of your style is suitable to your manners and your studies. Avoid, which many grave men have not done, words taken from sacred subjects and from elevated poetry. These we have seen vilely prostituted. Avoid, too, the society of the barbarians who misemploy them. They are vain, irreverent, and irreclaimable to right feelings. The dialogues of Galileo, which you have been studying, are written with much propriety and precision. I do not urge you to write in dialogue, although the best writers of every age have done it. The best parts of Homer and Milton are speeches and replies. The best parts of every great historian are the same. The wisest men of Athens and Rome converse together in this manner, as they are shown to us by Xenophon, by Plato, and by Cicero. Whether you adopt such a form of composition, which, if your opinions are new, will protect you in part from the hostility all novelty, unless it is vicious, excites, or whether you choose to go along the unbroken surface of the didactic, never look abroad for any kind of ornament. Apollo, either as the god of day or the slayer of Python, had nothing about him to obscure his clearness or to impede his strength. To one of your mild manners it would be superfluous to recommend equanimity in competition and calmness in controversy. How easy is it for the plainest things to be misinterpreted by men not unwise, which a calm disposition sets right, and how fortunate an opportunity it is to find in ourselves that calmness which almost the wisest have wanted, on urgent and grave occasions. If others for a time are preferred to you, let your heart lie sacredly still, and you will hear from it the true and plain oracle, that not for ever will the magistracy of letters allow the rancid transparencies of coarse colourmen to stand before your propylaea. It is time that philosophy should have her share in our literature, that the combinations and appearances of matter be scientifically considered and luminously displayed. Frigid conceits on theological questions, heaps of snow on barren crags, compose at present the greater part of our domain. Volcanoes of politics burst forth from time to time and vary, without enlivening, the scene. Do not fear to be less rich in the productions of your mind at one season than at another. Marshes are always marshes, and pools are pools, but the sea, in those places where we admire it most, is sometimes sea and sometimes dry land. Sometimes it brings ships into port, and sometimes it leaves them where they can be refitted and equipped. The capacious mind neither rises nor sinks, neither labours nor rests, in vain. Even in those intervals when it loses the consciousness of its powers, when it swims as it were in vacuity, and feels not what is external nor internal, it acquires or recovers strength, as the body does by sleep. Never try to say things admirable, try only to say them plainly, for your business is with the considerate philosopher, and not with a polemical assembly. If a thing can be demonstrated two ways, demonstrate it in both. One will please this man best, the other that, and pleasure, if obvious and unsought, is never to be neglected by those appointed from above to lead us into knowledge. Men will readily mount stiles and gates to walk along a footpath in a field, whom the very sight of a bare public road would disincline and weary, and yet the place whereto they travel lies at the end of each. Your studies are of a nature unsusceptible to much decoration, otherwise it would be my duty and my care to warn you against it, not merely as idle and unnecessary, but as obstructing your intent. The fond of wine are little fond of the sweet or of the new. The fond of learning are no fonder of its must than of its dregs. Something of the severe hath always been appertaining to order and to grace, and the beauty that is not too liberal is sought the most ardently and loved the longest. The graces have their zones, and Venus her cestus. In the writings of the philosopher are the frivolities of ornament the most ill-placed. In you would they be particularly, who, promising to lay open before us an infinity of worlds, should turn aside to display the petals of a double pink. It is dangerous to have any intercourse or dealing with small authors. They are as troublesome to handle, as easy to discompose, as difficult to pacify, and leave as unpleasant marks on you as small children. Cultivate, on the other hand, the society and friendship of the higher. First, that you may learn to reverence them, which of itself is both a pleasure and a virtue, and then, that on proper occasions you may defend them against the malevolent, which is a duty. And this duty cannot be well and satisfactorily performed with an imperfect knowledge, or with an inadequate esteem. Habits of respect to our superiors are among the best we can attain, if we only remove from our bosom the importunate desire of unworthy advantages from them. They belong to the higher department of justice, and will procure for us in due time our portion of it. Beside, O Isaac, in this affair our humanity is deeply concerned. Think how gratifying, how consolatory, how all-sufficient are the regards and attentions of such wise and worthy men as you, to those whom inferior but more powerful ones, some in scarlet, some in purple, some, it may be, in ermine, vilify or neglect. Many are there to whom we are now indifferent, or nearly, whom, if we had approached them as we ought to have done, we should have cherished, loved, and honoured. Let not this reflection, which on rude and unequal minds may fall without form and features, and pass away like the idlest cloud-shadow, be lost on you. Old literary men, besides age and experience, have another quality in common with Nestor. They, in the literature of the country, are praisers of times past, partly from moroseness, and partly from custom and conviction. The illiterate, on the contrary, raise higher than the steeples, and dress up in the gaudiest trim a maypole of their own, and dance round it while any rag flutters. So tenacious are Englishmen of their opinions, that they would rather lose their franchises and almost their lives. And this tenacity hath not its hold upon letters only, but likewise upon whatever is public. I have witnessed it in men guilty of ingratitude, of fraud, of peculation, of prevarication, of treachery to friends, of insolence to patrons, of misleading of colleagues, of abandonment of party, of renunciation of principles, of arrogance to honester men and wiser, of humiliation to strumpets, for the attainment of place and profit, of every villainy, in short, which unfits not only for the honours of public, but rejects from the confidence of private life. And there have been people so maddened by faction, that they would almost have erected a monument to such persons, hoping to spite and irritate their adversaries, and unconscious or heedless that the inscription must be their own condemnation. Those who have acted in this manner will repent of it, but they will hate you for ever if you foretell them of their repentance. It is not the fact nor the consequence, it is the motive that turns and pinches them. And they would think it straightforward and natural to cry out against you, and a violence and a malady to cry out against themselves. The praises they have given they will maintain, and more firmly than if they were due, as perjurers stick to perjury more hotly than the veracious to truth. Supposing there should be any day of your life unoccupied by study, there will not be one without an argument why parties, literary or political, should be avoided. You are too great to be gregarious, and were you to attempt it, the gregarious in mass would turn their heads against you. The greater who enter into public life are disposed at last to quit it. Retirement with dignity is their device, the meaning of which is, retirement with as much of the public property as can be amassed and carried away. This race of great people is very numerous. I want before I die to see one or two ready to believe, and to act on the belief, that there is as much dignity in retiring soon as late, with little as with loads, with quiet minds and consciences, as with ulcerated and discomposed. I have already seen some 100 sectaries of that pugnacious Pope, who, being reminded that Christ commanded Peter to put up his sword, replied, "Yes," when he had cut the ear off. To be in right harmony, the soul not only must be never out of time, but must never lose sight of the theme its Creator's hand hath noted. Why are you peeping over your forefinger into those pages near the beginning of the volume?
I have omitted the notice of several essays.
There are many that require no observation for peculiarities, though perhaps there is not one that any other man could have written.
I had something more, sir, to say, or rather, I had something more, sir, to ask, about friendship.
All men, but the studious above all, must beware in the formation of it. Advice or caution on this subject comes immaturely and ungracefully from the young, exhibiting a proof either of temerity or suspicion. But when you hear it from a man of my age, who has been singularly fortunate in the past, and foresees the same felicity in those springing up before him, you may accept it as the direction of a calm observer, telling you all he has remarked on the greater part of a road which he has nearly gone through, and which you have but just entered. Never take into your confidence, or admit often into your company, any man who does not know, on some important subjects, more than you do. Be his rank, be his virtues, what they may, he will be a hindrance to your pursuits, and an obstruction to your greatness. If, indeed, the greatness were such as courts can bestow, and such as can be laid upon the shoulders of a groom, and make him look like the rest of the company, my advice would be misplaced. But since all transcendent, all true and genuine greatness must be of a man's own raising, and only on the foundation that the hand of God had laid, do not let any touch it. Keep them off civilly, but keep them off. Affect no stoicism, display no indifference. Let their coin pass current, but do not you exchange it for the pure ore you carry, nor think the milling pays for the alloy. Greatly favored and blessed by Providence will you be, if you should in your lifetime be known for what you are, the contrary if you should be transformed.
Better and more decorous would it be perhaps if I filled up your pause with my reflections. But you always have permitted me to ask you questions, and now, unless my gratitude misleads me, you invite it.
Ask me anything. I will answer it if I can, and I will pardon you, as I have often done, if you puzzle me.
Is it not a difficult and a painful thing to repulse or to receive ungraciously the advances of friendship?
It withers the heart, if indeed his heart were ever sound who doth it. Love, serve, run into danger, venture life for him who would cherish you. Give him everything but your time and your glory. Morning recreations, convivial meals, evening walks, thoughts, questions, wishes, wants, partake with him. Yes, Isaac, there are men born for friendship, men to whom the cultivation of it is nature, is necessity, as the making of honey is to bees. Do not let them suffer for the sweets they would gather, but do not think to live upon those sweets. Our corrupted state requires robuster food, or must grow more and more unsound.
I would yet say something, a few words, on this subject, or one next to it.
On expense, then. That is the next. I have given you some warning about it, and hardly know what else to say. Cannot you find the place?
I had it under my hand, if that is provided your time, sir.
Speak out, man. Are you in a ship of Marcellus, under the mirror of Archimedes, that you fume and redden so? Cry to him that you are his scholar, and went out only to parley.
Sir, in a word, ought a studious man to think of matrimony?
Painters, poets, mathematicians never ought. Other studious men, after reflecting for 20 years upon it, may. Had I a son of your age, I would not leave him in a grazing country. Many a man hath been safe among cornfields, who falls a victim on the grass under an elm. There are lightnings very fatal in such places.
Supposing me no mathematician, I must reflect then for 20 years.
Begin to reflect on it after the 20, and continue to reflect on it all the remainder. I mean at intervals, and quite leisurely. It will save you many prayers, and may suggest to you one thanksgiving.
End of section 26.